Yeah. Well, that's what I really dislike about the ancient alien hypothesis is that it takes away our accomplishments. Even though we might not have any relation to the people who built those things, it's in us to be able to build those. And that's another reason I don't like the people who are like, everything was built with lasers and this and that. And it's like, no, they weren't. I've seen people carve and sculpt unbelievable things that are beautiful.
Weapons. Wait, isn't weapon in the word do? Yeah, but you can't just say do, man.
Do the do?
DEW, do weapons.
Yeah.
Directed energy weapon.
Yeah. I think you just say do. We always just say do. But like, I guess that's talking with each other. No one outside of the subject would know what you're talking about. You'd have to say a do weapon.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 20.
Not levelist. Alkaline also grows hard. They cure at different rates. Alkalinity eventually, after about 80 years, leaves the concrete, and then what's left is just the natural acidic nature of it. And the problem is once the alkalinity leaves, in all the modern structures we have, all have rebar in them, and so once the natural alkalinity leaves the concrete in about 80 years, they're all going to rust inside, which is going to destroy them. And there will literally be nothing left of the civilization we built. There will be nothing left of it. Everything will collapse. That's made out of concrete now. Not because the concrete isn't strong, but it's because we stuck steel in it.
I think it's okay. It's not perfect, but I think it's okay. I'm about to post it in the chat. Give me just a moment. All right. All right. 7 states to melt pinnacle. All right. And here we go. Am I in the right place? Yes. Boom. So it's actually I was using the wrong viewing location. Where I found where that stone actually is. It's in Georgia. So it's a little bit further. Anyway, there are all of the details. I'll turn it into a anyway, there are all of the details. I'll turn it into a anyway, any glaring issues with this? Legibility or otherwise? Is anyone there?
Yeah. I mean, you can see it very clearly.
Put a little white stroke line around the text, gospel, just to let it pop from the image behind.
Let's see.
It's all readable. The bottom right, top of Mount Pinnacle should be blah blah blah. Is a little bit hard to read because that background image is kind of dark green with black on. That's my only critique.
Cool. Yeah. No, thank you. I'll do something like right there. 80%. Okay, then we'll do this one. Effect, left, jump that to 80. And then effect. Shadow, color, white. Yeah, that does make it pop. Thank you for that suggestion. That's excellent. Shadow, white, elevation. Okay. Effect. Yeah. Save that. All right.
Mount Pinnacle.
Yep. Is that better? I think it is. I think that helped.
It's readable. It's fine.
Yeah, man. Looks good to me.
Cool. Copy.
How long did it take you to do this?
I don't know. 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Memes, add. We'll call it the name that we always call it, Lookout Mountain. No space. And we'll do that. And it is in there. Lookout Mountain can now be boom. There you go. I want to add I'm gonna see if I'm gonna convince them to add an R to the bot, so it could be called Flat Earth Brutta. I think that'd just be funny. My petition will probably fall flat, but I'll try anyway. Nobody likes my pun. Just kidding. Alrighty. Yeehaw. The backup is still running, but the main one has been down for a... Oh no. Oh, Helio is he's streaming to his backup channel. He made an announcement the other day. Flatman can.
Thank you. So the main one won't be back up?
No, it will eventually.
Oh, okay. Cool. Thanks.
Justin.
You're able to see 7 states.
Yeah. That's what makes this a special location, another quote unquote black swan. Why were you posting that picture though, Justin?
The other one was posted right up above. This one is an original one.
Yeah, I made an infographic.
Yeah, I know. I was just
Oh.
it's the same thing, right? Just
Well, I
without
mean,
all
it's
all
the same.
blurry.
The same perspective. I think it's a different. It's a different photograph.
It's a
Somebody else
different
took it.
photograph. Yeah, no, I'm without all of the wording and stuff. Yeah,
Sure, yeah.
I just found that.
So that Mount Pinnacle that's referenced on that piece of stone is what I used. I demonstrated that it is actually 146.83 miles away. That would give you a target hidden height. I know you can read it for yourself, but yeah, I have mentioned in the past that I found it funny that they put 120 miles. Just kind of funny.
Yeah, they want to trick you.
Yeah, because when you put 1628 and 120, so 1628 feet and 120 miles, the target hidden height would only be 3,322. That's still too high to see a 2,440 foot that would still be too high of an obstruction value to be able to see the 2,440 foot elevation height of Mount Pinnacle. So even with 120 miles, it's still wrong, or not plausible. But it's not 120 miles. So I think that's very evidently suspicious. But there we finally have the graphic, and now every time I bring it up, I can use the graphic because, boom, all the information's right there. I've been meaning to do that for like almost a year now.
How did you find where did you find how did you find all this information, like on the height and stuff?
Elevation, prominence, and all that stuff. So for Mount Pinnacle, I used this, which I just put in the chat. Okay, but then you can also validate that in Google. Not that it could all just be fake. You could always just say it's all fake. But according to Google Earth and according to that website, their numbers correspond very closely. Now, when I go in Google Earth and when I go into Google Earth and look at Pinnacle Overlook specifically, I get 2,401 feet approximately at Pinnacle Overlook. The highest value I was able to get when I kind of moved my mouse around Pinnacle Mountain. I think I got up to 2506, 2507. I think I hit 2507 somewhere in here. But again, we're talking about a very large number that it should be below. So let's say it's 2,500. That's a difference of 60 feet. We're talking about a problem of 2,800 feet. So if somebody wanted to nitpick about the other heights of Pinnacle Mountain, they're nitpicking over just silliness. I go up the mountain range looking for anything higher. And the further up the mountain range you go, the further away you get. So it would only make matters worse if you were picking a further away location. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So I used in the graphic, you can zoom in on the right side there, the 146.83 yellow thing. That spot is Pinnacle Overlook, and you can see it in the that the line is directly to the Pinnacle Overlook spot. And then, of course, I put the details that Pinnacle Overlook is 2,440 foot elevation height.
In that photo that was posted by Justin, where you says you see 7 states, does anybody know approximately how far away that horizon is?
No,
No.
and of course it changes depending on the weather and stuff.
Right.
But this is a land-based long-distance observation that is carved in stone, so to speak. And no matter which way you look at it, it's another great quote-unquote black swan.
Yep. I'm just curious what that distance was, approximate distance to the horizon.
Yeah.
It looks like it's well over 100 miles to me, but I could be wrong.
Well, you're looking at between North Carolina and South Carolina, straight ahead. So,
how does the refraction index vary from land versus sea? Is it difference or?
It's an interesting question because according to them, refraction would be less noticeable over land than over water. According to their claims, the higher up you go and the more inland you go, the less refraction. So the fact that this is a slam dunk of a way too far distance to work, according to their ball model, I think it's a really viable, useful example to draw from.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And it makes sense that the higher you go, because the atmosphere is going to get a little thinner, all the particulates do settle closer to the ground.
Yeah,
the pollution,
and temperature,
yeah, all of that. Yeah, you're going to have, so the higher up you go, there's going to be a reduction in that type of refraction because there's less stuff in the air. And then again, like you said, it's not over water, so the humidity thing, water being right next to water, causing fluctuations in the density of the medium, water and moisture in the medium, that goes away. It would be a very consistent, probably over land, as far as the moisture content, humidity, whatever you want to call it. It would be much more consistent over land. And then, like I said, the height takes you above all of that pollution and all that kind of stuff. So I can see how that would reduce the refraction that's already at a minimal effect anyway.
Here's what's really interesting about the topography of the area.
Yeah.
I've just posted a picture. You'll notice that this line of sight from Georgia to Virginia, it runs right along a river line that's on this, basically a valley the whole way through. And this is one of the main reasons why it can be seen, is because there's no obstructions. this line of sight runs right through a water, like there's water. There's no mountains in between. And that's what's really special about that.
Yeah, the mountains they have back there we call hills. We don't call them mountains.
I
They don't-
understand.
They
You're out
don't qualify for mountains as far as I'm concerned.
from out west. It is a different scale altogether. I get it.
Yep. Yeah, I knew you did. I just throwing that out there for the audience, basically that this
You're flexing on the audience with your big mountains.
yeah, a little bit, sure.
It's all good.
Yeah.
But yeah, look out Mountain No Space is the new memes. You can, or just save the graphic if you want.
Yeah, I was looking at that earlier. I mean, where I live is 4,200 feet above sea level in the valley.
Mhm. In the valley.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
It's where I live is higher than the highest mountain in all of the European continent, where England and France and all them countries are. The highest mountain there is lower than where my house sits in the valley.
Wow.
Yeah. It's a weird concept when you have something to compare it to like that. But yeah, we're actually higher in the valley than the highest mountain. In
All right.
How is that possible? Really?
My latitude is greater than more than 30% of all of Canadian population, and I live in America. How about that?
That's a strange one.
Yeah. Yeah.
What if you, like, for example, are measuring the height of a mountain that it's like in the middle of the country? Like, for example, United States, are you still comparing it to are you still using sea level to measure a mountain, like in the middle of a country?
Yep, there's two numbers that are used. One is prominence, the other is elevation. Elevation is always based on sea level. Prominence is based on the average surrounding elevation height at the ground of the mountain or the foot of the mountain.
Uh-huh.
So prominence versus elevation.
Yeah, you can find it on the manholes down the street. You'll find a stamp in it, and ours is stamped 4,240 feet above sea level.
Wow. You have to change your recipes when you're doing baking.
Hey, they say you do, but I think we're just a little bit, I don't know, a little bit not quite high enough. Let's put it that way.
Gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, we're really close to that. I guess cooking Kármán line. If you want to call it. I don't know what you call it, but yeah, we're very close to that. But
I think they call it high altitude cooking, and you just basically the main thing is you have to add a little extra liquid to your recipe, as far as if I'm remembering correctly,
and possibly a little bit more heat.
Hmm. Yeah.
Because there's not as much oxygen, it's hard it's hard to produce. You know, when you set your stove on, say you set your cooker on 350 at sea level, it actually reaches 350. You set it at high altitude, there's not enough oxygen in the air to get it that hot. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I know that they tune the cars different at this altitude. They advance the timing to approximately 10 degrees advanced. When at sea level, they put it closer to maybe 2 or 3 degrees advanced. And it does make a difference on how well the car runs, especially a race car. And that's basically what I'm speaking about, is because that's where at this altitude, you have to advance the timing a little bit to get it to run properly by comparison to sea level. Whenever I traveled to sea level to drag race, I would always have to change the timing to my car. To less advanced. So it does make a difference in several things. I mean, when you have less barometric pressure and you have less fuel, fuel, oxygen, maybe not a fuel, but less combustion material in the air, it does make a difference. Like when it cools off at the racetrack, I'll just tell you this, we'll be drag racing all day long, hot as shit out there, 100 degrees weather. Well, the sun goes down and it cools off to like 80 degrees or something, or 75 degrees at night. All of a sudden, your car starts going 0.2 of a second faster because there's more oxygen in the air.
Interesting.
Yep. And granted, 0.2 of a second is not very much, but in drag racing, it's quite a bit. It's it's over a car length. At the end of the track, you're going to be a couple of car lengths ahead of them at 0.2 faster. Because in 0.2 of a second, the car travels like 30 feet, Because my car went almost 200 miles an hour, but maybe the slower cars don't. But when you start going close to 200 miles an hour, at 0.2 of a second, the car is like 2 car lengths behind you. And he was within 0.2 of a second of your time. I guess I could do the calculations and figure out how many feet per second that a car travels at 180 miles an hour, and then figure out that, let's say, from nose to car to the nose of the car behind you is 30 feet. And then you could calculate how many tenths of a second that constitutes in the calculation. You could figure that out, that you could take, if you're 0.2 faster, that means 20%. So you could take 20% of the distance that you travel at feet per second. So you could take, in 1 second, figure out how many feet faster you are by doing that calculation. It'd be easy to figure out.
Easier to figure out than making sense of the globe.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, I am glad I put that graphic together. I've been planning. Where is this? I am Yo. You are not from America, I suppose, if you're not familiar with things like Atlanta or the state names are there too. Tennessee, Kentucky, South Carolina. I guess you can't see Georgia's name there, but yeah, bro, that's the Southeast United States. Is where that is.
Just above Florida. And what else? What's that other state down there? Is it Louisiana, maybe?
I meant the mountains. He said oh, I'm sorry, IMO. His response was related to what you were saying. Where are you at, if you're wanting to answer that question?
Yeah, sure, Utah.
Not.
Okay.
Personally.
I think one of the lowest elevations of Utah, like there's a town in southern Utah, it's called St. George. I think they're at 2,000 feet above sea level. I think that's one of the lowest, if not the lowest, populated areas in this state as far as above sea level. It's right around 2,000 feet. So I'm almost twice as high or maybe a little more than twice as high. I don't know the exact calculations, but I know that St. George is close to 2,000 feet above sea level. And I remember going down there drag racing too. My car was faster. They have this little airport that sits up on a plateau. If you've ever been to southern Utah, they got these little plateaus that stick up out of nowhere, like little chunks of mountain, and they got a real flat top on them. That's where they had the airport. And I went down there and raced a friend of mine's car. The fastest he could ever get it to go was like 9:12. Well, I got it drove it one time and ran 8:89 in that because he doesn't. He was over revving it. He was running it in. When you get the RPMs up to a certain point, you're making maximum torque and maximum horsepower. But if you take it too far, then it starts to lay down. They call it lay down. It no longer is. It starts to reduce the amount of horsepower and torque that you're producing because you're revving it too high. It just doesn't work. And so I kept telling him, short shift, shift sooner. You know, I shifted your car at like 6,000 RPM. You're revving it to what, 7,500 RPM? That last 1,500 RPM, it's just dropping off. You're losing horsepower. That's how I ran faster than you did. I mean, I explained it to him. What does he do? Goes out, revs it to 7,500. It's like, dude, you can't hear it. You're not looking at your tachometer. What's the problem? Have you ever tried to take your hand and spin it in a real small circle, just 4-inch small circle? You can spin it really fast, and then try to spin it with this great big circle. It takes a long time to make one circle. It's like, oh my God, that's really slow. If you make a little tiny circle with your fish, you can just go. That's the same with an engine. When you got a short stroke on the crank, it spins massive RPMs, and that's where you make your power. In a big, high cubic inch motor that's got a big, long stroke in it, this big, long stroke, they can't spin that high. You can't spin your arm. If you make a big circle, you can only go 1, 2, 3. When you spin it low, you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You know, when you're making a small circle, that's what's going on. And these people you try to explain it to them in simple terms like that. It's like, just like with the globe. I mean, you explain it in simple, very understandable terms, and it's like, just flies right over their head. Like, I think it's because they won't listen. I think it's because as soon as you try to introduce information that is in contrary to what they believe, their mind just, they start thinking about their next question instantly. They don't even listen to what you said. And then you ask them, what did I say? And they go, huh? What? Oh, you'll have to repeat that. I was changing my diaper. Something really weird, Instead of listening, I was changing my diaper. Oh, okay. I think that's one of the key things, is getting them to listen to every word and processing it critically. It just seems to be so hard for them. So hard.
Takes effort,
To me, it was interesting. It's like, oh wow, we got a new way to think about this. Wait a minute, let me run that by me one more time. Let's take a real good close look at this. What did you say is going on? And then you're like, oh wow, that does make sense. But when you're going, no, I was no, or no, what about this? And yeah, but. Bad case of the yabbits.
You know what I ask myself sometimes? Like why? I understand this is important information and I value it, right? But like, how does it change your life? Like, not that I'm devaluing it, but like, how does it?
What it's changed for me? It's what it's done for me is it's like all of a sudden you realize just how much you've been lied to, for one thing. And so it's like, okay, so why would I? So now I don't need to listen to these people. I can go ahead and take the information from maybe different sources, critically think about it. It gives you more clarity, gives you more confidence. It also gives you more confidence in what you do find out. So it does change your life. It does make a difference. And that was just two simple examples there. I could probably give you 20 examples as to how it actually does improve your life. And because it does.
It makes you believe less, right? In people. Not in a mean like you know what I mean, right? Like just
it makes you finally be able to believe in the truth, is what that is to me. I mean, it's simply that you're actually finding out some real truth at this point. And is that not valuable? I mean, since when is actual truth and actual facts about a situation, since when is that not the most valuable thing about it? Is to know the truth and the simple facts about it.
Makes you more aware,
What other value is there in information other than that? I mean, if you don't know the truth, then how can you make a judgment on it? You pass a judgment on something that's not true. You make you start feeling a certain way about something that's not even right. I mean, there's a lot of value in finding out the truth, trust me. I mean, it goes way deeper than you think. It gives you more confidence. It just, everything about it. To know the truth is very, very valuable to your life, to the way you feel, everything. Truth is great. It's great stuff, dude. It's almost like a new drug that Huey Lewis always is asking for. I want a new drug, one that don't. It's fucking truth, dude. That's what it is. You want to feel all those good things, man. Then start revealing truth. Start digging for truth.
It helps you empty your mind a little bit too,
If the dinosaur was pulled down from gravity, how did it create science? Oh shit, sorry. No. Navarre the shooting.
What?
They keep shooting and using hacks. I can't patch. There's too many stuff going on. Frozen. I'm frozen.
Good boy, are you hot micing or what? What's going on?
Sorry, my mic. Wait, I thought I had it muted. Sorry. I'm just playing a game.
What game are you playing?
I'm playing Factions.
Nice. I get a little bit jealous when I hear people play video games.
I swear, I don't know what happened. Like, I thought my mic and my headset was different.
Your mic is amazing, man. You sound incredibly good.
Thanks, man.
Kissing his ass now? How's your classes going?
Mine?
Yeah. Do you have them daily
Thanks
or
for-
like some days in a week?
Thanks for asking. Yeah, I have them daily, except Sundays.
Oh, okay, you're a busy man. No, that's good.
I have about 6 lessons daily only. Just, yeah.
And
My
what are-
job is super easy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What do you cover? Like kind of topics or
I have no topic. Yeah.
Is it like philosophy? What kind of things do you like usually discuss, or what do you teach them?
Oh man, it's like I just listen to them. I listen to so I start my conversations in a very, 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 very general way, like, hey, how's your day going and stuff. And people always like bring topics to the table, and I just like follow along. And through the process, I just like always, because I teach them, I teach English, but I don't really teach it. I just like, I mean, they learn English with me, but so I work their grammar as we are speaking, and but yeah, generally I have a very good relationship with them, and I don't prepare my lessons at all. Yeah.
All right.
Just listen.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Take it from start whatever like you feel like.
Very natural, very organic. Yeah, sometimes I wonder, like, why do they keep taking lessons with me, honestly? But time passes by really quick. And yeah, that's...
No, that's awesome, man. You're helping out people, learning, teaching them language and such, English.
Yeah, what do you do?
Have you
Do you
discussed
work?
with them about flat Earth yet?
No, not really. Not really.
Not ready yet?
No, I I tell everybody I want to, but I can't. But I do tell them like that I spend time on Discord, and they're like, "What's that?" I'm like, "Well,
Okay.
it's this platform and stuff," because a lot of people don't know about it. And interesting. Yeah.
Well, Discord
tell me.
started out as a gaming app, for people to talk to each other while they're all playing the same game. And it wasn't until a few years later that people started using it for like what they use it here. I think it's a great platform for, when you want to have 20 people in the room. When one guy speaks, they all hear and they all can comment back and forth. And that's pretty unique. It's a unique thing to offer people, I mean, it's like, when you're sitting here talking and you stop and think about it. Well, this guy's in England, this guy's in Australia, this guy's in Africa, this guy's in Japan, this guy's over here, and we're all like talking like we're all in the same room. And we are in the same room on Discord, but I mean, literally, it's almost like literally you're speaking to them like they're standing right next to you. And that is just an amazing feature that, when you can get together people all over the earth, all in one room together. I mean, 50 years ago, if you'd have told somebody that not too long here in the future, we're going to be able to talk to 50 different people all at the same time, all over the world, all at once. They probably wouldn't even understand what you're talking about. Well, how is that even possible?
And about a specific topics, right? You can just
yeah, and then you can pick your topic, and you can whatever, all kinds of options at that point for sure. or you can just have an open discussion about anything, and whoever's talking an interesting subject and other people want to involve themselves in the conversation and other people just listen, and it's a great feature Discord is. I mean, it's just it's a blessing for us, to be able to sit and compare observations, go outside and take a picture of the sun, and I can go outside and take a picture of the sun or the moon both at the same time, and then you look and compare your pictures, and then you go, wow, how can that be possible? And a lot of times you go, that's not possible on the globe. I mean, you're seeing it, I'm seeing it, but I'm supposed to be on the other side of the curve, on the other side of the earth, and so how am I seeing this moon? I mean, it's a very valuable tool in that way. Because I've actually done that several times. And sunrises and sunsets. I'll be sitting here and it's still light. Sun just barely went down, but there's still, twilight, or dusk rather. And somebody was snoring. Anyway, and my friend in Birmingham, England, says, well, the sun's coming up for me. And I'm like, and I'm looking straight northwest, and I have to turn around and look in the opposite direction to see where he lives. And I'm like, how does that make sense? What? The sun's going down in the west, and you're in the east behind me. And then we pulled up this map that shows you the exact location of the sun. It like moves it around over the top plane. And all of a sudden it made perfect sense. It's like, oh my gosh. Now I understand why it's getting light behind me when it's still light here in the west, which is the opposite direction as to where he's at. It's the first time it happened, we're like, wait a minute. How's this possible? But I'll be darned, we pulled up the map, and sure enough, because of the pathway of the sun on the flat earth, it made it perfectly possible. I mean, we knew it was possible because it was happening. In real time, I'm looking outside, it's still light here in the west, and he says, well, it's getting light here right now. Like, what? But when you look at the pathway of the sun, and all of a sudden it went, well, all right, I can see how that's working. But on the heliocentric model, on the globe model, it didn't work at all. It's like that would be on the other side. But see how it never does do that, never does go on the other side. It stays above the plane at all times. And it makes for these awesome observations that are just the only way they can happen is on a flat plane. I mean, that is just like, wow. Just more confirmation. More evidence that I know for a fact we don't live on a ball. We did. There's no way that he would be getting sunlight.
We got another guy with a hijack account posting in Discord invites for free Nidos in all channels. I don't know who can handle that.
You say there's someone new here? Is that what you said?
No.
Oh.
It's a hijacked account. It's posting Discord and Nitro invites, phishing links in in all the other channels. Yeah.
You're coming in so low, I can barely hear you. But
Oh, sorry. I kind of whispering.
You're
I'll just
fine,
turn
yeah?
you up. I just turned you up. It's probably good now.
All right, good. Yeah, I think it got handled.
I mean, I don't know how many of you guys have done that, what I just said, where, you've got somebody that in the globe model would appear that there's no way they should be getting sunlight or sunrise in a location from the location where I'm seeing a sunset. And, but yet it's happening. They're telling me no, in fact, he gets his camera out, takes a picture, then posts it. The picture was taken 30 seconds ago, so I know he's telling me the truth. And I'm looking at the sunlight, and I'm going, how is this working? And the only way it works is on a flat Earth.
He's on the West Coast, and you're in the.
He was in England, and I was in Utah.
And you were in Utah, and he was in England.
Yep.
So he's ahead of you in time, in
Yeah.
theory. I mean.
But I'm seeing the sun just barely set here. It's like, and I'm looking to the west. So in order to see his location, I have to turn around and look in the opposite direction. He's behind me. I'm looking west. He's in the straight east of me.
Yeah.
And the sun just went down in the west.
On the west?
Yeah, northwest.
Okay. No, how is that possible? What do you mean on the west? Doesn't the sun comes from the... Wait.
Well, the sun always sets in the west for everybody, doesn't it? Either the southwest or the northwest.
Yeah,
Or
okay, yeah.
directly west. That's completely normal, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it always comes up in the east, either in the northeast or the southeast, right? For everyone.
Right.
But when I'm looking in the westerly direction, and he's in the east behind me, and I'm looking in west in front of me and seeing the sunlight, and he's also seeing it, and he's behind me.
At the same time? Rising, the sunrise?
Yep. And when you look at the flat Earth model, there's a model that shows the pathway of the sun as it rotates over the top of us. It shows the location, and it also shows the area that's being lit up by the sun. And it shows me in the area where the sun's just barely still hitting me, and then it's just barely starting to hit him. And the location of that sun is, well, from my location, it would be northwest.
Check out that thing I put in the voice chat, God Rockin'.
Wow. Crystals and...
Yeah, that's what I wanted you to see. Trip, huh?
Yeah. And look at the opening and whether that's the mouth or whatever that is. It looks like it's absorbing rays from the crystal, like they look like antennas or something.
Those are two mountain goats or whatever they're called from Switzerland.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, it looks like one image too, though.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm talking about two separate images, and it looks like the crystals are like those. The head and the jaw of those look like they could be waves.
Yeah.
Frequency waves coming from the crystals on both.
Yeah, it does, huh?
Yeah.
Trip, huh? You guys talking about the last picture, the sun?
No, it's the one with the police badge. what he's getting at is it's just odd that they would have a badge that's got crystals and it's got, you know what I mean, things that are, kind of a mystical type substance. Silica and crystals. I mean, a lot of people believe they have healing powers, and they, you know, without crystals, you wouldn't be able to send or receive radio frequencies. That's how they're produced, is by crystals.
The shape of the shield, it's very funky, very weird. Like with looks like a dog. The shape, the outer line.
Yeah, it does, like a dog's face. Yeah.
So, hey,
excuse me.
no, I've been noticing that the elite, they always have a 65 or a FE or a FE backwards in all their stuff. So if you think about like the trouble they went to make you think it's a globe, they encode flat Earth or the number 65 because that's FE, and a lot of stuff that they've been doing. I've been noticing they've been doing it for a while too. Like if you just read this backwards, it's FEW. You know,
flat Earth world.
You know, they're like mocking. It's their mockery. You know.
Yeah, you're right about all that for sure.
Yeah.
It's like their little secret communication that they have amongst themselves. They all understand what that means.
Oh, yeah.
And then so they're all like laughing behind our backs, like, ha ha ha.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we know what's going on, and we're putting it right in front of their face. And they're still blind as a bat.
Yeah.
For someone to take the time to design a badge or an emblem or anything that communicates that scenario, it's facetious, it's condescending, it's all of those things, and even worse things than that. To do something like that behind everyone's back, it's like developing this little secret little message and this little, like, you know what I mean? Who does stuff like that? You know what I mean?
It's a lot of work. A lot of work doing that. I mean, these people are putting a lot of effort to it, I think.
Yeah. They probably put way more effort into making people think it's a globe, though.
Yeah.
Think about how much time and effort and money went into that. How many years, dude? God, how much forethought and a lot, bro. More than we could even imagine, you know?
Yeah. The programming, added up. You add it all up into one lump sum, and it's just like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
They have really put a major effort out to do that.
And then plus think about all the times their plans didn't go as followed, and they had to go to plan B or plan C, which was just like eliminate everything real quick, you know?
Yeah.
Probably a lot, dude. A lot more than we know, you know?
Oh, for sure. And this stuff doesn't happen by coincidence.
I know.
No, I'm not a coincidence theorist. I'm telling you what, that's not a coincidence. That that's just all by accident. That our image is giving you this little secret coded message. No, that is not coincidental. I don't care what anybody says. That shit's all on purpose.
I know. You hear about they're having a meeting, a World Economic meeting or whatever in LA today?
I did hear about that. I'm not quite sure what it's about, but I did hear some stuff. Now I have to think about what they said. This World Economic Forum, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. They're having, like, it was weird. They just all of a sudden did it. They said they haven't had one there since, I think, 97 or something like that. It's been a while.
it's just crazy how so few people or so small groups of corporations or whatever can have such a devastating effect
I know.
on our economics by their decisions that they make. You know what I mean? It affects literally millions upon millions of people, and they just take it upon themselves to implement these, whatever you want to call them, orders or these ideas on how they want things to go down. And yeah.
You know how everybody thinks lately because of everything that's happened that they're trying to take away our you-know-whats?
Yeah.
That's got everybody sidetracked because really, if you think about it, nobody's going to give that up. And they got plenty of those cheap 3D printer things. You could just buy those and get them. So that's not the thing. That's to distract us for them to go and put in the infrastructure in the hospitals, buildings, courthouses, police stations, prisons, where you hear about people escaping lately. And of course, in the schools, putting in their infrastructure. That's what it's about. Because otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to put the infrastructure in. They're going to act like they're trying to do away with the Second Amendment, but then they're going to be like, okay, we'll compromise then. We're going to, you know what I mean? We'll put these things on all these buildings, the rest of our infrastructure. You know what I mean? Infrastructure, I mean security measures, where you can't pass, some of them are called man traps or in certain things like this, but it'd all be digital. And it'd all have more hardware on it than seems necessary, like a bunch of redundant things. But because they're going to, all this stuff, even the LED lights that they added 10 years ago, it all had built-in technology that was to be used in the future, to add certain things to it, you know?
Yeah, it's almost as if they've had this stuff planned for a long time now.
You think so, huh?
It definitely has that footprint to it, doesn't it?
Yeah. I don't think they're just winging it, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I don't think so either.
Right? They're all rolling the dice and shit.
No, I don't think so.
Right?
All very methodically thought out.
Yeah. It almost seems like the more extravagant and outlandish it is, the more they like to do it. Because if you think about it, if you had all the money in the world, or if you knew every time you sat down to play poker, you knew you were going to win every single hand, right? And everybody else knew they were going to lose. It wouldn't be fun for very long. You know what I mean? You start wanting to lose a hand, you know?
Yeah, I don't know if that would make me want to start losing a hand because you're so used to winning all the time that I don't know.
Yeah, but what would be the point of it? There would be no fun. There would be nothing about it. You know, it'd be
well, I know, but they're probably getting fun out of it in a different way. Ha ha ha! Look at the bullshit we just got away with.
Oh yeah, for sure. But that's what I'm saying is the more risky, the more outlandish. You know?
Yeah. Of
getting caught or getting found out. You know.
And they wouldn't even care though if they did, because it would be they probably do get caught every time.
Yeah, probably, dude.
But what do people do about it?
Right. Nothing.
Yeah.
What's up, Miggy?
What's going on, guys?
What up? How you doing?
I doing well, man. What you guys doing? What's the ball?
Your phone's roboting.
He said, "What's the topic?"
Oh.
What's going on?
Robot language.
What's going on is I think we're trying to figure out what's going on in the world today, and what do you think our chances are?
high, depending on the very, very well.
Overall.
Chances as we or as for each individual?
We.
None.
Yeah, there you go.
Chances for
no, because I don't know.
To do any
I
change.
don't mean to be negative.
I mean, of course we can.
Yeah.
Can do it.
I mean, because by the time we do get anything part of it figured out, it's too late. It's been implemented. They're on to the next. By the time we've even got half of it identified as what's really truly going on, and it's like, well, that was so last year, bro. I mean,
I get carried away with that a lot. But then again, like for example, when you think in terms of like personal success, I battle a lot with that. Like personal success is possible, right?
Sure. Well, I think we've all had that, a lot of that. We've all learned truths that we didn't know about. We've all, come to figured out what's, that there's something else, behind, this or that. And so, yeah, there's a lot of us on an individual basis sure has definitely figured out and have basically had some success. But when you try to talk to the masses about this kind of stuff, it's like talking to the wall. It doesn't have any effect. There's so few people that deeply care about the truth and deeply care about why certain things are happening and whether they should be or shouldn't be, and why does there have to be so much suffering or this or that or whatever. So few people have got that mindset to where their eyes are open and looking for an answer all the time. Well, when you get involved in the flat earth, it opens your eyes to where we're looking for all of the fallacies and all of the inconsistencies, and we're finding one after another. But the masses are not doing that. For whatever reason, they just don't care. Or they don't care enough. And if they ever do care, when it gets to the point to where they've been duped and it's something terrible is going down because of it, it's like, oh, and I missed the boat on that one, didn't I? I mean, I just don't get it, because, yeah. I mean, I know we're talking in general, terms and all that, but still, right, there's just not that many people that care enough about the truth actually being adhered to or being spread throughout the communities and the world at large. I mean, not that many people care that. I mean, you'll ask them, well, don't you care? Well, sure. Every one of them will say, yeah, of course I want there to be nothing but truth. I don't want to be lied to. I don't want to be deceived and this and that. But it's still happening. It's happening at even more rampant rate than it was 10 years ago. So how many people do really care? I mean, what, a handful? By comparison to who doesn't care about truth getting out to everyone, understanding what's really going on, who did what and why, and people just don't. They say they care, but I don't see them acting like it. It's like saying you can make your mouth say anything.
How does that affect you personally? Like in your life?
Just a minute.
He started cooking. Are you cooking?
You have to be a little bit more specific than that. What do you mean? How does it affect my life? What does what affect my life?
Like the fact that everybody is like, for example, what's the word? Evading, is that the word? Reality or?
Well,
Or
I
the
don't
fact
know
that most people, yeah, like.
That's
on a
just
sort
it.
of
You
trance or
don't
whatever.
find many people debating properly. That's the problem.
Sure.
I mean,
Yeah.
if they were to debate under some serious debate rules, like you can't present fallacies or unverifiable truth to a debate. In fact, you can't even open your mouth if you say one little thing about something as part of your evidence or your support for what you're debating, but it's not something that can be validated. It's not been verified, and so you shouldn't even open your mouth about it. And so these debates these days are people are just blurting out all this complete fucking horseshit because they haven't validated these things to be a fact when in their mind they think they are. They think, oh, we've proven the earth is a globe. When in reality, have they researched that? Have they actually dug in deep to see when it was verified, by whom, and when? Because if they had, they certainly wouldn't bring it up in a debate, because you can't use use fallacies and, false information, unverified information in a real debate. You can't use it. The moderator should whoop, stop. No, you can't use that. This is why. Validated it. There's no evidence for it. It's not a proof. So if you say it one more time, you automatically lose the debate. You forfeit. I mean, there should be much more stricter rules to this flat earth debate, because all they do is bring forth information that has not been validated, stuff that they believe to be true, and they've done absolutely no research. I mean, if you're going to be if I'm going to debate somebody on a subject, what am I going to do? I'm going to go study that subject to the best that I can. I'm going to find everything I can about that subject. Then I'm going to go to the debate. Then I'm going to go prepared so that I can at least have something to present that's factual, that's verifiable. But none of them do that. They think everything they read in the books, been told in school, that's already been done. And that's where everybody's been hoodwinked and tricked, because they think that because it was taught to them in school, that it's obviously the truth. When you dig into it, it's far from it. So as far as debates go and all that kind of stuff, that's how I feel about debates, is that they should be moderated by someone that is intelligent enough to recognize these fallacies and these things they try to present as truth when they're not. You can't debate with a lie. You can't debate with something that hasn't been verified. You can't say, well, this is why, blah, blah, blah. No, that is not why, because that's nothing but a bunch of, unverified bullshit. But that's all they want to present. So as far as the debates go, I think they're so muddled up. Nobody debates, nobody moderates them properly, stops them from, using fallacies. And maybe the moderator's not that intelligent. I mean, you're going to have someone that's aware of all these things. And so to have someone moderate, especially a flat earth debate, I think the moderators are not aware of in fact, they're probably on their side thinking that when they spout this stuff out, that it's true, because, well, that's what I was taught, and it must be true. So we have a problem right from the start, because we got a moderator that's educated with the same thing that we all were, but they haven't moved on and done any research to determine whether or not that information is verifiable. So there's a problem right from the gate. I mean, you've got to have a brilliant moderator that knows things, whether they're true or been validated, and those are let alone as modern, those just as individuals and people, those are far and few apart to find. Far and few to find a person that can recognize all the fallacies, especially in like a semi-scientific debate like the globe Earth probably would maybe be considered. That moderator is probably not educated on that level to recognize all of those fallacies and the untruths that they spout off as truth. And so they just let them present it. I mean, as soon as one little hint of a word falls out of someone's mouth in a debate that it's not factual, it should not be able to be presented. And to have someone smart enough to recognize all that as you're going along, it's probably not going to be easy to find someone to do that. I mean, who do you know that could moderate a flat Earth debate and recognize all fallacies and stuff that's not factual when they present stuff about gravity or this or that like it's truth? Who do you know that could recognize this stuff right off the bat and say, stop, you can't use that because it's not been validated, it's only an idea, it's a concept, it's just, there's no concreteness to it, so it's unusable.
Out there in the world, you mean? Or in the server?
Who's this Jonathan saying I'm on a rant about kids these days? No, I'm not about kids. This is about older people that should know all these things, like a moderator, educated people that have been to school and have college degrees. They still can't recognize something when it's not true. They don't have the scientific background to be a flat Earth debate moderator because they let them present hogwash. This has nothing to do with kids. You're confused, Jonathan, my friend. Sorry. And since when would you use a kid? For a moderator? Or when would you use a kid as a debater? Unless you're doing a high school debate, and that's all they have, is high school debaters against high school debaters. If you're going to have a real debate, you're going to have a real qualified individual, who supposedly is, and then you're going to have someone that is probably as smart or smarter than him to moderate. Otherwise, he's going to get away with presenting a bunch of hogwash. Thank you, Quetzalcoatl. The feathered serpent god. I think it's who that is.
Yeah, Quetzal.
No, you're good, Jonathan. I'm not. You don't have to apologize for me. It's all good, bro.
It's the serpent.
What'd you say?
No, I was just explaining the words.
Yeah, what is it?
Quetzal is the bird representation of the sky, and the Coat is the serpent representation of the earth.
Isn't it something like that? I want to say the Americas and the Native Americans were
Mesoamericans,
yeah, Mesoamericans was someone that they revered as a god or referred to God as in that way, using that word Quetzalcoatl or whatever it is, the feathered serpent or whatever he's called. Yeah.
It's, the Aztec civilization looked up to him, amongst others as well.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the first place I heard mention of it was when I was studying the Mesoamericans and the whatever the people that lived in the Americas, native people, supposed native.
Yeah. Quetzal is actually a symbolic bird for them, Mexicans, nowadays, in modern times.
Right.
But yeah. It's an endangered species as well.
I remember reading something where there was coming from the some Mesoamerican Indian or whatever it was source, that the teachings or the book I read was talking about, they actually believed that this serpent god, this feathered serpent, actually walked and talked with these people. I remember reading something about that's what they claimed in their in the writings, that it was someone that they were actually visited by.
Yeah, he could take different shapes of form, basically, and speak to the
right. Yeah,
when he was down on Earth, according to the story. Let's see.
It's late. I hear someone snoring.
It sounds like Darth Vader.
It's probably pretty close to Darth Vader.
Darth Vader, God.
Isn't there one of those pyramids that when the sun sets, it shows a serpent that's looks like it's crawling or something as the sun sets over it? And does it have something to do with Quetzalcoatl? I can't remember. I thought maybe somehow there was tying that the belief or the scenario about Quetzalcoatl to that one pyramid where it showed a serpent that was the steps as the sun went down or rise. I think it's when the sun went down. It made it look like a serpent that was actually like crawling down the stairs or whatever. Kind of a cool effect. Whoever built that was highly skilled. That was a magical thing to be able to build into a stairway or stair going up a pyramid. That when the sun set, the sides of the pyramid looked like serpents crawling down the pyramid. Now, that's pretty. That's pretty cool. I mean, they actually built a pyramid that does that, which I've heard it does. Then, wow. I mean, that would take some time to figure out how to make that happen with just the sunset. That's I don't know what kind of technology you would call that, but that certainly would take some effort, maybe some trial and effort, building this thing and watching the sunset and seeing what it does, and then building a little more. I don't know. I've tried to figure that out myself, and I couldn't figure out how that would
turn mercury into gold as well, I believe.
Yeah, that is possible. I guess that's possible too. It's what's the density on? Is it? It's pretty close to the density of gold, isn't it? Or is it? I don't think globe doesn't float on Mercury, does it? Do you know?
Not sure about that, no. But I did find a large pool of mercury in the one of the temples of Aztec temples. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about
that. They had plenty of gold around as well, treasures. So, interesting.
Right.
They had to be doing something with the mercury.
Yeah.
As they found out.
Yeah.
But all in all, very interesting. Yeah, very interesting indeed.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Some of it are questionable, of course, but some type of technology has been used at that time as well.
Yeah, they're using it today too, as well. Mercury is being used as, I think, if I'm not right, you can spin mercury on like a kind of like a it causes weightlessness. Let's put it that. Not weightlessness, but it causes stuff to
bounce off it.
The spinning of mercury, it does something when you spin it at high speed. Have you heard about that?
Yeah. With the what do you call them? The light. Sorry, I forgot the name. Lighthouses. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had those inside there as well, up on the top.
Right.
Yeah.
A lot of people think that Mercury's involved in the UFO phenomenon. It's Mercury's inside and it spins and causes weightlessness and all this. At least that's a concept I've heard. I don't believe a word of it, but it was mentioned. I don't know if you heard that. Have you heard that before?
Sorry, I got a message from Phil.
That's okay.
Can you repeat what he said?
Yeah, have you heard about Mercury being used in the UFO phenomenon for causing weightlessness and how they can fly or whatever? The spinning of Mercury inside or like around the UFO, inside of it like a circle, and it spins and causes it to have weightlessness.
Alongside with electromagnetism, yeah.
Yeah.
I believe, yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Well, I don't know if they exist, but the concept models of it that they built.
Yeah.
They rotate in two different directionals, like spinning directionals, opposite directions, basically.
Right.
Inside there's the Mercury spinning as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it is very interesting. And how, whether it actually exists the way they say, like you just said, I have no idea. But it does exhibit some attributes to be able to do that. It does, when you spin it, it does do some strange things. I mean, it does get, I've seen some demonstrations that kind of make you go, when Mercury's involved.
Indeed. And yet they have been defaming the very thing about Mercury being, poisonous and such, scaring people off using it as well.
Yeah.
In other means as well. Yeah. Interesting element.
Sorry, I don't know if you said so. I should have said something. I had to walk outside for a second, but anyway, I'm back.
No, not at all. I was quiet. Wasn't saying anything.
I got a new neighbor. I just met her today for the first time. So
Nice.
Did you bring over some sugar?
No. No, I guess I suppose I should bring her a plate of cookies or something, I guess, huh?
Yeah, that would be nice. A friendly token.
Sure. What's this post somebody put up here? It says, I no longer believe Gloria Esteban. Thanks. What don't you believe about her? That's funny.
Which chat? I don't see it.
It's a post. It's the last post in the live stream. 4:51 after the hour.
Oh, sorry. I
mean, I no longer believe Gloria Esteban. Thanks. Okay. You're entitled to that. Sure. I don't know what there is to believe about her. I mean, what? You don't believe she exists? You don't believe she's isn't she some kind of a singer or something? A performer of some kind? I'm not sure. I don't follow the Hollywood thing too well. I know very few Hollywood personalities other than maybe seeing their face and going, I think that's so-and-so. I think that's maybe this actor or that actor or this singer or that singer. I mean, I don't follow that stuff very closely at all.
I had no clue who that was. I just looked her up.
You don't know who Gloria Esteban is? I think she's a singer, I think.
Yeah, I just looked her up. She doesn't come across familiar in the European.
Oh, I see.
I would say, yeah, that's why.
I see. Yeah, that makes sense. The entertainment industry is a very strange industry to me. I mean, it's like, I'm not sure if it's true, but they sure do talk about selling your soul in order to get fame and whatever else. But I don't know if that's true. It's a rumor I've heard many times. But I don't know if I believe in any of their hogwash anymore, to be honest with you.
Well, some of the lyrics has been talking about, these kind of things. Souls and such. So I don't know. Like at music festivals with the fans being like around teenagers and whatnot. So
right. Very impressionable.
Yeah, so some artists seems to be doing that type of work, I would say. Promoting that stuff.
Yes.
Through their lyrics. Yeah. I don't know. The industry is very questionable in how no one seems to be batting an eye against that type of stuff, I would say. It's preposterous in my view.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know where this world is going. It's taking a very interesting turn.
Yeah, I don't think anybody knows at this point, to be honest with you. At least people in positions like you and I are in. I mean, how would we ever know? Really. I mean, who's really pulling the strings? I have no idea. I don't think it's anybody that we see on TV. I can put it to you that way. I don't think that we are allowed to know who the controllers are. I don't think that we are on a level to where we are gifted with that information. I don't think they want us to know. that's about all I can say about the whole thing. Is I think it's all scripted. I think that none of them that you see on TV have, and then none of anything you hear is something that came from their mouths. It was something they were handed. This is what you're going to say, and that's what they say. Scripted, and it's got some sort of agenda behind it. This is my take on it, on what's going on. I don't know if I'm right, but I just don't think that we are allowed to know who's really behind any of it. I know where you follow the money, and I know where it points.
Yeah. Yeah, some traces are traceable, of course. But yeah, depends on where we are in life. Yeah, how far we can reach to certain people or know about more people about certain people. I think some people might know. Depends, like how close they are to that level.
Right.
It goes all the way up, basically. Again, I don't think we need to know exactly who they are. We do know they exist because of how the world is being operated in this realm, at least.
Yeah, I don't think we necessarily need to know either. I mean, it's obvious that what they have in mind for us is not beneficial to us, and I think knowing who they are, I'm not so sure that would change anything.
Yeah, I mean, the closest we got are the elite families.
Yeah,
and we pretty much know what they're doing or how they, work together, basically. All we can do is work against them in different ways, I guess. Spreading awareness, sharing information, waking people up, I would say.
Yeah.
As little as we can do. And,
right.
As much
I
as we
agree.
can do.
But this doesn't seem to be much.
It's a slow pace, I would say. Yeah. Definitely. But they are surely getting scared, though. Something is going on, for sure.
Something's brewing, huh?
Yeah, for sure. They're trying to step up the game with censorship and all that, so amongst other tools they're using. It might take a turn. I still believe there's hope.
I suppose
for humanity. For the humanity here.
This carbon footprint thing makes no sense at all, because this Earth needs carbon to function. It's part of the dynamic system that the carbon is there. It's part of the system. Without it, the system would not function properly. So wanting to reduce the carbon footprint sounds like to me like changing the environment and to a non-survivable environment. You can't get rid of the carbon and expect to live. Can't. Makes no sense.
Well, who's made of carbon and who leaves footprints?
Well, I don't know. You tell me. I don't understand the whole thing. It's just they want to reduce the carbon footprint, and to me that makes no sense. It's part of an essential part of the way this world functions. That's all I know.
We're made of carbon. We're carbon-based life forms. And we're the only creature on Earth that leaves a footprint.
Exactly. So you want to reduce the carbon footprint? What does that mean in a nutshell? Reduce human population, right? Or is that not right?
Well, clearly something is going on. They might want to reduce the scale, I would say, of the this realm, I would say, to a more controllable environment. If that's their goal with the carbon. I mean, if you look in the past history, like with the signs of big trees, these giant trees, clearly something happened during that time.
Yeah.
There are signs of that left behind. So, yeah, something is up.
Was that you, Larry, that said that?
No.
No,
Just now?
No, not just now. Just before. He said something about the carbon.
That was Larry, yeah.
Yeah. Well, tell me what you think the carbon footprint is, Larry. What is it? Help me with that. Give me some understanding of what that means.
Am I robot?
Huh?
A little bit.
Am I roboting? Give me a second. I'll be right.
All right.
You're fine.
No, he's
going to reset. He'll be right back.
Also, in a certain part of the world, people like farmers are clearly able to be growing those giant ass vegetables or fruits. If you have seen anything of that.
Which fruits?
Like, I don't know, different types of vegetables, fruits. Like, people showing pictures of humongous giant sizes of them.
Mm-hmm.
And they're only in a certain part of the world can grow them. I believe it's the northern hemisphere. Not sure.
I haven't seen anything of that.
You haven't seen like people growing like out of size vegetables, like fruits, like out of the ordinary.
In history, lately,
modern times. I'm talking about.
Beating world records, but nothing on the news or anything like that. haven't seen anything. Haven't seen it on the news. What are you talking about?
What news?
Mic check.
Internet is your news.
I don't know.
We got you, Larry. We're good.
I only watch the news. That's all I watch.
Mainstream news is no go anymore.
Okay, we're ready there.
So you were asking about the giant vegetables. They grow them in a hyperbaric chamber. Instead of filling it with oxygen, you fill it with carbon dioxide, CO2, and that's what the plants use. Yeah, that's what they use to grow. Also, they use sunlight, right? So if you take a big magnifying glass out of the original flat screen TVs, the box projector kind from the early 90s, if you take that magnifying glass out and you magnify the sunlight but keep it out of phase so it doesn't burn a hole in the plant, so you're magnifying it slightly but you're not going like all the way to burn ant mode, right?
Yeah.
And if you do that too at the same time, you produce like massive fucking vegetables.
Yeah.
Back to the original carbon footprint thing. Like, if you think about it, like most life forms have carbon in them, right? Because they suck the carbon out of the sky or out of the ground. So this is an anti-life campaign, this global warming. Because I'll be the first to tell you, as someone who, my family has been affected by cancer. Like, I lost my great grandmother. She had cancer. My grandmother had a tumor in her head. My other grandmother died of cancer. My son had leukemia when he was 2. Like, as someone who's been affected that much, I'm the first to say, yeah, let's keep the water clean, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep the food clean as possible, right? But this whole global warming thing, it's like, let's ignore like everything else except for the fact that there's too many people, and that's the only cause. It's like, well, maybe it was the fact that we were using like, what was it called? Some of you older gentlemen might remember, DMT, DOT. Back in the 60s, we sprayed it on the crops. What was it called?
Roundups.
Well, that's something we're still using.
Yeah, still using it.
Yeah.
Amongst them.
But yeah,
amongst
there used to be this other thing that we would use, and I can't remember what it was called. Anyway, at the same time we stopped.
DDT?
Yeah, DDT, that's it.
Deep. Wasn't that the same shit? Whatever.
Did they spray that on kids as well?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. Deep did it, yeah.
Yeah. And when we stopped using that, that's when the whole polio numbers went down. Right? And at the same time we stopped using that. So, I mean, I guess you could say correlation if you like, but maybe it was something else that did it. Maybe it was, you know, our Lord and Savior, Big Pharma. So, yeah, I think that it all relates back down to, you know, just destroying the population, because your everyday person, they're not dumping needles in the lake, right? That's something that Big Pharma does. Your everyday person doesn't have like massive oil spills in the Gulf of Mexico that get swept under the rug and, you know, covered up and then fixed eventually, and then dump massive amounts of detergent, right? That was BP, right? That was a, you know, a corporation or a dead entity, right?
Yeah. Now this thing going on with the sun cloud coverage, man-made thing, trying to, yeah, that will probably have effect on the, especially on the farmers, I would say, growing stuff. But yeah, the way we grow our food and such, if they try to block the sun, you know, certain individual is very interested in having that type of agenda going on. Crazy world we live in.
Surprising we're still alive, man.
Yeah. It's not that easy to kill us off, you know?
Yeah, what's up with that, right?
It takes a lot of effort.
Right. Is that what?
Yeah. Healthy lifestyle, clean food, clean water. Yeah. Avoid the unnecessary stuff. Especially from pharma. You should be fine.
How do you get clean water?
Out of a natural spring?
Yeah, but some spring waters can get contaminated though. You have to, like, you know, analyze the water, see if it's really clean or not.
Do you know anything about, for example, how do you call this thing? This machine that evaporates the water and it kind of, what is it called? What is that process called?
Condenser?
Condenser?
I forgot.
So you're either talking about distillation or pulling the water out of the air?
Distillation.
Yeah, that might be it.
I've been thinking about buying one of those. The only thing that is stopping me from buying one of those distillation machines, it's It's the fact that there's so many varieties to choose from that I don't know which one to buy. But seems like a good alternative. I'm not really convinced yet that the tap water is like really bad yet. I don't know.
That was DDT, Larry. Farmer, put away DDT.
Yeah, we figured it out.
I don't care about spots on my apples. Give me the birds and the bees. Y'all go ahead.
Birds and the bees and the worms and then
I use a water distiller every day.
Oh yeah?
I've got one. It's from H2O Labs. I don't know. You'd probably find one closer in Europe, but it does 1 gallon in about 6 hours. So
no way.
Yeah.
It
takes 6 hours to do 1 gallon.
What's your experience? What's the name of it?
H2O Labs, LABS, is
name of the company,
I
right?
use. Yeah.
Nice. What's your experience so far?
I've been using it for over a year and doing a couple gallons a day, and just try to keep the calcium that builds up. It's the stuff your body can't use and would have to get rid of. So it's distilled water is probably the best thing you can do for yourself. You get lots of minerals other places. The water and the minerals in the water probably aren't usable anyway. So you're not doing any damage to yourself. And it tastes better. You don't get, if you make coffee with it, you don't dirty up your coffee maker. You get that calcium buildup in a coffee maker.
Oh yeah, that's right. I get that all the time.
So if you make your coffee with that, you don't have to clean the coffee maker. You just clean your 1 gallon pot, 4 liters.
What is the first thing that you notice after doing it for some time?
Well, I've noticed I'm not buying distilled water to use. As far as health, I don't know. It's a very subtle.
Very subtle.
Yeah, it's very subtle. I don't think you're going to notice a lot. If you're prone to something like kidney stones or something like that, if that's in your family, you're going to probably prevent that. Might help with hardening of the arteries. The water's a lot easier for your body to process. It doesn't have to get rid of things. Yeah, it'll absorb quicker. Get into your blood. Help separate your platelets so they're not sticking and clumping together. So yeah, doing blood tests would be a real good way to do that. If you've got a naturopath or somebody that can take a look at your blood before and after, that would be an interesting little experiment. But yeah, I probably saved a few $100s in not buying water and making my own. Kids love it. Have a hard time keeping up with how much they like to drink it. So
I want to say this about distilled water. So a lot of people have gotten like really healthy from doing like the all vegetable diet, right? Or some people like fruitarians have gotten really healthy. But if you look at these vegan, vegetarians, fruitarians, they all look slightly frail. It's just my opinion. So I think the distilled water in the fruit, in the vegetables, is what's given these people these health benefits. But I think at the same time, hydrogen likes to bond with everything. It's just a slut that way. And I think when you got like H2O, which is like pure water, we call it starved water. And we call it starved water because it's starved of everything else that you naturally find in water. So I would say that if you're drinking distilled water, you can get like a really good high quality salt, like Celtic salt. And Celtic salt is really good because it's from a Dead Sea that doesn't have plastic in it. So if you get some high quality sea salt, because in World War II, when the soldiers would be injured and they needed a blood transfusion, they would use salt water because salt water has like everything but 2 things that you need in your body to replace the blood. And it sounds crazy, but you need the blood pressure, right? But you need that to save the life immediately. But you also need all the, things that you naturally need in your body, right? So, for example, a lot of people are iodine deficient. A lot of people that take like high amounts intake of sugar, they're the vitamin B6 deficient. And a lot of people that, eat lots of carbs but don't ever get like a whole lot of fruit and they smoke cigarettes, they're vitamin C deficient. And then people with like not a whole lot of sunlight, there's a whole bunch of stuff that they're deficient in. So if you switch to distilled water, I would up the salt intake or quality, sorry, not the intake, up the salt quality to make sure that you're getting all the nutrients that your body needs. Because if you really look at fruitarians, don't they look frail to you? Don't they look like they're missing something? I mean, it's just my opinion.
Leonard, I posted PDF lab test result. You can see what types of things they usually filter out. That might be in the tap water.
Oh no, man! I don't.
As well. If you're interested to know.
Yeah, before I open the file, I'd rather drink tap water than don't drink any water at all. But I need to make a change, I think. Let's see. Download.
Well, I don't know what country you're in, but in America, they put fluoride in the water. And there was a Harvard study, I think, that was released within the last decade that shows that fluoride in the water lowers the IQ of children.
Yeah. With children. Nice list. How do you pronounce your name? Wait, hold on. I'm going to try to pronounce your name. Quetzalcoatl? No.
You can just say Quetzal.
Quetzal?
Quetzal, yeah.
I like that.
Quetzal, if you want to pronounce it correctly, it's Quetzalcoatl.
Quetzalcoatl?
Coatl, yeah.
Quant.
You can just say Quetzal. It's fine. Yeah, what you were saying. What do you want to say?
Yeah, the PDF file, man. Like, what is this? What is this, man? This is a long list of we have fluoride, heavy metals, long list. This is performance data of
arsenic, barium,
filtrated
beryllium, cadmium, chromium, cobalt, copper, germanium, iron, lead, lithium, manganese, mercury, inorganic, silver, yeah, all the known.
It says clearly filtrated water, pitcher, and filter.
Yeah, this is one example of a certain product that can, filter these things out at a high rate, basically. But just to give an example of the type of things that can be in the water, basically, to show.
So the thing about filtering is you're taking like particles out of the water that don't belong there. And the thing about distillation is you're taking the water out of the particles. So if you think about it, it makes much more sense to boil it unless you have like a gas spill, like if there's gasoline in your water and you boil it, the gasoline's going to boil too, and it's going to end up in your final product. But as long as you don't have like some sort of spill in your water of something with a low boiling temperature, you're going to end up with 0 parts per million water. So they have these parts per million tester online. They're really cheap, like 15, 20 bucks. And they're very accurate because when I measure like my tap water, it's like 230, 250 parts per million, not water. But when I measure distilled water, it's like 0 parts per million. So once I start making colloidal silver, then it goes up to like 10 parts per million and then 20 parts per million. And when it's at 20 parts per million, you can actually like kind of see the silver in the water because silver is what they use to make mirrors to reflect, because it's such a shiny metal when it's perfectly smooth. And yeah, you can see the 20 parts per million in the water. So you can kind of tell that the part per million tester, it's pretty accurate.
Amazing.
Yeah. So if you get a good one, you can tell the difference from the quality when you drink the filtered one versus the tap water. Yeah.
So the thing about tap water is when someone takes a medicine and they pee it out, like the medicine never leaves the water. They can't filter it out because it's liquid, like urine, right? So it goes through like, 15 months worth of circulation and processing, and every single person in that town that's taking Xanax, they're peeing it into the water. So you're getting like whatever they're taking.
I'm checking
I distill my well water, and it's probably some of the cleanest water to start with. So you'd be surprised how much ugly stuff ends up in the bottom of your distiller after you're done. I just pretty much have white rocks. Sometimes there's a little red in it, like iron, but mostly it's kind of an off-white powder.
Like
Yeah, I just want to, help keep my joints healthy and not have a buildup of hard rocks in my organs. Is what I'm after.
Then you should take boron and K2.
Yeah, I've got a box of boron or borax that I'm just kind of I'm scared to take it. I think it's like soap. But
no, borax. I'm talking about the mineral boron.
Yeah,
Borax is a complex of borons, and some people take it. I have a bunch, and it has its benefit. Apparently, I haven't really verified it myself, but I know for a fact that boron, the nutrient mineral itself, it has been. I used to have knee pain, and for years, and taking boron and vitamin D and glucosamine, it went away like after 2 months.
Yeah, I've been doing pretty good with that. I've been taking the glucosamine and lots of mineral supplements. K2 specifically, no, I take that. Maybe that's part of the complex with the D3.
Yeah, the boron, the vitamin D, those are cofactors. Calcium, magnesium, they work together. And if you don't have enough K2 in your blood, the calcium gets stored in the arteries and it starts blocking stuff. Boron and K2 is what makes your body process calcium better.
That's right. That's absolutely correct. So have you ever seen like a 4th-generation picture of like Japanese women? Like, if you ever seen those, you're like, damn, like these people aren't Asian. Like they're Asian, but they're not aging, right? So it's like what are they doing? Well, they eat like copious amounts of kimchi. So kimchi is like a preservative that they make, and it's like really packed full of like K2. And anytime that you can take food like that's organic, obviously you don't want to preserve pesticides. But if you got like some organic food and you just take a head of cabbage, for example, you just stick it in a jar full of water and you get all the air out of it. So like when you close it, it's like overflowing water onto the table. And you just chop up the cabbage, put it in there, maybe a little salt, not too much, but just water, and set it on the counter for like 2 weeks. And then when you eat it, all the enzymes that are naturally on the plant are going to like grow in that jar. And then enzymes is what helps you break down the food. So the whole point of like eating isn't to fill your stomach. The whole point of eating is to like get stuff in your stomach that you can break down and get like the nutrients out of it. So the stuff that grows out of the ground.
It's about what you eat, it's about what you can absorb.
Right. So, for example, if you are low in selenium, you cannot absorb vitamin C. If you're low in salt, you can't absorb water. If you're low in vitamin D, there's going to be a whole bunch of shit that you can't do. So I would recommend, when I was a child, we used to sunbathe. We'd go outside, in our skimpies and our bathing suits, or as much as we could get away with, and we would let the sun kiss our body for like 15 minutes on each side.
Yeah, now we spend too much time inside, that's for sure. Vitamin D, but people that have like low cholesterol, even if you take sunlight, you don't produce vitamin D.
So cholesterol comes from vitamin D, the way I understand it.
No,
testosterone comes.
No, vitamin D through the sunlight, whatever radiation is happening in the blood, the body converts cholesterol into carciferol, and then the kidneys and the liver convert them into 2 more steps, and it creates vitamin D. And also, apparently, I read somewhere that there's such thing in the cells as vitamin D4. I don't know if it's true, but there's a bunch of steps. But you
cut out for you need, or you. Say that again.
What was that again? Sorry.
You cut out when you said you.
Oh yeah, cholesterol is needed. You need cholesterol. This whole thing about lowering cholesterol for the past 40 years, the war against cholesterol, has been one of the biggest scams in history. It's like it has created more mental problems and Alzheimer's and dementia and diabetes than anything else. There's actually papers admitting that lowering your cholesterol from the pharmaceutical industry can cause diabetes and brain
damage. Yeah. Yeah,
it's brain. 50% of the weight of your brain is cholesterol.
You need it.
Yeah, that's what I meant by the fruitarians. Like if you look at them, they look like really thin and really fit. But when I was coming up, I was like 6 foot and like 160 pounds, like lean and barely ripped. Like I wasn't really ripped, but I wasn't swole, but I was ripped. Let's put it that way. And I looked healthy, and that's because I was getting like meat and everything else. I just didn't eat but like once a day. Unless I was in school, then I was eating more than once a day. But like for the summer, for the most part, I was eating like once a day. And that's how I spent like most of my life growing up in my house. Like it was intermittent fasting every day, no matter what. And I was extremely ripped. And you could look at me and like, there for a while, I was too tall and I didn't look healthy. But then after like I caught up to like my new skeleton, like then I started looking healthy. So like when you look at people who are vegan, like Eric Dubé, he looks like he could be a lot bigger if he was eating like, you know, maybe some ribs once a month or something.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I tried the whole veganism thing and it destroyed my gut.
Hey, and do you got your mamas, mamas when you were born early?
Mamas, what?
Do you get your mama's mama? When you're a baby and you're hungry, you say mama, mama because you want something. Do you got that? When you were baby?
Oh yeah, I got 2 weeks of breastfeeding. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh man, Jency.
But my children got a year apiece of breastfeeding.
Good. This is good.
I know.
Bro, you know a baby when the baby's crying and want the mama and then they're done and they're happy?
Yeah.
It's a good reason.
Yeah, it's good to breastfeed.
Yeah, I see these vegan mothers breastfeeding their children, and they're, oh, my baby is vegan. No, it's not. It's literally eating animal product from your boobs.
You guys heard of vegan cats? Look that shit up.
Yeah, they die.
You mean they force them with vegan food?
Even if
yeah, bro.
Even if you feed cats cooked food, if you cook food and you give it to your cat, even if it's good meat, over time they will get sicker on average than other cats. Like cats are supposed to eat partially raw.
Give them the liver. They love liver. Especially fresh.
You sound like Smeagol, man. Raw and
especially fresh.
Yeah, right out of the body.
Warm with blood.
Oh, okay, slow down. Jeez.
Wait, you think the cat when goes
wait. If you are in a survival situation and you don't have means to cook and you get an elk and you kill it, how are you gonna eat it?
Well,
you're gonna die. You're just gonna open it and just, you know what? It's raw. I'm just gonna lay down and die.
No, of course not. I mean, that's a different situation. What the fuck?
Hey, we're not animals here. Yeah, but raw liver is good.
Believe it or not, this is gonna sound crazy to a lot of people here, but I haven't done it, but I know somebody that has, and they say that when you find meat that is rotten and it has maggots, you can eat the maggots. The maggots don't kill you. The maggots actually are very nutritious. And I looked it up and I was like, nah, that's not true, man. That's putrefaction, and it's true. The maggots are actually eaten all over the world. It's crazy.
I've seen maggots before, and I thought about eating them. It was in my mind, but I never did it.
You should have done it, man.
You should never eat bugs ever.
Oh god,
that's the worst case scenario. But so all over the world, people eat everything, man. Like scorpions and snakes and alligators, if they, I don't know, humans are crazy.
But this is America. We were like top of the pyramid, you know?
Mm-hmm. What type of pyramid? What do you mean pyramid?
Yeah, we're like high end. You know, we we're very fancy. Eating animals like that is low
Man,
level.
This ain't America. This is the United States of Israel.
See what?
We're going.
Gotta go to a fancy restaurant and pay $1,000 for a plate. That's the way you do it.
Who's a vegan here?
Me.
I tried it for like 2 years and I didn't.
You tried it for 2 years?
And then he cut out.
And my gut was on fire. I know it works for some people. I know some people that are been doing good on whatever for a long time, but for me, no.
I tried raw food for like 3 months.
When you say raw food, you mean like liver?
Exactly. No. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. No, I meant like green, like wheatgrass, you know, juice in the morning. Yeah, I've done it. Fruits.
Wheatgrass.
Wheatgrass, yeah. Yeah.
Some people do like sprouted seeds, and that kind of looks okay. You know, like sprouted beans and stuff. I don't know. That could be okay, I think, but
For cleaning your body, you know, like wheatgrass is in like a detoxifying, you know, like.
Yeah, the chlorophyll and all that. The water is high in water. You can do juices and cleanse. According to some people, I don't know if it's true.
yeah, we should ask Masso and Matthew. They're here. Matthew, Masso,
Good.
how are you?
Yo. Hi.
What's going
Hey,
on,
welcome
guys?
to the Flutter Discord.
Thank you. I just joined like a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, what's good? You know, I kind of been in here for a while.
What brings you to the Flutter Discord?
I'm just curious. Like, I want to like learn a little bit about it. Like, see what's you know. It's pretty much why I'm here, just to read and like get some knowledge.
Learn about what?
Like, I don't know. I just kind of
He's trying to learn the truth about the Earth, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to learn the truth about the Earth? Just go outside, and you're gonna get that Earth between your toes, and that's the truth.
Yeah. I guess
feel
so.
that.
What does your perception say the Earth is? What does your perception tell you? What's your gut tell you?
You know, my gut tells me we're flatter than a pancake, man. Like, I don't know.
Well, sometimes your gut is your first opening to reality. Have you ever been in a plane?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a curve?
Hell no, that shit. Flat horizon.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And how high are you up? 40,000 feet? 35,000 feet?
Pretty
I don't know, but we're pretty fucking high up.
So your brain isn't, your eyes isn't fooling you. There's no way if the Earth is 24,000 miles around, you at 35,000 feet should see a distinct curve.
For sure, for sure. So what's good in the chat? There's a bunch of fools in the chat. Is there a live stream somewhere?
What?
Why is there so many?
Hey, that's a harsh word. What do you mean, fool? Who's a fool?
Nah. I just meant like there's so many brothers in here. I was just seeing like what was going on.
You call your brothers fools?
Do you feel like you're rotating? Do you feel like you're rotating at 1,000 miles an hour?
Nah. All right, I'm out though. Have a good day, guys. I mean, I know the Earth is flat, guys. I just want to come in here and see what's good. Like,
good that you know that.
Come back more and tell us more about it sometime.
All right, guys. Peace out.
Wow.
Maso, your brother left.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Didn't take much of convincing for his part, eh?
Yeah.
It's because
straight up.
That's how
Earth is flat.
That's how good we are. That's how good we are.
You know, when I ask those questions, usually I get a fight or I get somebody really defending themselves. And now it's just like you just explained their four things. Okay.
Hey, Matthew was busy. He had things to do. But Maso staying home. He's staying with us. Right, Maso?
For sure.
So how do we level out this playing field? Maso.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Oh, people say they see the curve.
Mm-hmm.
So how do we help them?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's just up to the person. Like, if that's what they like, if they want to like find that knowledge, and they have to go find that knowledge about it. Some people will just sit there and not question anything. You know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
So I just got a message from Killer Scorpion, and it says that distilled water is dangerous. So my question would be, how is pure water dangerous? Anybody can answer that for me.
I think he meant as long as it doesn't take
Some
out the
people argue that distilled water is deprived of minerals, and it will pull minerals from the body when you drink it.
Is McDonald's burgers, are they like depleted of minerals?
The prime water that comes from underground is mineralized, and that normally you'll drink that water, the prime water that comes from very deep underground, and that kind of is natural water. I don't want to use the word natural too much, but it's let me say the product of processes from this design place, and as a result, you will get prime water, and that's an okay water to drink. I will say a good water to drink. But then the distilled water, it's a bit different from that. So
I feel I have tried all type of water. Water, it's one of my subjects. I actually have custom made filtration systems that I've been working for about 12 years, and I made distilled water, all type of waters. And distilled water, for some reason, short term feels good, but after like a week or so, I feel like it doesn't hydrate me enough. So I don't recommend distilled water for long term.
Yeah, I've drank it for long term too, but my family has always had like really good salt because we were aware of the glass and the sand and the salt for a long time. So one of my first memories is a jar of water that looked absolutely reprehensible, and it was like, this is the tap water. Like, that was 5 years old. Like, I knew about, the health and the state of water and what is living water, like according to the Bible. And you definitely want to drink water in motion. That's why I have like a special water dispenser for my cats that keeps the water in motion. So we shake our water, we spin our water, we bless our water, and we drink our water. But yeah, if you're drinking distilled water, it's to clean out, kind of like eating fruits for antioxidants, right? And then you want like spring water for like building up or like eating vegetables. Things.
You mentioned that water in motion. I think that's a pretty underrated aspect of actual drinkable water. That water in motion, there's something to that.
Yeah, I actually it's been said that water in motion is lighter than, for example, a water that has been in a single place. Like, for example, in a bottle for a long time, it's going to be denser than the water that you can, for example, take from a river that is in motion.
It's aerated.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's some devices that apparently mimic like waterfalls, and they spin the. Have you guys been in rivers? Have you guys been in rivers and you see how the water goes through a lot of also it's a lot of type of movements. It's all over the place. It creates vortex. It creates it creates mist. It creates a lot of different ways of the movement of the water. And if you are high up in the mountains and the water is coming from like a very pristine river, I'll drink that stuff like there's no and never gotten an issue from like. I mean, it tastes pretty good too. Like, it feels refreshing. It feels good in the stomach. But it has to be obviously up high in the mountain, not like water that is being through all these cities and rivers. It's polluted, but I enjoy water from the mountains better than anything else.
Well, in Kentucky, we've got a lot of natural springs. When you drink your bourbon, that all comes from the limestone springs. And when you get water from a natural spring high up, there's nothing better.
Yeah, feel alive. I try kind of to imitate that. In my house, I have a filtration system that goes through like 6 different steps, and then it goes through a few layers of different minerals, of natural minerals like coral calcium, and some Japanese rocks that they invented that has like 50 different trace elements, and when it comes out, it's pretty refreshing. It's pretty good.
That's insane.
Have you guys heard of like, I think it's called structured water? It's like where you magnetize the water, like put it through a magnetic field.
Heard about it.
No, never.
To do it, but not anymore.
You used to do it?
Yeah, I used to vortex the water and put some neodymium magnets around it. And,
right.
But I don't know. It might have some effect, but I didn't verify anything. So I just do it with the natural minerals and rocks, and I filter the water first, make it 99.9% pure, and then add back the nutrients with very natural sources of minerals and stuff. And it's extremely refreshing. It really satiates the thirst.
Yeah, that's one of the things too. You know, some people are saying you need like to drink a gallon a day. I don't really think the average sized person needs a gallon of water a day. What they need is like high quality water. So
Exactly.
yeah, I suppose if you're working in the oil fields and you're sweating profusely, you might need a gallon a day to replace the water that you lost. But I don't really think that your body's meant to like go through that much that much water. Just like you wouldn't eat like enough food to fill up a gallon milk jug a day. Like, can you imagine eating like a gallon worth of steaks or a gallon worth of hamburgers or hot dogs or pizza? I mean, maybe a salad, but the salad is not very dense. You know what I mean?
95% water too.
Yeah, if you're sweating a lot, you need water, but it has to be water that has electrolytes because it's not only the H2O, it's what the H2O has in it, and it has to be no contaminants, no toxic stuff. It has to be the earth minerals like the calcium, the magnesium. There's actually waters that has trace amounts of gold and platinum and all these minerals in very small amounts, and those things are actually good for you. Whenever you guys can, just Google fulvic minerals and trace elements, and those are actually nutrients that your body uses, and apparently they're required for optimal health. The fulvic acid is a substance made by bacteria in the soil. The bacteria, I don't know if you guys are being in a forest, and the forest has a lot of leaves, and if you lift a big chunk of the leaves, you're gonna see like the soil is black in the bottom. That's actually bacteria fermenting like the biomatter that is falling from the trees, and it's creating a concoction of all these minerals and all these substances, and they call it humic substance. And then from the humic they extract fulvic, and fulvic is a complex of like 80 different elements, and it's very very healing for the gut.
Darth Vader. Water is amazing, man. Water, no color, no taste. I mean, we forget about water, huh?
We do. We take things for granted, man. We're too spoiled. It's like breathing. Breathing is one of the most underrated healing things that anybody can practice. The correct type of breathing, it's very healing. People that have high blood pressure, just if they learn to breathe correctly, it helps. This is not a prescription, but it helps.
So the reason why breathing is so important is if you're breathing through your nose, you're getting the right kind of air, right? And it's going in one tube and then out the other. So it's making a cycle. And when you breathe right, you get lots of oxygen in the blood, and that makes the pH balance correct. Also, it makes it more base rather than acidic. So instead of, focusing on drinking pH balanced water, all you need is foods that are green and raw, right? So you can eat like broccoli, you can eat like all sorts of spinach that's raw, green peppers, anything purple is going to be good for you. But yeah, any food that's like natural and purple. So yeah, it's like if you want, oxygenated blood, you got to breathe correctly. And obviously, it helps to have plants in the house or open your doors like once a day, open the windows, that sort of thing.
Yes, especially when it's raining and after a thunderstorm, you want to have those windows open and make sure that fresh air from the storm after the storm comes in, clean air.
So one of my favorite things to do with water, you take like a cucumber or some lemons, and you kind of semi-pulverize it, and you like put it in your gallon of water, right? And like your whole family that day is like drinking like cucumber flavored water, and to me it's really good, especially the lemon. You know, like we always try to keep like mixed nuts in our house, so we're getting like a wide variety of like selenium and everything else, iron, and lemonade with no sugar in it is like the best water. Like,
It's amazing.
Yeah, just no sugar because the fruit already has sugar in it, so you're already good drinking a little bit of sugar. So yeah, grape water, like what's another? Some people do celery, and then during the winter, I'll make like anytime I make like stew or chili, put like cayenne pepper in there. Cayenne pepper is like really good for the cardiovascular system.
Wow.
And we're supposed to get like a pinch of like turmeric a day. So if you have like eggs in the morning, put some turmeric, olive oil, black pepper in with your eggs, and the oil helps you absorb the stuff in the turmeric that fights the cancer, and so does the black pepper.
Food is medicine, eh? It's like medicine.
Yeah, it definitely is, in my opinion. It's like so important that you realize what you're putting in your body. Like all the deodorant with aluminum in it. Like you don't want that aluminum in your body, or the sunscreen, or the nanoparticles. Like you don't want that. You don't want that in your body. Like for sure, you don't want it. And it's crazy that people will rub that stuff on their kids. You know, the sunscreen and all the other stuff. But you tell them that you make colloidal silver, and they're like, "Colloidal silver? That's crazy. Why would there be silver in your water?" It's like, bitch, you know, before we pulled the gold and the silver out of the rivers, what do you think was keeping it clean?
Yeah, silver is very antimicrobial, and silver keeps water not clean, but it's antimicrobial, so microbes cannot grow if there's silver in the water. Other pollutants can be in the water, though, if it's only silver.
Right. So I've done experiments with milk, like at room temperature in the shed. You know, so the shed gets hot, and I would put like a third of the cup colloidal silver, and I would go outside after a couple days, and you know, I'd have my 3 cups of milk there.
No
and
way.
It's like, yeah, you could drink it. I'm not joking. 3 days at room temperature outside in the Texas heat in a shed, and
That's
you could drink
insane.
the one that had, yeah, you could drink the one that had colloidal silver.
That's awesome. Yeah, but
Tell
back
you
in
what
the
I've done.
day, I don't know the years, but apparently people used to throw pure silver chunks into water, into like a bucket of water, to keep it from developing like bacteria, and that's how they used to keep their water clean.
Wasn't it because of copper as well? They were using like a copper container or something to keep the water in, like pure copper.
Yeah, the best thing to drink out of would probably be gold. The next best thing would be silver, and have silverware, right? Because the bacteria doesn't get on your like utensils, right? And then copper would probably be like the third best thing. So, you know, there's like these 3 different levels of what our eating and drinking material should be made out of. But instead, we're using like stainless steel or even worse, plastic. Ugh.
You know Get Be Get?
Yeah.
He's I gotta ask him about this, what he actually meant, but one day he said that stainless steel is a byproduct when bodies are cremated or something like that, humans' bodies or dead bodies. There's something like that. The process that they use, there's something. He said that stainless steel has to do something with dead people.
I don't know about that, man. Stainless steel is basically steel and nickel mixed together because nickel doesn't corrode and it makes it hard.
Yeah, there ain't too much nickel in a corpse.
I guess that person was high or something.
It's, and you know what? The more there's lots of different types of steel alloys and even stainless steel alloys. They have some that are not actually 100% corrosion resistant. Like they wouldn't be good for like a marine environment, like a 416 stainless. It has like sulfur in it, and it has less nickel. It's considered a free machining stainless. So they make like gun barrels and things out of the 416, and it could be heat treated, but it doesn't have quite the same corrosion properties as the higher nickel ones, like a 304 stainless that you would see like in marine grade hardware. Like if you have a boat, the little hardware on your boat would be like 304 stainless because it's more corrosion resistance against like salt water and stuff like that. But it's a shitty 304 is softer. It's hard to machine it. Like if you wanted to cut threads on it, it's really gummy and it work hardens. So it's a bad material to make machine parts out of. But yeah, as far as dead bodies, I don't think dead bodies contain a lot of nickel. I mean, I could be wrong, but I wouldn't think they do. I know there's all kinds of trace metals.
That's not what it is. It's there's something to that, but I'm not saying that the stain is still coming from bodies. It's not that.
You're saying a more of a trace element that's even not the nickel is one of the main components. Aside from the iron, there's a lot of nickel content. You're saying like maybe like manganese or like a small trace element. It could be.
No, I'm not saying I'm not making a claim. I just said that Kev Biget said something in relation to stainless steel and cremating bodies. He said something to that nature. So that's why I'm wondering what he actually meant by that.
I'd like to know a little more because that sounds interesting. He might be onto something.
They probably use stainless steel coating to cremate the bodies, because after you cremate the body, there's going to be like all sorts of like buildup, and stainless steel would be the only thing that you'd be able to clean off.
Or they wrap them in stainless steel foil, you're saying, so that it doesn't contaminate the oven? Because like when you you do heat treatment on certain parts, they have this stainless steel foil, and you wrap your part in the stainless steel foil so it doesn't oxidize. It protects your part when you're doing heat treatment.
Maybe what he meant is the stainless steel that you get at the stores. It's the used stainless steel to cremate the body. So you're getting used stainless steel and put it in your mouth.
Are you thinking aluminum foil versus stainless steel? Because it's not. The stainless is like a hard. They make stainless foil, and they make like Reynolds Wrap is not stainless steel. It's just aluminum. But they do make stainless steel foil. It's a heavier gauge, and it's specifically made to heat treatment. Like say I have a little part, and I want to make that part. I want to harden the steel. You wrap it up in this. It's a much thicker than aluminum foil, and it's made out of stainless steel, it has a higher melting point. And then you throw that in your oven to heat the part. Because when you heat it, you can introduce oxygen, and you don't want to oxidize the material, so you kind of fold it up to keep as much oxygen out as you can when you heat treat the part.
I tagged a Biget. He's in Germany, so he's going to be waking up in probably 6 hours.
You know what I've seen is they take the remains, like the ashes, and they can make gemstones, allegedly. I don't know if they're just like, hey, send me the ashes. They throw it right in the trash and mail you a gemstone. You know what I mean? I have no proof that they're actually making a gemstone from the ash. There's no way to confirm that shit. You know what I mean?
Well, didn't Superman got a diamond from where was it? Coal. He went to the coal place, and he broke the coal, and there was a diamond site. Coal ashes. I somehow think about relation to that.
Yeah, the carbon.
Yeah, Superman went to a heap of coal, and he with his hand he picked up a coal, and he smashed it. I mean, with his hand, and a diamond was inside. So
nice. That sounds legit. I saw it in a movie. That's how they're made. Superman's coal into diamonds. Yeah. Same thing like those gemstones that they make allegedly from the remains, from the cremation remains. There's no way to really prove that shit, because it's not just they make other types of stones, like different colored ones and stuff. Because actually, my dad's, let me see, on my dad's side, his mom's sister, when she died, her nieces actually had some of those gemstones made from it. And it's like, oh, is that what that is? You know, and it's like, I think it might be a gimmick just to sell you that shit. Like, yeah, here's your loved one, and you can make I thought the whole idea was kind of creepy. Like, oh man, these are the remains of. To me, it would kind of creep me out, if it was even real. You know what I mean? It'd be kind of creepy.
Maybe they can produce some type of glass or mineral that they can melt and mold into a crystal or something.
It looked like, yeah, it looked just like a colored diamond. Like it could be like an emerald or a ruby or a sapphire. They make different colored ones, but there's no, like, I have no way to confirm they're taking the remains and throwing it in this high temperature oven and making this shit in a crucible. There's no way to prove it. You just have to trust them. Yeah, trust me. Send me that in $500 and I'll send you a gemstone cut from your loved ones. Okay. Or whatever the price is. I don't know the price.
But why will they lie?
To sell you shit, dude. There's people that would want that shit. I mean, it's a unique thing. Like, oh yeah, we'll make you something from your cremated loved ones. We'll make you something to remember them by. You could wear it at all times and you could be close to them. It's just a whole bunch of marketing.
Yeah, and they pay like $10 from China for a package of 100 and sell it for 100 each.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking the same thing. They don't put any of the remains. It's a hoax. Like they sucker you in like that.
But why will they lie?
Just told you, man. Like they lie about the globe, right? They lie about all that shit.
Who's lying about the globe, bro? Nobody is.
Everybody, man. Everybody in NASA, everybody in every space agency, all the official buttheads like Elon Musk.
What do you mean they lying, bro? NASA lying?
Talking heads, bro. The talking heads lie.
Are you saying that the security guy at the gate and the guy cleaning the toilets at NASA headquarters, are they lying?
That guy is probably still a legit globe head, right? Even the people that think they're making parts for NASA, they think the shit. They're so good. They're so good at convincing them they're doing something productive that only the top level people know, and they're laughing at the rest of the employees that are suckered in, right? I think that's what they're doing. And like, let's say I worked for NASA, right? And let's say I'm a flat earther and I work for NASA. I think that would be totally unethical. But if I had to get a paycheck and the job was good, and that's my only option, one of my only options, I'm like, man, I need this. I need to make. I mean, me, myself, I couldn't do it because it just sit wrong morally with me taking that blood money, right? To me, that's blood money. I don't want it. But a lot of people will take the blood money and they might even be flat earthers, right? So not everybody has a moral compass to where they feel rotten about it. Some people could do it.
I mean, once that check comes in, you will gladly clean the toilets.
Maybe the toilets, but I'm saying as far working for NASA, cutting the lawn or something, I would have no problem doing that, or the security guard. But I'm saying working as a deceiver, like, oh yeah, I'm working on a team that's sending the lunar or the rover, the Mars rover thing, or whatever. Like me working with all those people, knowing that I'm just. I mean, even being a security guard, you know, like now that I think of it, I really wouldn't even want that check, dude. I would feel dirty. And I don't want their blood money.
I remember it was probably like a year ago. There was a guy that he claimed he worked like for security for NASA, like around the gates, around the perimeters, and he said he knew there wasn't a globe, but he just worked there.
That's what I mean. I think there might be more than you think, because now that it's become a big topic, they might know. Because I think one of the engineers said this piece of crap is never going to the moon or whatever, and then he died suspiciously. He might have been one of the astronauts even. I think, yeah, Gus Grissom, I think, one of them guys. he publicly said this piece of shit will never land on the moon, and they killed him in a training exercise, like he caught fire inside the capsule. They said, oh, it was an accident. It was an accident. We had 100% oxygen environment, and the wires caught fire, and he burned to death inside there with pure oxygen.
Bro, they burned what, like 4 people inside that thing.
4 people? Well, I mean, those might have been the outspoken ones. Like, here's what happens to you if you say anything, you'll be next. And then they just, okay, we get it. We get it.
I mean, but going to space is dangerous. You know, there's accidents before going to space.
Being an astronaut is dangerous, dude. If you speak the truth, it's dangerous. But you sold out. By the time you're an astronaut, you've already sold out. You're already a Freemason, so you've already sold out.
Actors.
And some people take the easy road. The easy road is to take that paper, man, get that big check, and just not give a shit about that. You know, you're taking blood money. But to me, I couldn't do it. I would feel dirty. I couldn't do it.
I mean, imagine being Buzz Aldrin and be able to sell your underwear because it went to the moon and sell it for how much money?
It's still got the skid marks.
Your underwear and the T-shirt that you had on when you went to the moon, and people will pay a lot of money for that stuff.
What's the freaking book deals, bro? Just.
The moon was actually a film studio somewhere in England. Because Stanley Kubrick's film, or it could have been in Los Angeles. I don't really know exactly where they filmed it. But just like Devon Island is Mars, right? There's Mars. It's in Canada on Devon Island. So wherever they claim it is, right? Wherever they say it is, that's what it is. It doesn't mean it's the moon, but it's their film set of the moon. Just like their film set of Mars is on an island.
How much is the underwear sell for?
I don't know. I've heard that before, and I'm just passing the message.
Still has the skid marks in it, so it's like.
Can somebody send the island that looks like the pictures from Mars? I think I've seen something like that.
Search Devon Island. Devon. Imagine the odds of calling it Devon, like Devon Island.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, Mars is in Canada. But
boys, they troll us, dude. NASA are a bunch of
So for what we know and the limitations that we have of exploration, they could be like pieces of land, I don't know, in the South, or what we call the South, or Antarctica, whatever regions of the world. They could be recording places on those areas and giving films, and you'll never make it to that place.
True. I mean, what they tell us is Antarctica. They tell us this is Antarctica for all we know. I mean, on some places they say this is Antarctica, but it has a shoreline where you see like penguins and shit walking up a beach. The penguin is not going to walk up a 300-foot wall of sheer ice. You know what I mean? They can't do that. So if it's like that all around the coastline, if it has a sheer wall, like a ledge, there ain't no animals getting up there unless they can fly. And I don't know how many birds live in that cold environment. You could say a penguin is a bird, but they can't fly.
I remember seeing some recordings from the wall, and there is recordings of actual flying birds, like seagulls and those kind of birds.
You think it's all the way down there? It could be hundreds of miles away, not necessarily that deep as Antarctica. Maybe it's an island that's close by.
Yeah, I mean that region. Let's say you are in the middle of the map, right, and you have this circle, and you have islands around this small circle. Once you start heading the other direction, like south, everything will just get the regions will just get bigger and bigger and bigger. The distances will just get bigger and bigger, right?
Yeah, that's what I've been told. It's like if
Once you headed to the outside of the map to do a circle around the map,
gets bigger and bigger. Yeah, the further south you go, the bigger the circles get. To do one complete circle
yeah,
gets
the
larger
bigger the
and larger.
circle, the more
That's why when people before they had the Panama Canal, they had to go around the horn, they call it, like South America, that tip of it. And it was a much longer trip than they anticipated. They're like, man, I thought it's this little pointy
the horn
piece
of the devil or something.
Yeah, the horn of the devil. Anyway, but going around it, it kind of looks like a horn on their map. But I think maybe it's not so pointy as a horn. It's actually wider, but they've compressed that land area to conform with a globe. Because when you go on a globe, everything at the bottom converges and gets smaller. That's why Australia looks short and chubby. They've compressed it. They compressed it to fit on their globe. So when you open it to a circle, everything gets wider. So South Africa's wider. People in South Africa said it's as wide as the United States, but it doesn't look that wide. If you look at a globe, you're like, okay, United States is like, say, 3 inches wide, and you go down to South Africa and it's 1 inch, but it's actually much wider because everything down there spreads out. It gets wider the further south you go. Like 15 degrees, if you have 15 degrees is 1 hour, and over here we have 4 time zones in the United States, and it's approximately United States maybe 2,000, 2,500 miles wide, because it's not a perfect uniform edges. East Coast, West Coast are not perfectly straight, but say roughly 2,500. You go down to Antarctica, and 1 time zone is roughly that same size. It's like 4 times wider. So you got your 15 degrees of a circle is only 1 time zone, but it's over 2,500 miles. It's a much bigger area.
I drove from Key West to New England up north, the northeast, and it doesn't feel that big.
That's a long trip, man.
It is a long trip. It's 1,600 miles.
Wow, that's a lot.
But when you do it, I mean, yes, it's a long drive, but
you're right, dude. Because I drove to Florida from Michigan, and it's just over 1,000 miles to the part of Florida I went. And Michigan's not as far as New England, way up there. Where did you say you went to? Maine?
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts. All right. Massachusetts is not, it's almost probably the same as where I'm at. But Key West is going all the way from like Daytona Beach down to the Miami and then Key West. How much is it from Key West to the mainland? How far is that? Like 400 maybe?
No, from Key West to, let's say, Miami, right? Because that's the next big city. Let me see.
Maybe less than that. Maybe 300 miles.
Not even.
Not even? All right. I thought it was a longer chain of islands.
Well, there's a road that goes all the way from the mainland to Key West.
It's called Route 1.
Yeah, that's the way he must have taken. And then you go up I-75, you go right up there. You could go right to Michigan. It goes, if you take Interstate 75, it goes to the Upper Peninsula of Michigan.
Yeah, I don't think it's the longest bridge in the world from Florida to Key West. You could just Google it. How far is it from Miami mainland to Key West? I mean, how?
From Key West to Miami, it's a multiple bridges. You go from island to island, from bridge to bridge. You go to the ground. It's a highway.
It's not one shot. Yeah, it's a raised highway, more or less.
And then you go through. You make it to an island, and then you go through a town, and then you make it to another bridge. Go to the next island. Next to the next to the next. That's how it is.
I was thinking it was as long as Florida, the string of islands, but maybe if you drove it, it can't be that. And you said it maybe 100 miles. Like Florida is 160 miles wide. Key West, I haven't seen a map in a while, but I thought it was further than the width of the state. It's 160 miles, but
Well, I'm going to Google it.
I'm gonna do a measurement in Google Earth.
There you go.
Google, they're a trusted source, right? We could trust Google. Not. Dude, you know what? If you Google like how wide is South Africa or whatever, I don't know if they would give you the legit size. I mean, Northern Africa is over 5,000 miles wide.
Wow, it is 327 miles. That's a long ways.
No shit. I was close.
Yeah, but there's several. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 islands on the way. So you got to go to what's called Key Largo, Isomania, something like that, or
It says here for me that from
Marathon
on a straight line from Key West to Miami, it's at 132 miles.
What? So which is it? You get two results.
Let's see.
I made a straight line from Key West to Miami.
Yeah, but it's not necessarily. You're island hopping, and it's not a straight line.
Yeah, but it doesn't look that far off. It could be like you could say 150 miles drive. So I'm gonna do it like in a driving mode because I just made a straight line. So.
Well, his is twice as long. I don't know.
You're right.
Let's see. The fastest route now avoids road closure on Ronald Reagan Turnpike. This is a railroad. It's 327 miles.
From Miami, on the road from Miami to Key West is 166 miles. 3 hours, 22-minute drive.
That's not bad.
Well, this says 6 hours and 8 minutes.
They're both on Google, and you got different results. How is that?
Well, this is just I just put in Google search Key West to Florida. How many miles?
That's not Miami, dude. That's not Key.
Yeah, Florida is the state, and Miami is the city. So you gotta be kind of more specific about that.
Yeah, and Miami is way south. So I mean, you're gonna get to Miami before you get to Florida. Just like you have South Beach, you have what's the other one? Homestead, all these places that are closer to.
Get to Miami before Florida. They're both Miami. Even Key West is Miami.
Yeah, but not if you're coming
or,
from.
I mean, it's Florida. They're all Florida.
If you're coming from Key West, but Florida, if you look at a map, it has a location where it says Florida, just like for New York or any other state. It's not going to be like as soon as you hit Florida. It's gonna pick one for you.
The island chain is Florida, like the.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. But what I'm saying, what he's punching in, is the AI is not gonna know any different.
Yeah, AI might give you, if you say Florida, it might give you North Florida right next to South Carolina or something like that.
But Florida is longer than that. Like Florida from bottom to top is probably about 400 miles relative. I'm just comparing it to the size of Michigan that I know how wide. It's about 300 miles wide from Detroit to Chicago. If you're going that way, east and west, it's about 300 miles wide. It's a little bit less, but Florida is only about 160 miles wide, and it looks much longer. Like if you take the length to width of the state and compare them, it would look to be about 400 miles long.
If you do the widest region from east to west Florida, from Jacksonville to Pensacola.
Oh, the Panhandle's even wider. Yeah, I was talking the peninsula mostly.
The peninsula, okay.
Yeah, most of that, because I know the Panhandle's a lot longer.
Let's see. From Clearwater Beach, which is the basically it is the coast because it's the beach, to Cocoa Beach on the east side, it's 136 miles.
Okay. Yeah, it varies. It's not like parallel lines. Like you have Tampa Bay. You got parts where it's fatter and parts where it's narrower.
Yeah, I'm in the peninsula, and I pick kind of like the wider spots from the peninsula.
Only 130 at the wide points.
Yeah, 140. Let's say 140. The widest peninsula
And
side.
how long is the state from like Jacksonville to Miami? How long would that be?
Oh yeah, from Jacksonville. Let's see.
That's one of your far north. Jacksonville's right up there.
That's the Fernandina Beach, which is on the north of Jacksonville. to Homestead, which is reaching towards Key Largo, which is
Homestead's the last town on Florida's on the mainland. I think Homestead is the last town.
Yeah, that's 366 miles.
Dude, that's 66 again. Again, it popped up.
From the north to the south, yeah, from the furthest town or beach from the north, and to the lowest town to the south is 366 miles.
Dude, I wonder if they're just 66. I wonder if it's 65. They just love that number, man. They love the 666, but they know they can't pull that off.
Yeah, you get all type of numbers when you're doing this kind of stuff. You know, I could probably pin out a spot and find 666 miles somewhere.
Not in one state, maybe Texas or California, but
You guys ever noticed they made like a sandbar along the whole east coast of America?
oh yeah, dude, they said they had a shipping way like back in the Civil War. This was to protect them from submarines and shit, but that's probably like Tartaria architecture, all those artificial ports and those what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That waterway.
Yeah, there's like waterways just inside a big sandbar that goes the whole coast. It's pretty crazy.
That's handmade shit, yeah.
Yeah, that is kind of crazy. And when you think about the canals and all the huge rocks that are in place to have all the canals inland, in the sea, going towards the sea or out of the sea, in the canals of riverways and towns and all sort of canals, that amount of rocks, I don't know if these people on donkeys were able to construct that whole thing.
No way, dude. No way could they do that. They said they dug that shit, the St. Lawrence Seaway. They're digging that shit with shovels and shit, like hand shovels. I'm like, yeah, right. The Irish built it. The Irish built it. How many fucking Irish was there? That would be a monumental job, just digging with shovels.
Yeah, have you guys seen the documentary Sand Wars?
No.
It's about like how sand is basically the third biggest commodity on Earth behind water and oil.
Oh yeah, Dubai buys a lot of sand. They make islands and shit.
Yeah, they made that whole false globe world, and they made the palms thing, and yeah, Florida buys a shit ton of sand just to like keep their beaches.
That's funny. Just in Dubai, I'm sorry, Ron. Just one comment. In Dubai, that world islands that they made, to be able to make that world islands, they're dependent on a flat, level, motionless environment. Like, that's kind of funny. They made the globe so people can live on the globe, but it's flat. The globe is flat.
Well, same thing with Florida. if you have a peninsula sticking out into the water and it only averages 6 feet above sea level for the whole state, right? That means that state is flat as hell. And if the water was curving around a ball and you have a flat state, a flat piece of land, guess what? It's going to be under the curve of the water. If water was conforming on a ball, if it was curving around a ball, you can't have that. You can't have 6 feet above sea level, the meaning a dead flat state like Florida. Florida is flatter than Kansas, which most people think, the Great Plains are flat as shit. Well, they are flat, but Florida is even flatter than that.
Yeah, I learned in that documentary that you can't just use like sand from the desert because sand created by wind is round, and you need angular sand to be able to build anything.
They call that sharp sand. Sharp sand, which if you put a tile floor down, you make what's called a mud bed. So you take Portland cement and something they call it sharp sand. So it's got sharp edges, and the sharp edges they bind with your Portland cement, and that's how you got to use that for your cement bed.
Yeah, it's like using river rock or angular gravel.
You need sand with angles to be able to make constructions, and if you use sand that's globular, it doesn't work.
If you got tumble sand, like beach sand, it's just too rounded and it doesn't bind with the Portland cement, and your cement will fail. You'll have shitty cement.
Yeah, you must have angular sand and angular gravel to build.
They call it aggregate. The aggregate is like the crushed stone, but if I use marbles, if I use rounded marbles as my aggregate, my cement's going to fall apart. It needs those sharp corners and shit to grab and bind and interlock and make their matrix.
Yep. So yeah, it seems like you could just go to the Sahara Desert and get as much sand as you want, but all that sand is useless for building.
Well, your structures won't be very durable. I mean, it just depends, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, coarse aggregate's very important for the concrete to stay together. They break it, they smash the rock into sharp little pieces. Just imagine this, like if you take a long piece of rock that's sharp and narrow and jagged, put it into the concrete, and then put a round ball rock into the concrete and let it dry. Put them both halfway in, and then try to pull one out. The round one just rolls right out. Sharp one grabs on because it's ununiform and it's not round.
Like river rocks.
Right. So they always crush the aggregate when you put it in concrete. It's called crushed aggregate. They crush it in a rock crusher, break it up.
Over here, they recycle the old concrete and they crush it up, and you get it for a little less money. It's just like recycled concrete. Not as good as like regular stone, like crushed stone. It's going to be a more durable concrete because all the recycled concrete is also it's decaying and falling apart and delaminating. So it's kind of like a half-ass concrete if you use that stuff.
Yeah, the Sand Wars documentary is hard to find. It's super banned, and even when you buy the DVD, it's like half cut off. The movie's not all there.
I wonder
really
why.
Weird.
What was the point of censoring the Sand Wars?
I don't know. It's just they just don't want anybody to know about it because they're stealing so much land, like down in Thailand. I think Singapore is basically stealing Thailand through dredging. So they go out like 3 miles from the coast and suck up a bunch of sand, and then eventually that beach just falls back down,
Oh, yeah. So they're making a void, and then it washes out when all the...
Yeah. I went to...
the trench.
Yeah, I went to places on the north side of South America, and their beaches are just volcanic rock because all the sand disappeared, and they don't know why.
Someone's out off the shore sucking, making a giant void, and their sand is washing out into that void. Is that what you're saying? That sucks.
Yep. Yeah, so there's no rules. It's just free sand out there if you dredge the bottom of the ocean, and nobody can stop them.
That sand is used for building. So they can't use the coarse sand that's basically in the desert. It's the sand that's at the bottom of the ocean. It's the perfect sand to mix with concrete. So when they build shit, that's what they fucking use that shit.
Yeah, but you don't want ocean sand because the salt. It would the salt.
They can filter. Regardless, I think they filter all that shit out. But that sand is very. It's easy to mix with to the material they use apparently.
Yeah, and Singapore has grown by like a large number. They've added tons of acreage to their country by stealing sand from neighboring countries.
You know who did that? Is China made an airport in the water.
No, that was Japan. Japan
did that. They put a bunch of fucking sand and rocks and shit, and they made an artificial island.
Yeah. But that's what Sand Wars is all about. They interview the guys that drive the dredging boats, and they won't show their faces, and it's a bunch of dudes that work for unnamed companies.
The thing is, everyone knows it's going on, and no one is holding them accountable because the people with the deepest pockets, we know it's a one world government. So if you bribe the right people, they never get held accountable. It's like, we're not going to fine you. We're just going to let you rip off them because whatever, because you pay us money and we won't let you get in trouble. It's like, why when the people like Joe Biden's son gets caught red-handed, does he never face any criminal charges? We know the answer, but if you're connected, like, the Clinton Foundation.
Look at Pelosi's husband. Just got freaking a DUI. You know what I'm saying? Drinking and driving, and you haven't heard anything about it.
Yeah.
Well, of course.
Yeah, he got let off today, right?
Did you know the Pelosi's, they own Starkist tuna fish, and it's based in Samoa, America, Samoa, and then on the can it says made and processed in the United States, right? So it's like, people say it's made in America, but it's not. They don't even pay them minimum wage. They pay them less than the minimum wage in the United States. That's why they base it there, because they're cheap asses.
Wow.
Part of the reason, right? So they do save a lot of money on the labor cost processing all that tuna fish. And it's close to where they catch it. They catch it there, but
well, you know what they say about pianos and tuna fish now.
No, tell us.
Well, you can tune a piano. You can't tune a fish. Now, can you?
Well, it's called a tuna fish for a reason. I assume just because you can tune it.
Do you ever see how big they are, dude? Those are some big ass fish. Tuna.
Very large and in charge. Yep.
One fish is worth $1 million. One fish.
Yeah. Yep.
They like making sushi out of them, the Japanese. That shit. Yeah. I mean, but the tuna fish, like I never thought they were that big. I thought they just netted them up. I thought they were maybe 2-3 feet long, but they're huge. They're hundreds of pounds.
Yeah, dude, they're like 1,000 pounds almost. But I was watching, like if you go on YouTube, you can watch them, watch them chop it up. It's freaking awesome what they do, dude. Like it's pretty freaking amazing what the Japanese do with that fish. They salvage every piece.
Well, the scraps go to the tuna fish. They grind that shit up. The good cuts go in the sushi, and the cheap cuts go in the hamburger, like the fucking tuna. You get more if it's a steak. If it's like a steak or a big solid fillet, it's worth more than like the ground up shit.
You know, it's funny. It's the same fish.
It is. It's the same. Well, you could say the same with a cow.
Cow, yeah.
Or even like a pig, you got bacon, you got pork chop, you got ribs, and they all taste different. They're different parts, but they like ribs taste different than pork chops or pork loin. Same with steak. You could have like a New York strip taste different than a fillet. Different cuts.
Yep. I guess what I meant was canned tuna versus yellowfin steak. It's the same amount of protein. If it's the same weight. So it's like, come on, guys.
Oh, I get the price thing. It's like, well, hamburger is cheaper than filet mignon.
Yeah.
So it's all steak or it's all beef, but if you want the filet, you're going to pay $20, $25 a pound. I'm not sure now what the price of steak is. I know it's went up a lot. I only buy hamburger.
Prime rib, that's some good cut right there.
Yep.
It's very expensive.
All steak has went up in price a lot in the last probably 6 months. The prices have inflated crazy. Even now they kicked up the price of milk. Milk at Kroger has been really cheap for a long time. It's been like about $2 to $2.50.
But no longer. It's $3.50 now here.
Right. It's cheaper than most people are paying over $7. But I think what Kroger owns their own dairy farms, and so does Meijer, these two largest food chains in Michigan, and they have their own dairy farms. They used to buy it from like Dean Foods, but then if they were buying it, they couldn't take it would be harder for them to take a price loss on it. You know what I mean? If they're making it themselves on their own dairy farm, and it's like it's almost like a store coupon. They gave you the milk for probably less than it cost them to produce it, or maybe it's even money, or they lose a little bit, but it gets you in the door, and you spend $200 on other shit. So it's like giving you a free gallon of milk. Here, we'll give you the free gallon of milk. Just come and spend some money with us. And I think it's a loss leader. Same with the eggs. The eggs are cheap, $1 something for a dozen eggs. They sell that shit so that you think naturally everything else in the store is cheap. Because you know how I know? The store was closed and I had to buy some at the gas station because I needed some milk. I went to CVS and I went to the gas station like a Speedway, and they were both over $7 for a gallon. I'm like, what the fuck? I get the same gallon at Kroger for like, less than $3, and this shit is over $7.
Yesterday I saw something. I think Flat Earth Dude posted. Somebody who lives out there. Gas is almost up to $10 in some places in California.
I've heard that, man. I've heard that. It's got to be rough living out there.
Yeah, and I think the lowest is like $7 in Fresno, California. It's like, what,
That's
folks?
when you go to Mexico, dude. You go across the border and you get a big gas tank. Like my truck holds 30 gallons, but I would bring some extra tanks if I could. They got those fuel tanks that you can put in the back of your truck and then pump it out later. Or like it's off-road equipment. So if I had, usually people put diesel fuel in them, and some of those could hold like 50, 100 gallons. You can get big ones that sit in your pickup. I wonder if they would check that shit. Like, hey, you're bringing back fuel from Mexico? Got to pay a duty, son.
That's what's up.
They want that paper, man. They don't want you avoiding that state tax. State of California, man, they're ripping you off. There's got to be a shit ton of state tax on that. How long do you guys think it'll be before the majority of people figure this out? They figure out the obvious, like the shit is not a ball. Like, do you think it'll happen in the next 5 years, 10 years, 20? Never. Do you think we'll ever pass the tipping point? I think we're pretty close. and that's why they clamped down on the censorship, like YouTube and shit. I think we were already near that tipping point. We're like, we got to do something about this. We can't. This is getting dangerous. It's too close to the tipping point.
Yeah, Wolfgang. We talked about, like, we don't need the majority to realize on their own. Like, there is a certain threshold that is actually fairly low, and then once that is
point. Yeah, it doesn't need. We don't need everybody. It's a tipping point, and I think it's around over a third. Once you get about 1/3, the whole ball of shit falls apart.
I even think it's like 10%. I'm more optimistic. Like, if 10% of people like realize this and are vocal about it, like the normies will.
We're already past 10, though. We're past that. Yeah, I know it.
Maybe.
I know it. The thing is, too many people are still. They're still reluctant to talk about it because of self-policing. They feel uncomfortable publicly talking about it.
Right.
We be way over. Like, we got to be closer to 30. There's so many, because it's been around so long, and everybody that I know, they know someone who's a flat earther. Like, you're only one link away. It could be your brother, your cousin, your best friend. Like, everybody knows someone who's a flat earther. So, I mean, we have to be around that 30%.
Dude, if it's everyone knows someone, it must be very high. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Like, what is it? Like, your 6 degrees of freedom from everyone?
Yeah.
So
this is
like 6 degrees separation, yeah.
It's like 1/6, maybe, heuristically.
I would say.
By the way, that's a bad movie. Don't watch it.
Yeah, kind of.
Can you think of anyone who doesn't? I mean, because here was a funny thing, like about 4 years ago, maybe 5, I went to a concert with my older brother who's a Globetard, and one of his friends was a flat earther. And so we got to talking about it, and one of my brother's other friends like, oh no, not another one. It was so funny because they were like busting at this other guy, Kevin, my brother's friend, and they have a mutual friend. And they thought, oh, this guy's just a weirdo. They're like, oh no, not another one. And I found out he has the same camera as me. We both had a P900. This is when that was the best camera you could buy. The most zoom. They didn't have a P1000. And it was just funny. I'm like, wow, this is cool. I got a new friend.
Yeah, I bet uncontacted tribes in like the Amazon or like in the North Sentinelese Islands, I bet they're flat earthers. So it's like everybody literally on Earth is 1 degree separate.
Brazil has the most flat earthers. That's what I've heard. It's like it's almost like normal. Like, there's no stigma attached. There's just so many people are flat earthers.
It's almost like it takes like 500 years of indoctrination to convince people the Earth isn't flat. It's almost like that.
It didn't take that long. It took about 100, not even.
I think, wasn't it like the debate was still going on in like the early 1900s, like at least the late 1800s, and they kind of just memory hold it.
Yeah, look at the maps. Look at a Gleason's map from back then. There was still a debate, and he was him and Robotham. They were pushing the truth, and then they just got steamrolled and ran over by all these fuckers. And then when NASA came out, that was fairly recent in the 50s,
right?
Like the Antarctica Treaty and shit. The 1958 Encyclopedia even talked about Antarctica having a dome over it. It's like, what? You think about an encyclopedia set saying something like that?
That still blows my mind. Like, that's 1958, so that's like certainly in good memory.
I know, dude. That's not very long ago.
There's no way to explain it. There's like no way to interpret it because I tried. I was trying to do mental gymnastics for the Globers. I'm like, oh, maybe they meant something else. Like, there's like really no other way to interpret that encyclopedia entry.
Yeah, I know. So it's like something's, and that's not 500 years ago. That's a lot more recent. So it's like, wow, this is not. And look, it didn't. Well, the thing is, I think with all the traumatizing, like having 2 world wars, of Vietnam, multiple wars in Iraq, Afghanistan, terrorist attacks, constantly stressing and bombarding the people, and then all the Great Depression and like all these economic crises, people are focused on just surviving, and they don't really have time to piece things together. They're in survival mode.
I'm sorry.
That's how they wiped it out in such a short time. They wiped the whole slate in such a short time.
Dude, so I've tried to red pill people I know, and then what you just said is exactly what they say. Like they regurgitate this like weird like line that's somehow like indoctrinating all of them, which is I don't have time to think about the world or like the truth. I'm just like trying to save money or make money or live or something. Like they all say that. If you press
That's what they're stuck in a treadmill, dude. That's what I mean. Everyone. Here's the thing. I think it was before COVID. 70% of people in America didn't even have $500 to fall back on in an emergency. So, in other words, they were living paycheck to paycheck. They had no savings. Like $500, that'll buy you groceries. You know, maybe 2 weeks of groceries. That's it. Like if that's their whole life savings to fall back on, that's living hand to mouth. So you got 3/4 of the country living like that. That's fucked up. So they are just surviving. When you got 3/4 just surviving, you know, one paycheck away from being homeless or whatever. It's really. I can understand. You know what I mean? They're in a fight. They're in a struggle.
Yeah, that's our slave system. Actually, yeah, living in the U.S. is actually kind of just like indentured servitude for many people.
And I could understand that mental concept, like they don't care. I could understand the apathy. Like, dude, I'm just trying to survive. Who gives a fuck? Really? Who really cares? Okay, it's flat. So what? I'm still fucked. But they don't see that there's a way out of the system. It's like, well, this is why you shouldn't be fucking. There is a way. The only way out of this is to realize it's this mental prison.
Yes.
And when you realize it, that's the only way we could beat these fuckers. That's really the only weapon we have.
The only weapon is bowing out, just getting the fuck out of the system, in my opinion.
Well, that too. But I mean, to dismantle the system, I was saying this earlier. Once the system is revealed for all eyes to see, the system becomes illegitimate, publicly illegitimate, and it just dissolves. It's a velvet revolution. The revolution does not require violence, and violence would be a backfire. That would be a sure way for them to win. Right?
Exactly. They want us to flip out. Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah, they want us to chimp out, and they think they're going to bait us into chimping out and being fucking bad examples. Like you know that thing in Washington D.C. where they called them insurrection or whatever, dude. It was not,
the FBI thing. Yeah.
It was a peaceful protest, dude. They implanted a couple fucking crisis actors to cause a shitstorm, and they filmed. I think they filmed it on a previous date before all the incident happened, and then they brought the same crisis actors there, like the Buffalo Head guy with the tats. They brought him there because he was very visual. Like, oh yeah, look at this guy's got some buffalo hat with horns and
yeah.
It's all tatted up. So that guy, he's in there. He's in the Capitol building, in Nancy Pelosi's office. Like, the most obvious person is the one that gets in there and finds his way to her office. Like, how would he know where the fuck he's even going? Oh, here's her office.
You know that the star. Go ahead.
They got all these like cinematic photos of the Buffalo guy. It's like whatever Time, Newsweek, or I don't even know what the fuck, like what publications exist anymore. But anyway, they have all these like
staged, dude. It's so staged.
Yeah, it was super staged. Sorry.
Listen, the guy, the Buffalo guy, right? The guy we're talking about, the superstar of the whole thing. I wonder if he's a pitcher or a catcher. You feel me?
Oh, he definitely.
Oh, yeah. He's probably. He's an actor.
Depends on the company.
He definitely swings for the other team. Yeah.
He's definitely an actor. I think someone has. I got a screenshot of his thing, like that shows that's.
Yeah, I've seen him in other stuff actor. Too. I saw this one thing somebody put together about. It was right when it happened too. But I deleted my Instagram and all that, so I don't know if I can find it. But yeah, someone came out with a hit piece on him, like all the other things he's done, the crisis places he's been. He's been in like commercials. He's just like he's had a lot of acting history. It's like, okay, alrighty, buddy.
They were putting ads out on Craigslist for some of these events and looking for crisis actors. Like, hey, we pay $20 an hour and blah blah blah. You'll be paid on this day, and they were just before other events happened, like other false flags and shit.
So I would say mostly a catcher. That's all I'm saying.
Buffalo crisis actors, won't you come out tonight? Come out tonight. Come out tonight. Buffalo crisis actors.
You know what's ingenious though? They they silenced all dissent. Like, so anybody who knows the government's corrupt and they want to publicly protest in a large assembly like that, now those are good people. They're all scared to go. Like, oh man, I don't want to be labeled with these people. And then even if you're not, you're a white supremacist if you happen to be white. And like all this language they're using to silence and shame people.
Yeah.
Insurrectionists. He's a domestic terrorist. Like, okay, when have you stopped beating your wife? Like, you know,
those guys.
Yeah, those assholes.
Well, I'll tell you one thing before I get out of here for a second. They, you know, the they in control, even they have personal addresses. Thanks, guys. I'll talk to you in a bit.
Right. I mean, what happens if you show up in 2 different videos as a crisis actor as a different person?
Dude, you know what? There was a woman from Sandy Hook.
Sometimes 3.
Waynel,
3 or 4.
Waynel Sextant. Like, if you take her name, it's an anagram for anal sex. Like, Waynel Sextant.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they and all these are fake names, but I mean, this is what happens like in these
you know what I think is, you know what I think is the worst actors, though?
You'll see 2 or 3 people in the same freaking video on different scenarios, and they might be dressed a little different. They might have a wig on, or you know what? But you can tell it's the same freaking person.
Still though, the worst actors are NASA actors.
Yeah, well, those crisis actors, they're hired by the government to do that. For the most part,
they're like the opposite of crisis actors. They're fun joy actors. You know, they're like, oh hey, we're in the dangerous vacuum of space, but we're gonna play with toys in front of a camera.
Yeah, but for the special events, they show up in mass. They don't think they're going to be called out, but they end up being interviewed in a certain capacity, right? They just like, hey, enough time has passed, so like 3-4 years, I can actually act again, you know, in the mainstream news as another person, but we freaking catch them. We catch them. That's what we do.
Dude, I got a funny meme with that girl. She was at all these different events crying. She's like holding her cell phone. She's freaking out crying.
She's one of them. She's one of them, yes.
She's famous, dude. She's been at all of them. She's at the one in Paris. She's like at all the events.
Well, it's like when you post some of this shit on Facebook, you're just like, and she's got the crying phone, and then she's at another event, and you have like a whole screen was just like her at different events, like crying or being interviewed.
She got really bad luck.
Listen, really bad luck. She got really bad luck. She happened to be at all of the freaking major. But anyway,
she was on vacation in Paris, and she just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. She
happened to be at Boston too.
The Boston, Sandy Hook, Pulse nightclub, like everyone.
All them shits, man.
Not her again.
The good, you know, I'm just not lucky. I mean, death follows me.
That's bad luck. Man. That's some really bad luck.
Anyway, it's not funny because I mean, really.
You know what?
There's so much shit that I could say, but I shouldn't say right now.
Some people would believe. Helio,
your stream's already taken down. What do we have to lose?
No. Well, I'm streaming on my other channels that I still kind of want to save, so I'm not going to say it.
Some normies, like my one brother. Oh, that girl's just got really bad luck, man. Oh, that poor girl. You know, like they would be like people that completely blind and naive to not know it's staged.
I mean, well, you see the one where they put her in the freaking Tesla in space?
Oh, look who I found. I found him, dude.
Good stuff.
I found our crisis actor guy. Oh, yeah, there's a picture with him and Rudy Giuliani. Let me get that one, too. Oh, shit.
Yeah, David Hogg. I mean, I don't mind
David
mentioning
Hall,
the name. This is a public name. People, you talk about David Hall. Well, to be honest, he's been involved in many of these staged events.
Oh, dude, if you were to talk about him on like Facebook or whatever, they would ban you. Back in the day,
Actually, YouTube really is more vicious these days. So if
see, there's Buffalo Man. He's got the Q sign.
The Buffalo Man that
the Buffalo
infiltrated the White House. Do you think that motherfucker would ever be able to? No, not the White House. Congress. Do you think that motherfucker would have? Do you think he would have any access to Congress? No.
Dude, that was so staged. I'm thinking they filmed it on another day. They filmed it on like the being in Nancy Pelosi's office. That was filmed on a different day. And then he shows up again at the same scene, dressed in the same costume. And everyone sees him, because how could you not notice him dressed like a complete asshole? Right?
I remember a couple of years ago, they brought that Baphomet statue to Little Rock in Arkansas.
Oh yeah, like the City Hall thing.
Yeah, they had this Baphomet statue.
You know where it was before that? It was up here. It was in Detroit, and they brought it down.
That's what I'm saying. They had a tour of the Baphomet statue. And they had like all protesters around, and then people supporting it, and they had a big event. The different capitals in America, right?
Just we didn't want it here. We said, get that shit out of here.
Okay, well, you know what happened in Arkansas? Somebody took a fucking car and fucking ran it over. And that would have been that one was genuine. Somebody was pissed off enough to fucking take a car and just climb up the fucking Capitol steps and run that motherfucker over. Now, whether that was staged or not, I think
would have been me.
Arkansas. That would have been me too. That's right. I think that was probably genuine. It's like, fuck you. You ain't bringing this Baphomet statue on the Capitol steps.
I'll bring a sledgehammer to break smaller pieces too, man.
Yeah, so I mean, you guys remember that a couple years ago in Little Rock when they freaking drove a car into the fucking Baphomet statue? That was pretty bad.
We ran it out of town up here. Like I didn't know when it was. Like I just seen the old news articles of people saying we don't want that in our town. We don't need that shit here. And then they took it to Arkansas, where it lived permanently outside the courthouse.
Hey, even after all that, the Baphomet still exists that way. Now, they're trying to play us, but they're not actually going to get us. They've got a lot of people, but they're not going to get us with that bullshit. No, I mean, even if we destroy their bullshit when they're traveling around with the Baphomet statue, as far as that goes, it's really kind of throwing shit on a fire. Smells like shit, and so it must be shit, right? It doesn't make any sense why they would, it's like, well, this is free speech. You're just going to bring a Baphomet statue and put it on the steps of the Capitol of Arkansas. Fucker, who the fuck do you think you are? I mean, dude, is that free speech or is it something else? I mean, I have some other words, but I'm not going to say them because they might be. But I wasn't there. I was far from from Little Rock when this happened. But what is Baphomet? I mean, people were just like more than like most people that were supporting it were there for Satan. But Baphomet is not Satan directly. It really kind of engulfs a lot of, different other ideologies.
It's an occult symbol.
They had a tour where they were taking this Baphomet statue to different capitals in the United States, and they were saying, well, this is free speech. We can just set this statue down and then we can, give our speeches and shit. But in Arkansas, somebody freaking drove a car and ran over the Baphomet statue. I thought that was pretty cool, but that could have been another propaganda stunt. Who knows, man? I mean,
I don't know. Dude. I think that was just somebody that had enough.
I don't know, and because I looked into it a bit, and I mean, they're probably as green, to any of the truther topics or whatever. They might have been involved in some freaking. I mean, nobody in their right mind that's a Christian would actually do that. They just might be frustrated. They're out of their mind, obviously, because, hey, I'm going to just freaking wreck into this Baphomet statue in Little Rock, because I'm a Christian and I hate Baphomet. But they don't even know what Baphomet is, so it's kind of strange. So that's what I'm saying. It's all of that type of stuff is for propaganda. It's not necessary. I mean, it's related to the differences that we. I mean, if everybody stopped watching the news, they wouldn't know shit, right?
But Helio, it's not just Baphomet. It's like Baphomet with two kids. He has one kid on his lap, and then he has another kid he's like indoctrinating or something. He's like
exactly.
If you didn't know the name of it, you could see it's some satanic demon, devil entity. It doesn't look, you know what I mean? It's an evil entity, and it doesn't have to deal with the children. It's a creepy thing.
So would you have taken a car and run that motherfucker over when they were presenting it in front of the state capitol?
No comment.
All right, cool. I wouldn't have, but I would have showed up there and I'd be like, look at this bullshit, just like I do on here. Look,
I would hit it with the back bumper because I don't want to break my radiator. So,
yeah, I mean, I like my car, so I wouldn't actually destroy my car by doing that unless somebody's going to replace it. I might, if I was funded by a group.
Maybe I might tow. I'll just drag it. I'll drag it on the pavement till it disintegrates.
No, it's just kind of strange. I mean, and they had this Baphomet statue just traveling from capital to capital, and they were calling it free speech, right? But what happened in Arkansas? Somebody fucking drove a car into this motherfucker. So yeah, Arkansas is badass. That's why.
So they wanted to say free speech because there was the 10 Commandments on one of the Capitol hills in some state capital, right? And they were like, oh, well, if you can put, the 10 Commandments up there, then we can have a goat head with breast exposed and an erect penis coming off the top of his lap. And he's like, hey, little children, come over here, like sit in my lap. It's like, wait a minute, an erect penis? Is that free speech? No, wait, that's porn. And the fact that he's like trying to get children to come sit on his lap with an erect penis and his breast exposed.
Yeah, and I'll tell you for the record of that, they do have the 10 Commandments on the lawn around the state capitol. They do have that. There's a sculpture there that does have the 10 Commandments there in Little Rock on the Capitol grounds. So anyway,
right. So the thing is, there's a huge difference between words as free speech and erect penises trying to entice the children, like, come play with my boobs, sit on my lap, like it'll be fun. Like, I got a goat head, it doesn't matter. Like, that's like borderline like bestiality, child porn. So what they're trying to do is they're like, oh, if you're going to do free speech, then we're going to push like our most obnoxious symbol that we can find, and we'll call that free speech, and we'll see if we can get you to take the 10 Commandments down, because that's what they were trying to do.
So that means they see the 10 Commandments as offensive as them putting up a statue with boobs and erect penis around children. So the Satanists who put it up must find the 10 Commandments really offensive.
Well, the
lately when
Pope
go
has
ahead.
that Baphomet thing on his staff. Have you ever seen this? He has a staff that he carries, and it's got the same thing as the Baphomet schlong on the end of the on his thing, dude. On his little his magic thing there. It's really creepy. All the symbology they use.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm thinking the government's like, yeah, we don't want anything like on our capital with like, children and sex magic. Like, don't give it away, guys. What are you doing?
Wasn't it like Satanists who put that up?
Of course.
I mean, so had to give same way.
They're hiding in plain sight. Like the symbology is meant to be right in your face. And whether it's because they have to tell you for their spells to work or whatever, it's also they get off on the mockery of it all, putting it in The Simpsons, putting it in their Illuminati card games, putting it on corporate logos. It's all there, like the 666 and the Disney symbol, the Heineken logo. Like it's in all this different shit. The Monster Energy drink, it's got the Hebrew 666.
Is it the flag on the old state house? I was passing by the other day, and they have this flag everywhere in many of the government buildings.
They got a unicorn and a lion.
You know, the unicorn always goes with rainbows and.
Yeah, at least now it does. It looks like they got a surveillance camera. They took the lamp down and put a surveillance camera there. So they got an F. There's like an F, and then no, that's not an F. It's a little symbol. See the cymatic patterns in those two little windows? Those little there's little cutouts in the brick too. It's an interesting building. Where's this at? Where's this located?
Boston.
Boston. They got a gold lion and a silver unicorn.
That's what it's called, the Old State House.
I wonder how old it actually is, dude. Look at the lower levels. They look stained. The bricks like it was mud flooded. And look at the street, dude. Look at the street is sloping relative to those lower windows. You see that? And it looks like the middle window was bricked in. You could see underneath it that they did brick repair work. Like that window went deeper, but they bricked it up. They put those windows are not as tall as the ones above it. Those are replacement windows. Because you see the brick. Look at the mortar joints are newer. You see the white mortar? It doesn't match. It's not like original brickwork. And then the street is on an angle, the slope.
True.
You want to see something? I was watching this video about the Vatican, and the Pope was giving his little speech, right? And look at the size of these windows, dude. These windows and the shutters. Look how tall they are. Now, if everyone was normal sized, right? Look at the size of those shutters. Look at that window. And he's standing on a step. He's standing on a platform, right? Same thing on this balcony. He's standing on something. That shit would come like to the top of his head, that balcony. This was made for taller statured people, in my opinion. There's no reason to build it so tall. Look at that window. Look at the size of the shutters. Like, why? Have you guys seen this thing too? Like the statue? It's kind of like a Baphomet symbology. This is at the Vatican. It's not the best picture quality of it, but you see the dove crashing through the window, and this is a giant throne. It's like this carved out to look like a dead goat's head. Oh, wait a minute, this is not the throne. This is not it. Because the throne is covered. It's got like 4 posts holding it up. It's got a roof. I don't think this is it. Oh, this is not the one. This is a different pic. Let me see if I can find that. Largest altar in the world. Okay, yeah, this is it. Let me share this one. But there's a different one that's actually the throne. This is not the throne part.
I was pulling up to a stoplight, taking a drink of coffee. I just inhaled a whole bunch of coffee just now. Shit's about to get real.
That's all that Helio sun worship stuff.
Yeah. They're Jesuits, man. They're sun worshippers.
Yeah, got to put that sun at the middle of the universe.
You got the black pope and the white pope. What's the difference between these two guys? They're both wearing the same hat, right?
Yeah.
One is the black pope and one is the white pope. And you got a Jew in a robe, he's a pope, and then a Jew in a suit is a Jesuit.
Ooh, yeah, nice.
It's right there, dude.
Yeah.
They're both Jews because they have the hat, right? It's the same fucking hat. Like, how could you say otherwise?
Yeah.
They're like, no. Because I had this problem with Catholics. Like I said, my mom is Catholic, my grandma, other people. And they're like, no, that's called this. It's got a particular name in Italian. I forget what the name is. I'm like, no, it's a fucking yarmulke. It's the same damn hat. And when you see it just like in your face like this, it's like, and he's wearing it on the same part of his head at the back. Come on, man.
Yeah, easy to see once you're told.
Well, how could you say otherwise? It's right there in your face.
Yeah.
You've seen the red shoes, right?
Yeah.
The Pope with the red shoes. I'm just gonna send you these. They need cropped, but I don't feel like cropping them. I'm just gonna send them. He's got the red shoes. He's doing the hidden hand. He's doing the Masonic one eye thing. He's got the Masonic M. He's holding over one eye. Like, there's so much symbology with these fuckers. He's even got the black eye. This one with the red yarmulke.
Yeah.
Then the red shoes. You know what that symbolizes. So all of their shit, a bent cross.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I don't think your problem was with the Catholic people. It's probably with the hierarchy that deceives them.
That's my own family, bro. My own family.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is, like, you don't hate Catholic people.
Not at all. Not at all. It's. I'm trying to red pill that religion is totally evil. Like, hey, it's not what you think it is. And the Catholic people themselves are very moral. They have very high morals. Like, they're against abortion, and they're like against homosexuality, and they're virtuous, good people. But they don't know that the people that they're associated with are the most evil people on the face of the earth. Right? It's like,
yeah. I mean, if you watch, they don't know history. That's why.
Because you're brought up. Say you're brought up in a religion like Islam or Catholicism or whatever, and then what's going on with the Black Cube in Mecca and other shit. You're just born into that religion, and they might all be good people, right? I'm not saying they're bad at all, but the religion it's occultic, and they're not going to give you, right? It's like even the low level Freemasons are they're useful idiots.
Exactly.
They don't know what's going on at the top. Just like there's good Catholic people that don't know what's going on, and they just, hey, you can't question the Pope. Okay, I can't question him. They don't want you to question him. They don't even want you to read the Bible. Because one of my brother's friends, he's Catholic, is like, no, I don't read the Bible. I'm like, huh? What? I didn't know that was even a thing amongst Catholics. Because I never went. My mom never forced me to go to that shit. Thank God. Never went to that Catholic school or anything.
No, it's straight up satanic. It literally is.
I know, man.
It's straight up satanic. I mean,
totally.
You're not supposed to pray to a man to pray to God. The man's a sinner just like you. So it's just a false religion. It's a false religion.
God does not need a middleman, right? The Pope is not God's middleman.
Hell no. Jesus is the middleman. That's you know what I'm saying? It's just fucking ridiculous.
You can say that. You can say that, but or you can say it's not the flesh. I mean,
that's what he represents. You know what I'm saying? You pray to Jesus. Jesus, sends your
you don't necessarily pray to Jesus. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? He's your lawyer, technically. You know what I'm saying? He's your defender, So
it's a bit different. It's a little bit different.
Yeah, I know, but I mean that's just giving people basic knowledge, understanding. If they read for themselves, then they can find out, but most people don't.
Here's some other shit about the what's at the Vatican. There, I found a globe symbol under this foot, right? And we know the globe is not that old, really. The whole globe concept. I mean, you could say the Jesuits and shit go back that far, but inside the Vatican, I saw this statue. It's got its foot on the globe. They got the dove breaking through the firmament. I found one with this here, with the swastika symbol. I think maybe someone overlaid that, the swastika emblem over that dove. Yeah, that's what that was. But this is the actual dove. It's that picture I posted earlier. You could see it over that wooden carving that looks like the goat, where it's breaking through the glass. If you enlarge the picture, you could see it's breaking through that.
So just like they made the Flat Earth Society as a controlled op, right?
All I want to know is how the Pope would do in a mud wrestling match. Mud wrestling.
The Jesuits call themselves Society of Jesus.
If he gets mad enough, he might be okay at it. The Pope.
Oh, the Pope, yeah.
I want to mud wrestle that guy. What?
I wouldn't want to touch him, man. That guy is he makes my skin crawl. Like the amount of evil oozing out of that thing.
I know. I'm just trying to make light of it.
Yeah.
I would definitely I'd tear him limb from limb too.
Little boy, and there was like this one, I don't know what he was, like something affiliated with the Catholic Church, and this guy was trying to kiss the little boy, and he's freaking out. And the preacher or whatever you call those people, what are they called? The priest, maybe? Yeah. He slapped the little boy in the face, dude. Like he was trying to. I don't know if he was maybe like 1.5, 2 years old, and his mom is holding him, and it's somewhere in I think it was somewhere in Rome by the Vatican or whatever. It's like it was this really creepy scene. The little boy didn't want nothing to do with him. He's trying to grab and kiss the little boy, like the little baby, and he's just freaking out, screaming bloody murder. And that guy, the priest guy, just smacked him in the face. I'm like, whoa.
So the Catholics are covering up, they're the controlled opposition that pushed the false Christ, right?
The Jesuits, yeah, and the Catholic Church, yeah, they're both hand
so
in hand.
we have Society of the Flat Earth Society, and I look at the Jesuits the same because they call themselves Society of Jesus. So they're just directing everybody at the Baphomet version of Jesus with his 2 fingers pointed to the sky. They want us to think that he's the sun in the sky.
They corrupted a lot of things. They it's all paganism too. They adopted all bits and pieces.
Thank you so
to
much.
try and
Have a good
appeal
night.
to different groups. So they're not Christian. When they call themselves Christians, real Christians are like, no, they're not. They're Catholic. They're not Christians. But sometimes you'll hear a Catholic refer to themselves as Christian. I see them do this sometimes, like these people that really don't know the difference, and they say stuff like that.
I think they say that to try to fit in. I'm sorry about the hot mic. I wanted to say, so in Greek, Antichristos is transliterated into English as Antichrist. But when you look at the second definition of Antichristos, it means in place of Christ. So if you think about like Lord of the Rings, the king, Aragorn, he was off being like a ranger, protecting the hobbits from like the orcs and the, outlands, right? So that they didn't get into like the, most vulnerable people. Even though he was the king, he was like away from the throne. And Boromir and Faramir's father was like in place of the king, right? He wasn't the actual king, right? So that's how I see it. When someone says, who is the Antichrist? Well, whoever says they're in place of Christ. So if you look at what the Catholic Church actually, I don't know, it may have changed recently, but unless it's changed recently, what they say is that Peter was the foundation of the church, but Peter was crucified in Rome. So how could he be the first pope, right? But they lost their legitimacy that way, even though they claimed their legitimacy this way. And now they say that, the Pope is the vicar of Christ, meaning he's the representation of Christ, hence God, is Trinitarians on earth. So the Pope is literally Christ, God on earth.
He's the middleman. Like, hey, this is your conduit. You want to speak to God, you got to do it through me. And it's funny if someone who thinks himself of that is kissing the ring of a Rothschild, right? So it's like, that tells you the pecking order right there.
But just the fact that people don't see how stupid, because they don't read, man. No one wants, it's just idiots. It's just a bunch of idiots in this world, man. I'm sorry. You think some dude is Jesus.
Yeah, he said there will be those who come bearing my name. Right? Hi, I'm the vicar of Christ. Like, oh, yeah, you are. Like, okay, what gives you that right? Well, Peter was the first pope. Didn't you crucify Peter in Rome? Yeah, but we made a square after his name, so that kind of makes up for it. It's like, okay, so you're Christ now? You're the vicar of Christ?
And they
like, yeah, he's not here, so.
They also hijacked all the world history and said, oh, this is Roman architecture, right? Like if you look into the Tartarian stuff, it's in every continent. even as far as remote places in South Africa, New Zealand, Australia, places really far off the beaten path, to have buildings of that type from that period. Like, wait a minute, even in South America too, all over the place. They even got aqueducts like that in Mexico, those stone aqueducts with the arches and shit.
Yeah, the aqueducts in South America are said to be Roman aqueducts. And it's like, really? So they must be like all powerful, like all over the world to build these like aqueducts that, are made of stone. So we don't actually know how long they've been here, but it must have been since the Romans got here.
And you know what, too? They hijacked the whole group of people. They're like, okay, the Catholic Church speaks Latin, right? But then they take people from South America and they say, oh, these are Latinos because they're Catholic. So, but they don't speak Latin. That's Rome, right? So they kind of hijacked the whole group of people and pulled them under their umbrella that really have nothing to do with the Vatican. You know what I mean? They'll call them saying that they speak Latin when they don't, because they're Catholic. Like the Catholics I know, they don't know what the hell they're saying. They're speaking in Latin. I think they're speaking spells, dude. They're doing these spells in another language that's an obsolete language that most people don't know what the fuck they're saying. They're lighting candles, they're lighting incense. So they got the smoke, the fire, and they're chanting. So it's like, I think that they're putting spells on people, some kind of creepy black magic shit. And I got that vibe, dude. I did go to some Catholic churches before when I was young, and it made my skin crawl, dude. I felt really creeped out by the whole chanting, oh, no, those chants. I'm like, oh, man, and there's smoke, and there's incense and flames, and what are they doing? What's all this weird symbols? And the costumes and shit. It's like, why can't you just read it in English? Why are you saying it in Latin? What the fuck is, no one knows Latin? At least no one in here.
Part of the control system. Like we have today, we have the priest language, which is Latin, right? So when you go to the doctor and you're like, doctor, I just don't know what's wrong with me. I feel like crap. And the doctor's like, oh, you got sinusitis. Take this chemical. You're like, okay, sinusitis. What does that mean? And you look it up, and it means swollen sinuses. You're like, wait a minute, I'm taking a chemical for swollen sinuses? How does this make any sense? Like, couldn't I just flush it out with salt water? But anyway, yeah. So that's what they're doing. They're taking the priestly language. They read a couple lines from it in Latin, so you have no idea what the guy just said. And then they're like, yeah, all authority to the church. Give us your gold. Give us your silver. Make sure you get permission to get married.
I caught one of these black magic masks, whatever, dude, and I could hear him saying, I heard certain words like Lucifer, like popping out. I'm like, whoa, what the, I hear all these words I don't understand, and then the word Lucifer pops in there, and it was a Catholic, he was doing his shit, his black magic spells, and it was like, what? And then you see the audience hall at the Vatican. It looks like a snake head, and who is the snake is the devil. It's all the symbology. There's the Pope standing on the stage. There's a snake head. It's got the eyeballs on the side. But some people won't see it, dude. If you're a Catholic, you don't want to see that shit. I'm talking from experience, trying to show people in my immediate family.
It's all on point, brother.
Yeah, you got to start with the people you know best, right? Like, but they don't want to believe it, man. They want their vision of it. No, the Catholic Church does good things. They have charities and see, like the Freemasons, right? The Shriners, they have charities, right? You see the little poor children, they're helping them out. But in reality, they're doing dastardly, really nasty shit. All Freemasons, Shriners are another branch of Freemasonry. So they're all up to no good. So if they have a public face, like the Catholic Church public face is like, well, we're against abortion and we're against birth control and things that are supposed to be like pro-life. but yet the people who are like pro-abortion, like Nancy Pelosi, she says she's a Catholic. So it's like, well, which is it? I thought Catholics stood for this publicly. I thought they were against abortion, but you could still be in the club and for abortion. Because in reality, it's just an evil entity. We all know that.
So the worst part about it is that you'll be in a disagreement with one of your family members, and you'll read them the scripture, right? You're reading red words. You're not saying anything, right? You're reading the red words, like let's say Matthew 24 verses 29 through 31, and they'll come right back and argue with you. It's like, you realize you're not arguing with me. You know that, right? Like,
yeah, read
I haven't said anything.
Here's the book. Read it.
Dang.
Don't take it from me. Read it from the book. I'm not going to say it. It's right here.
So yeah, once you got someone arguing with the Messiah, with his words, it's like, okay, I'm just going to release you. You know, you do what you want. It's like, how? Like if you read some scripture to me and I disagreed with it, and then you said Jesus said that, I'd be like, show me. Like, okay, maybe I've made a mistake. Let me look into this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if I felt myself arguing with the Messiah and the words that he spoke, I would just be like stunned. I'd be like, okay, you got me. You got me good. Okay, maybe I need to rethink this. I need to re-examine this and maybe pull out my concordances and, you know, pull out the eSword application for the computer and go over what this actually means. But they're like, no, that's good. I'll trust them in, you know. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Peace out. Yeah, so I love all people of all different religions. You know, I'm not a Catholic. I'm not a Muslim. I see a great deal of similarities between the Catholics and the Muslims, but there's one religion where they're just like, you know, completely anti-Jesus, and yeah, I can't really get along with those guys too well. If they can't see it, they just can't see it. I don't know how to witness to them. You know, parentheses.
People with small hats, right?
Yeah, I don't know how. I don't know the Old Testament well enough to be able to show them.
Well, they don't
You know what I
believe
mean?
the Old Testament, dude. They believe the Talmud. That's their religion. Like they claim, some of them claim they're Old Testament, but they're Talmudists. They believe
some of them.
Well,
some of them.
It's depending. You have a public face and a private face. Like the Catholic Church has a public face that's against abortion, against homosexuality, against all these things, but then their private, what they do is horrendous.
Yeah, it's called the public doctrine and the secret doctrine. I believe that their version of, you know, their public doctrine is like wrong on its face, but I think that their private doctrine of the Trinity is even worse.
Well, they're
because
I'm just saying in terms of their stance on morality, like they publicly they have a bunch of Catholic charities like that help the poor. They provide hospitals. They provide homeless shelters, things that are charitable and good. That's their public face. Same thing with the Shriners, but behind that facade, they're pure evil. They have it's a mask. They're wearing a mask for who they really are. The same thing like red and blue Freemasonry. You got two types of Freemasonry. And then the useful idiots just think, no, man, it's just a boys' club. It's not a big deal. Everyone there is cool. And they're the low level, the useful idiots, right? They need lots of useful idiots to make the majority of people think it's a harmless society. It's just we hang out and we drink and we play, whatever. Just a hangout. My club. They don't realize they're like working for the most evil. They're enabling all this shit. You know what I mean? Without the help of all of them, that big network, they couldn't maintain this type of control. It'd be very difficult. And they have different levels, like they're Shriners, they're Freemasons, they're Odd Fellows. They have lots of different types. You know what I mean? There's different branches of Freemasonry, but they're all tied in at the top level.
There's the Scottish Rite, the Rosicrucians, the Blue Lodge, the Red Lodge.
Yeah, but at the low levels, they keep people in the dark. They keep you in the dark for what's really going on. So you think it's just a harmless little club. Oh, well, no big. What's the big deal? I did it. I did it so I could get a promotion at work. Everyone's pretty cool. I don't know any weirdos. Then when you work your way up, they're all fucking freaks and weirdos. I mean, at least what I can find out, I've never been, in their little secret club, but all the stuff I hear about them is seems to point to something nefarious.
Know one thing, if any of you guys ever get drafted, join the Masons until you get out, or you are going to the front line.
Or you don't go. Don't fight the bankster war, man. Like, you got to take a stand somewhere, and I would not do that. That's my line in the sand. I'm not fighting their fucking illegitimate war.
You guys know they can draft our daughters now, right?
Yeah, but here's the thing. You don't have to go. Like, you can opt out of their shit. You could say whatever. You're going to get dishonorable discharge or whatever. It's like, whatever, dude. They can't force you to go. Just like you can't force, remember, like the Gandhi shit where he's like, the peaceful protest is like, hey, the Indian people are going on strike. We're not going to pick your tea. The British like their tea. Come and pick the fucking tea yourself, bitch. We're not picking your tea. Like, if everyone got on the page, and they had a strike, then the slave strike, they would have to bend. They would have to negotiate.
Oh man, I would love to see them. See if I were still of age to be drafted. Man, I'd love to see them come and try that shit. Ooh, don't bring your best that day, fellas. I'll tell you what, you're gonna have some loss.
That's what I mean. You don't play their game, dude. Don't opt into their wars and that type of shit. Like, no, thank you. Especially now, my dad was in the army. He didn't know better, but that's because none of us knew better back in the day. We were like fucking hoodwinked. And you think, well, I gotta protect my country, and they got us all divided, thinking this is the enemy, mutual assured destruction, and they do it for whatever patriotic reasons. He wasn't drafted, but he did join, and his friend, my neighbor, he was drafted, and there's not. I mean, they thought there was nothing they could do, but like now, if that same shit was to happen, a lot of people would like opt out. Say, no, dude, we're not. I'm not fighting it. I'd straight up tell them, I know what you're doing. You're a puppet of the Rothschilds. I'm not fighting your bankster wars. You want to try and throw me in the gulag?
you go? Wolfgang, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I thought you got cut off.
Listen, the bottom line is it's righteous to deny those in power the privilege of telling you have to go to war for them. So it doesn't matter how much they try to punish you. End of the day, you're making a righteous decision, and it's objectively the best decision of the moment, right? I guess. So technically it's going to work out for you. And you know what? I wouldn't mind getting in legal trouble for dodging a draft. Then I could just go hang out with all the other draft dodgers and we could, figure out our next move, right? Even in prison.
See, I used to think those people were just like scummy hippies. I'm like, oh, those fucking leftist scummy hippies. Da da da. Like I was, America drinking, because I'm more of on a conservative leaning, and like all the gun grabbers are usually on the left or the liberals. They want to take away guns and shit. And I was on the opposite side. I'm like, fuck you, freedom, America, right? And I'm like, them damn draft dodgers, blah blah blah. And now. Some of them were the fucking. I agree with them, dude. I'm like, the left is anti-war. I'm anti-war. The left is against the secret potion. I'm against the secret potion. We have a lot of common ground. Not a lot, but I mean some. And the funny thing is, the people who they claim to hate the most, the left, that's who they're getting paid by. Like the irony of it all. Like, wait, you guys are working for the people you claim to hate. The capitalist pig billionaires, that's exactly who you're working for. Like Greenpeace, people like Greenpeace, Antifa, all those people.
Yeah, August 2nd, 1964, the first Gulf of Tonkin incident. No pictures, no video, no nothing. August 4th, 1964, second Gulf of Tonkin incident. No photos, no video. Reportedly, it happened to the American ship. August 7th, 1964, Congress gives Johnson the power through the Gulf of Tonkin resolution to do what he has to do to take care of communism in Vietnam. And 9 years later, 3 million innocent Vietnamese are dead, and 58,000 Americans are dead, all because we have no video or pictures of the Gulf of Tonkin incidents. And 3 days after, they vote to go into Vietnam because of the Gulf of Tonkin, which never happened. Happy United States of America. 3,000 more dead bodies on your American flag.
Yeah, not just that. 9/11, where they go, hey, let's go attack Iraq. How come? There was a guy, Wesley Clark. He's like, first it was Iraq and Afghanistan. He's like, wow, we're going to do 7 more nations. Like, we're going to get Libya and Syria and blah, blah, blah. They did go after Gaddafi, and they went after Assad, and they're just fucking up all these states that Israel happens to have a beef with, which is all the surrounding states. I mean, at least on its face. I think publicly they have their public facade, but they're all on the same team. I think they pretend the leadership is in the pocket of Israel, like the leadership of Jordan and all these other countries. They're already on the same team, but they can't, for public consumption, they have to publicly be opposed to Israel.
Don and Joe and Anthony of the NIH, or whatever you want to call it, all had the same education. Joe and Don and Anthony, all the same education, which is more valuable than any Ivy League education. And we think they're on different sides of the political spectrum. Ha ha, hee hee.
You remember the Palestinians had Arafat? Arafat was just a puppet of them. Saudi Arabia's government is Jewish. They're crypto Jews. Like all of these people, Turkey, that's why they never attack them. Like Saudi Arabia is massive. They have the power, they have the weaponry. They're a larger state. They could mess Israel up, but they don't. Even the Palestinian guy, he was supposedly at odds with them, and like Arafat, they never did shit, dude. It's they're all on the same team.
I've come to realize it's more Zionism than it is anything else, because Zionism is actually a belief system, and you can have any color of your skin, any skin color, and be a Zionist. And so I've come to believe it's Zionism and not any one ethnic group at all. Just my opinion.
There's Zionists like Trump, right? There's Zionist Jews, and there's giant Zionists like a Sean Hannity. We got to our greatest ally, Israel. Well, look what our greatest ally did to the USS Liberty. Look what they did on 9/11. The dancing Israelis. Like, if you want to look who's our greatest ally, like, why does our greatest ally? Why are they always doing these false flags and these right? Like, at a certain point, I don't know. Actually, the people on TV they're already pre-approved sellouts. Like, anyone say, "Oh, this is our greatest ally." Like, it's funny, it's cringy at the same time when they say that.
You remember what that cop said when he pulled him over in the van to dancing Israelis? He said, like, who are you? Are you the enemy? He said, we're not your enemy. Palestine's your enemy. We have the same enemy that you have.
Funny.
It's like, oh, okay. Palestine's the enemy.
Yeah. Dude, the Palestinians, make Israel Palestine again. I feel bad for those poor people. They didn't do shit, dude. They're just on the wrong side of the power structure. They get their land stolen. They make propaganda that they're committing acts of terrorism. All those, their fake events. Oh, look, they're blowing themselves up. All that shit is like stage shit. It's like these fake these events that happen in America. They get passed off on the same media over here, and then everyone thinks, oh, look at these vile, evil people. They're blowing themselves up, and they're, committing these atrocities, and they're shooting up, whatever, dude. Peaceful prayer centers. I don't believe that for 1 minute, dude. I mean, not that I would blame them if they did, resort to violence. Not that I would blame them, but I don't think that that's the case. I think a lot of that shit is fabricated. So that, like you said, that cop said, "Oh, your real enemy is the Palestinians." Oh, really? Okay, you say so. And my greatest ally is Israel.
No, the Israeli said, "We're not the enemy. We have the same enemy as you have. Palestine is your enemy." That's what he told the cop. That's what the cop said.
And the cop probably ate it up. Yes, Israel is our greatest ally. You know what I mean? Because he hears people like Sean Hannity say shit like that. We got to protect Israel, our greatest ally.
Well, you know where our cops, they go to train, right?
Yeah, Mossad.
Yeah. So when they're over here abusing people, that's the future that we have to look forward to if we don't wake up.
I know. And not that everyone in Israel is part of the conspiracy or part of the, you know what I mean? They're not.
The governments. Yeah.
Yeah, just like our government, we don't control our government here, just like they don't. So a lot of them are hoodwinked.
And apathetic.
I would put them in the same camp as like low-level Freemasons or people that are Catholic but don't necessarily know what the Catholic Church is up to at the high levels.
Right. Yeah, I've talked to some ex-Catholics. I'll say anti-ex is probably a better word. I talked to some ex-Catholics before, and they told me someone sent them a video, and once they started seeing it and hearing it for themselves, but they couldn't unsee it, and they left Catholicism.
That's good, man. I think it's going to take everybody waking up: Catholics, Jews, Muslims, Christians, everybody waking up and finding, and that's the thing. That's the good thing, is that we do have something to unite us all. Like, wait, we're all being fucked over, and they're all pointing the finger at each other. Here's your enemy. Palestine's your enemy. Russia's your enemy. China's your enemy. Like, they're all pointing the finger at each other when the real enemy is in your own government. Like, you look no further than your own government is your own enemy. They're the ones causing you misery and all this shit, putting fake propaganda to send your young men to war.
Ron, wouldn't a Catholic or an ex-Catholic know what they're arguing against?
What do you mean?
Like, I mean, what are they arguing against or for? Wouldn't they know what they're arguing for?
They're protecting an institution that they don't know.
All right, cool. So let's take a look at the information right up front. Right, just like what do Catholics believe about Earth, or dude, don't even get me started. No, I'm not going to get started. The religion of Catholicism versus Protestantism. Don't you think?
Cool. We won't get you started on it then.
All right, cool. Well, check this out. Wouldn't you think that someone's going to argue a position? Shouldn't they know the position they're arguing for before they actually join?
Yeah, for sure. The thing is, they're born into it. Like, if you're born into it and your parents...
Hold on. I was born a Catholic, and I was a Catholic my entire life. Or until I was 18. I mean, now that's a label, really. Kind of. I went to a Catholic church when I was growing up.
Did you find it creepy, like the chanting? Dude, I went a couple times because my grandma dragged me there when I was little.
No, I don't find it creepy in that way.
Did they speak Latin? They spoke Latin at this, and they were.
No, they didn't do that at my church. No.
This was a Catholic church, and they were speaking Latin, and they were like I don't know, dude, they're humming and awing and really creepy. Dude, it made my skin crawl.
Hold on. There were certain Latin phrases used in certain parts of the ceremony. See, dude,
it was chanting. It was chanting, and it was really ominous. It made me feel like I had to get out of there. I'm like, oh, man, I don't never want to come back here.
Okay, okay. Hold on, Ron. Don't get so excited, bro.
I'm just saying.
If you're raised in a Catholic church, it's sort of normal to you.
I was raised in it. But they didn't force it upon me. I was raised in a Catholic church.
So they didn't necessarily force it upon me either, but it's just kind of like what you do with the government. You just kind of go along to get along, right? Anyway, it's kind of what that was. But I mean, when I graduated high school and did my own thing, I was just like, and then I started like actually taking a look at, in the Bible and stuff. It's like, all right, so the Catholic Church came with all the registers of the Bible. I mean, it takes a really long time for people to actually really kind of get a grasp on, whether you're raised Protestant or Catholic or atheist or whatever vein you.
It depends how much conditioning. Like you broke out of it. I did. Like as long as your parents
don't break all the way out of it because I'm a creationist.
Well, no, that has nothing to do with Catholicism.
Well, sure, that's religion. That's religion, but it's still connected. I mean, if we're going to relate to, whether it's Catholics or
but it's also paganism. It's also paganism, so you can't say.
So creation is paganism?
The Catholic Church, it has a lot of pagan symbology, dude.
No, sure. And, okay, well, I mean, is this a Catholic pagan channel or I mean, I don't know.
I'm saying that a lot of the same shit has been rolled up, right? They rolled up paganism into Catholicism. You'll find a lot of it because they wanted to expand their influence.
What's at the core of the pagan idea? What's the core of it?
Well, there's different versions. There's like a whole bunch of different versions, like the Northern Europeans.
It's very similar to Christianity, isn't it? They have shitloads of different versions, hundreds of different versions of Christianity.
Yeah, I get it. But a lot of the northern European countries too have like a summer solstice, winter solstice they celebrate. So that stuff, like Christmas, is actually the winter solstice. They rolled that in there. Like a lot of.
So what's your favorite one?
I like the summer solstice is my favorite.
As a religion or as an understanding?
As a religion? What do you mean, my favorite religion?
Yeah, what's your favorite religion?
I wouldn't say I have a favorite religion. I would say that,
which one do you think is closest to the truth?
I like maybe Baptist.
Oh my God.
I'm a Southern Baptist. I'm
hey, Helio, I got something cool. You said a second ago you're a creationist, right? And you were raised Catholic, right?
Yeah, sure.
Well, I thought it's kind of a funny thing because wasn't the Big Bang Theory in the 1920s invented by a Catholic priest?
But I didn't even hear about it until after I graduated high school. For the most part, it wasn't really emphasized when I was, going through high school. I mean, it didn't really become a big thing for me until I came across this information. So
they also invented the globe, like the Jesuits and Catholic Church.
When I was in high school, my biology teacher went to church with me, and I actually confronted him and said, "Hey, this evolution theory cannot be the way that God said it happened." So, dude, I was into this shit from high school, and this has been over 30 years now. So,
that's one thing I was always again. I thought was total bullshit was evolution. I'm like, this sounds like,
bro. I mean, it's just like, shit. And I felt like my biology teacher who went to church with me at the Catholic Church was uncomfortable teaching it. And so I was just like, why are you telling these kids that this is something that God did to create the earth? No.
You know who really hung him out is Edward Hendry. Really exposed a lot of dirty shit going on with both them, the Catholic Church, the Jews, the Jesuits. He links that all their dirt out there, dude. He shows you. You know what I mean? So he is well read, and he shines a light where they don't necessarily want it shine. You know what I mean? He shows all the.
You really like with a lot of your understanding and the way you find out different aspects of this. You really have to be curious, and you have to psychoanalyze yourself and other people that you listen to. I mean, it's a long process to actually say, hey,
you know what? It took me a long time to put all these pieces together. Like it's not blaringly obvious until afterwards, right? If someone points it out and then you have an aha moment, or sometimes you can figure it out yourself. I had to figure it out myself because I was piecing this together where we didn't have a Discord with all these members, right? I was pretty much alone putting this shit together. I didn't have a community to talk to.
Hey, you're not the only one, Ron. Me too.
No, it was hard, man. It was hard back in the day. Like, this is a good support group. When you think there's no support group, this is a bunch of people you could come and feel at home. It's like, oh yeah, fuck yeah, normal people who get it.
We don't always get along either, We have all different ideas.
Get along. I know that, but it's just like I fight with my brothers sometimes. So it's like,
but it's just like when we finally found each other, it's just like, oh shit.
Me and Helio fight like brothers. Like I could fight with Helio, and he's still my brother. I never hate Helio.
Well, I mean, you're not the only one either, and I'm sure I'm not the only one for you either. But I mean, when you really just kind of like when you see it, you can't unsee it, and when you find someone else that sees it at least sort of the same way you say it,
sometimes you're like awful quick to throw me right under the bus, dude. Like me and you we were like buddy. We had their show, and we were like, and then all of a sudden it's like you don't even know me.
Not necessarily true, bro.
Hey, I'm gonna have.
If you don't know me by now,
like we're not bros. It's like, oh, then he's gonna just turn on me all of a sudden. Like I'm not gonna get into anything like that we talked about, like personal. But it's like,
no, no. It was what happened, last week. That was just kind of misunderstanding. I really, well, I support you.
I can't even hear a thing you said, dude. It kind of faded into zero volume land.
Well, it's just, I mean, I don't think we should talk about what.
No, we won't talk about it. I'm just saying, like,
that's called fading facts.
Fading facts.
No, I'm just saying it was something that happened, and it happened, but I don't think we should talk about it online.
No, I'm not gonna. I said I'm not gonna talk. I'm just talking to you here, and only us two know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
You're the one that brought it up, though.
Awful quick to throw me under the bus, man, and we were supposed to be bros, so.
We are bros, and you already know that I'm drunk sometimes.
I know. I'm pressing your buttons, dude. I just want to press your buttons. I like to see you cringe a little bit.
Who doesn't, right? Whatever. Because I got the truthsies and the proofsies. Not for, not against you. It's just, yeah. Anyway. Changing gears.
Go into overdrive.
Like Earth, the origin of the server, how this call came about. We came all together. We finally found each other, and we have a team here. We're committed to bring truth forward. We don't always get along.
That's true, dude. We don't have a common enemy. We fight each other. So.
Yeah, I mean, once you start fighting each other, then you're just not gonna.
We don't condone that. It just happens occasionally, but you got to have thick skin to be a flat earther.
Sure, bro. I mean, dude, if we're so strong that we create this server, we create YouTube channels, and we're doing this. Dude, we have thick skin, and any type of inner arguments. It's really kind of, I mean, that should never be public, but it can be if it's something really bad.
We've had our little fights and stuff, but it's like we're still, like I said, we're bros, and it's like if you don't have thick skin, gotta have thick skin to be a flat earther.
Hell yeah, you definitely have to have thick skin to be a flat earther, bro. Every single time, because you're gonna take shit. You're gonna have to take shills.
It's about conviction. Like, you got your conviction. When I first found out, when I wasn't 100% sure, I'm like, man, all of this stuff makes sense. 100% makes sense, but I didn't have quite 100% confidence, and I needed just a little bit more. But this was early, like the first couple of weeks when I found out, I didn't have enough confidence to go out on a limb and tell my friends, like, because it could backfire really bad if you don't have the answers for all the questions. It's best to keep your mouth shut and not say anything until you know inside and out.
I mean, you can throw some jabs out there. You didn't really need to intend to hit them, but you just want to throw.
It's better if you know. It's better if you know what you're talking about a little better. You got a better grasp of it, because they're going to ask a lot of questions. They're going to machine gun you with like 100 questions. Boom, 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 and you need to have answers. Boom, 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 in like quick succession. Boom, boom. You need an answer right away.
Hey guys, I just want to quickly say you might be right. You may have to have thick skin in order to be a flat earther. One thing's for sure, you have to have a thick head in order to be a glober.
Well, it's self-delusion. If you want to believe it's a globe, you have to literally delude yourself when you're presented evidence, right? If you're factual evidence, to deny it is just delusional. But a lot of people, I mean, like even my older brother, unfortunately, I think Helio has the same problem. His brother's like that too. Maybe he's coming around, but he won't admit it yet. But every one of us, like it's hard to even pull your own family members on board. My younger brother got it right away. I think maybe it's a big brother, little brother thing, like the level of trust or whatever. I don't know. Helio, is your brother older than you or younger? Helio. Yo. Hey, get.
Hey, good morning.
What's up, bro?
Jesse was saying about stainless steel containing cremated body parts. Could you elaborate? Like where did that come from? That you said
Yeah,
you mentioned something.
I said that, and quite a couple of years ago. But I told Jamesy also. Well, I was working in CNC milling in like 2010, and I was looking at the crystalline structure of steel, and I found that in all these crematories, actually in many crematories, and back in the days, they were using a like large sheet of stainless steel. They were melting it, and then they dropped that molten steel on the human body. That's how they were incinerating them.
Maybe they
And
dropped the body in the vat of hot metal.
no, actually,
The other
that's
way around, because you can get an air pocket and like steam explosions if you trap like something with water. If you
yeah.
trap it,
It's something when they drop it on the body. It's something in the carbon assimilation. It has to do something with that because
oh
they were
shit.
dropped. It was like not round pot, but rectangular, and they were dropping all of the sudden, all of it. Yeah,
Never heard of that. So would they
yeah.
take the body to a foundry, like a metal foundry, and do this?
Actually, the crematories had this.
Really? Holy shit!
Yeah, yeah.
It takes a
They
lot
were
to melt.
using an amount of steel for uh, a period of time, and then they replace it. And
Oh, they recycle it. You're saying?
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Actually, after they use that steel to incinerate, let's say 1,000 bodies, then that steel had enough carbon in it by remelting it and cooling it, that it was sent as high content steel, high content carbon steel. And then they were adding this piece of big steel into a foundry where they had this molten steel that they wanted to increase the carbon, you know.
That's
It
pretty
was like a
disgusting.
concentrated, yeah.
Pretty disgusting. I think maybe they're making flatware out of it. Your silverware, your forks are made from stainless steel from dead people. So every time you use a fork
Yeah.
putting that
And
in,
then I've been searching on internet and I saw that a lot of the steel of today that we use has human carbon content. I read that. I read this in those times. I was just looking at it and it was fascinating,
that's pretty disgusting too, though, to think. Imagine the smell of hot metal and body flesh just sizzling on molten metal. It's like, whoa.
Yeah. It's you don't you cannot take away the carbon from carbon steel, if you use it as a spoon or fork, but it's something to do. I will say something more spiritual, like when I read the Bible, I saw that when someone in other family is dying, you're not supposed to touch the dead of that family. But the members of that family of the dead, they can touch him, you know. They say if you touch him, you're not clean anymore, you know, in that day. So, yeah. It has to do something with spirituality and holiness and stuff like that. Mic check.
Think he stunned everybody into silence, Gib again. You all right, man?
Dave Hinkle. That was fun.
You're good, man. Yeah, I muted up because I was thumbing through my pictures. I didn't want to make any noise.
Yeah, just have a Google search about crematories using molten steel.
You know what I heard them doing? They were
I'm just kidding
selling.
about the Dracula thing. Sorry, Ron. I'm just apologizing.
No problem. That was funny, Dave.
Okay.
They were.
I liked
They
it.
were. People were paying for a cremation service, and they were getting back bags of concrete. They were burying the bodies in the back of the crematorium in the field, and the people paid lots of money to have the body cremated. And here's a bag of cement, and no one really figured it out until like a while later.
Yeah.
Like powdered cement, like, oh, this gray ash,
Yeah.
this must be the body. Okay.
They thought it's
Somebody might have figured it out. Like, say someone who's a bricklayer or whatever. Hey, that looks an awful lot like Portland cement or whatever. It's like, hey, wait a minute, let's get it wet. It is cement. What the fuck?
Yeah. Well, if you put it in your home, and if it's an open jar or something like that, then water will condensate, you know, and humidity from the air will make it harden, the cement. So, yeah.
It's usually in like a container, like a metal urn. And most people, out of curiosity,
but it's
they
not.
probably look.
It wasn't hermetically sealed, you know.
No, it's not.
Yeah, and in time, from the humidity from the air, that gets hardened. You know, it hardens itself.
One lump of concrete.
It bonds, yeah. And when people check it after a couple of years, they say, "Oh, all this ash turned into concrete." You know.
Well, by the time they figured it out, they had already processed a lot of people and took advantage. It's cost thousands of dollars for the service.
Yeah, yeah.
They're like, we use a lot of propane, or natural gas. It's a very expensive process.
Wow.
Now, the part you said about using liquid stainless steel is like, that's a whole nother level of weirdness.
Yeah, it's much easier to melt it because they use electromagnetic induction, so it gets into liquid state in a couple of seconds, you know. So it's very quick.
So what do? They have like a mold. They pour it into a mold like a what are those things? Those little vessels where they
Yeah,
pour the
something like that.
a crucible. They have a crucible with the body, and then pour the liquid metal in that.
Above the body, and then they just drop that on the body, and when molten steel comes in contact with anything organic, like it burns it.
Well, if you ever fry bacon,
You're not left. Only vapor and very, very small amounts of ash, residue.
And at what temperature does this happen? What is molten lava magma temperature?
Well, that's not lava. It's molten steel, so it's 1800. 1000.
Are you saying Celsius or Fahrenheit?
Celsius. Yeah.
And do you think jet fuel can get that warm?
Never.
Okay.
Never.
Thank you.
You can't melt steel with jet fuel.
This is what I was thinking, but I had to ask.
Yeah. You're asking in reference to 9/11, right?
No, I just want to know. Of course I am.
I see.
Of course I am.
Yeah.
You mean 7-Eleven was a part-time job? You know what's funny too about that is I think we can talk about everything now, but the E word that rhymes with erection. Yeah. We could say that word, but we can't say the other one. What is happening?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't see how kerosene can melt steel.
You want to know something strange?
That's some well-made kerosene. Sorry, go ahead.
They don't even contain the kerosene that they tell you. That's another layer of bullshit. If you've ever looked into the fuel hoax, you'll see that the wings are empty. There's no fuel in the wings.
Yeah, but with kerosene, to be able to make like a forgery, to melt metals with it, you need special injectors which pulverize the kerosene and make a mixture with air. So you need air pumps, special air pumps, and also special fuel pumps which create that necessary pressure for the kerosene to get pulverized, and those injectors are literally exposed to the inside chamber of that place where you are melting the steel, So they will not last, they will have to be made of high grade ceramics, it will be crazy expensive.
See these wings from these airplanes? These are commercial airplanes. When they're broken open, the one that crashed, it's completely bone dry. The other one lost a panel off the top. There's no fuel in there. There's no residue for the fuel. It's dry. And then here's a wing this is the underside of an Airbus A380 wing. And look at all those little maintenance holes. Those are like manholes, so you can get in there and work on all the mechanical shit. These are if you had all these holes to seal up, look how many there is.
Yeah.
All these little portholes. They're just popped back on there. So you just remove these to get at that. So you get at all these little motors and wires and hydraulic lines. There's no way that's containing fuel.
Hey, I worked on jet aircraft.
Not in the wing. Not inside that
wing. But let me continue. When I was working on the jet aircraft on the interior, there were warning labels before they were set into flight or whatever. She's like, don't walk on this portion of the wing because it's vulnerable to weight. Even human, like just like 180 pounds, 200 pounds. Don't walk on this portion of this wing because I mean, you have to. If you're going to work on the wing, you have to do it a certain way. And that was for the structural engineers and stuff and the mechanics.
You can't walk on it, but it holds 80,000 tons of fuel.
I know exactly right. So
those rivets are going to hold all that tonnage of fuel.
Dude, that's not where the fuel is stored. It's not in the.
I know. Yeah, but nobody thinks it through like step by step, like what I'm presenting here. Like, okay, wait a minute. This aluminum wing is gonna hold the weight of let's say 10 tanker trucks. The tanker trucks that fill up the gas station, parking like 10 of those on the wings of the plane. This thin aluminum wing is going to hold that type of weight. Not only that,
there are warning labels all over. Like I said, I'm going to repeat myself again. There were warning labels before the plane went to flight. While you're working on the plane, if you go on the wing, you have to have you have to be a structural engineer to actually work on the wings, because I worked in inside the fuselage, but you wouldn't. I've never stood on the wings, but there were warning labels. Don't step on this part. Don't step on that part. You can see. I'm 200. A little over 200 pounds, and so it's just like, bro, it's like fucking hey, this plane's gonna go 500 miles an hour, and it's gonna withstand all the pressure involved. It's very sensitive equipment that's built into the wings.
Look at this wing, how thin it is. This is a Blackbird, right? See the guy standing in the wing section? If you had to estimate, we'd say maybe that wing is 6 inches thick, or the guy standing in the middle of the wing, there's no skin on it. So even if you did fill all the volume of these spaces with liquid, it's not enough for 2 gigantic engines sucking fuel. Look at the size of those engines.
Yeah. Hey, Wolfgang. So been listening. No, and these are compelling arguments, and I've used them before. There was a guy that I used to play Clash of Clans with years ago, who his job he did the refueling at an airport, like a major international airport. The fuel came in on a train. Like he definitely was convinced that he was putting some shit, like a lot of it, into these fucking planes. It was a lot pretty quick. It's amazing how fast they put it in, but it's a ton of fuel that supposedly that they're going through.
Through a 2-inch hose in 5 minutes. It's like you can't force that much fuel liquid through a hose that size in that amount of time.
Yeah, so like, I mean, I asked him these questions, and he's like, wow, like he was even like, damn, like that's kind of a good point about some of this stuff, but he's like, but I'm telling you, I mean, that's what I do for a living. Like he was, then whatever. I don't know. It's just, it's one of those things where, so what is he actually doing when, what's actually coming in on those trains,
Nothing is coming out. He's hooking a hose up and he's detaching it. He's watching numbers on a readout, whether it's an analog or digital readout. He's watching the numbers move, and then he disconnects the hose from the underside of the wing. And when they do that, I've seen them do it on videos. No fuel drips out.
I mean, there's literally railroad tracks and a train that brings like tankers of the fuel to the airport.
NASA literally has a space shuttle on a creeper device that goes to the launch pad too. You have to sell the deception.
Okay, so they're just bringing empty trains, like just for show, or
maybe so. Maybe there's
I would say no. I can tell you from physical experience. Like I said, I worked at these are commercial jets I worked on. I mean, not they're corporate jets. They're a lot smaller than like the Airbus or 757 or whatever. They were much smaller, but they could still they were pretty freaking big. And
It seems silly that you would keep the fuel in the wings, like the way that they tell you, and then the other stuff
because
that you guys pointed
when
out.
they bank, everything's gonna
But there's not enough
one way
space.
or the other. Yeah, I mean,
If you add up all the space, it doesn't equal the amount of fuel they claim is on there.
Yeah.
Like if I filled every inch of that wing, which
sure,
is not
it
very
doesn't matter how big the jet is. Why would they store the fuel in the wings?
Here's what I think. I think they are using fuel, but not nearly as much as what they're claiming. Great way to.
They start the engine with a little squirt of fuel. And like how you might start a diesel with a squirt of starting fluid. They have enough fuel to get it going, and once
I'll tell you this: a jet engine or a jet plane, they have an aux engine which they fire up, and it's really fucking loud. There's an exhaust at the back of the airplane. It's really freaking loud, but it powers up the entire plane.
That's the starter engine too. They use
it's like it's an what they call the auxiliary engine.
Yeah,
and they can fire that shit up, and it's loud as fuck. And when you're on the outside, when you're inside, you can still hear it, but all of the electronics, everything, you can run the air conditioner, you can everything inside the plane when it's on the ground. I've never been in up in the air in the jet, but
they never turn it off. They never turn off the auxiliary engine. It just keeps running.
Oh no! I tell you, they do turn it off. I've been inside of those planes when they don't turn it on, and it's freaking stuffy, and there's no air conditioner, and I've had to work inside a plane where I'm sweating my ass off.
They don't turn it off.
No, of course not. I mean, you want your passengers to be comfortable. So anyway.
No, that auxiliary engine is for, you see, the jet engine has turbines, propellers inside, and they need to reach a certain speed, about 30,000 RPM, and only then you can start the engine.
Wait. What I'm talking about, there's an engine. There's an engine built. Hold on.
He's talking about the way afterburners work. That's like
but it has nothing to do with what we're talking. Like when you board the plane, they already have an engine running that keeps all the electricity and the air conditioner and everything, so it's comfortable for all the passengers before they taxi to the runway. Right, all of that is run by the auxiliary engine. Now, when they take off, that's when they fire up the jet engines.
Yeah,
that's
what I was saying. A jet engine doesn't start by itself from 0 to 100,000 RPM. You have to start spin it to up to 30,000, and somewhere at 30,000 to 60,000 RPM, that's where the jet engine can literally start.
But you when you're taxiing on the runway, it's not by the jet engines necessarily. It can.
They can.
I'll tell you what though. I've seen them moving. I've actually experienced it. Like I've been behind a jet, when it's moving.
Yeah, that's something like
it's like when they start firing up the jet engines, bro. Dude, they'll knock your ass over, bro.
When you run out of gas on your car, you can still drive your car using your electromotor and the battery. So you can drive maybe a mile, or two,
maybe
on the battery of the car. But then
it just starts
you
going
will have
putt,
a dead battery too.
That's why they call it putt putt.
Yeah.
Putt 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 putt
Yeah.
putt putt.
Yeah. So even the car engine needs actually a couple of turns.
Well, all I'm saying is the aux engine keeps the airplane, supplied with electricity and with air conditioning and everything. But when they start taxiing, they'll use the aux engine little bit. When they get ready to take off, they have to start the jet engines, right? So that's what That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying. It's no big deal. Now, but as far as whether where the fuel comes from, where it's stored, I mean, those are what we're talking about. We're talking about how.
You just pointed out something good too, is because one of the examples given was the Blackbird, like the SR-71 Blackbird, and I think he's right. I'm not going to say for certain, but I think he's right. Like, I don't think they ever claimed that the fuel was stored in the wings on that plane, that particular model. It's more it's more like jumbo jets, like in commercial airlines, like that they're talking about the fuel being in the wings.
Yeah, you see, the Blackbird is totally different from commercial airplanes. Commercial airplanes are built based on aluminum and carbon fiber. But the Blackbird is using a titanium structure. So it's a titanium grade 5. It's a totally whole different kind of metal and a totally different kind of resistance.
The thing is, the fuselage, even if you filled that with fuel, right? If you have two gigantic engines of that size filled with fuel, or burning fuel at the rate that they say, how long do you think it's going to last? Let's say the wings are bone dry and it's all stored in the fuselage. How many hours do you? I mean, I have a kerosene heater, right? It sounds like a jet engine, and it's got a 10-gallon fuel tank, but it's not running. It's not nearly the size in horsepower like that fucking beast, right? Two giant engines like that.
And that's what I thought. It was really interesting when I worked at this facility. They did tests all the time. They would do tests on the runway for the jet engines when the plane's not moving, right? You don't want to be standing behind that motherfucker when they test the jet engines.
Dude, you see how old this video is, Helio? This is from the old server when we only had 2,600 members. And I thought that was so many people. I'm like, dude, we got 2,600 members. I was like, I thought that was such a shit ton of people on the old server.
Which server?
The first 24/7, the one that Sheeple took and fucking wrecked it.
Well, I thought we had like 27,000 on that one.
This was early on. This is before we had, when I made that video, we only had 2,600 when I made this video.
Yeah, Helio, before you have 30,000, you have to pass 2,600.
Yo, that's a good point. I'll give you that, Jimsy.
That's when the odometer was lower, and I was like, "This is fucking. We got a ton of people, dude."
No, I remember when we first started. It was like, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I'm kind of fucking around,
but getting over 1,000 and getting 2,000, it's like these were like milestones. It's like fucking, hey, we got over 2,000, bitch.
That's cool. And every time we, even if whatever happens, it's like
Ron,
2.0.
That would sound better if you say it's over 9,000.
But we didn't have 9,000 then, dude. We had 2,600, and I thought I was so proud of that number. I'm like, dude, we got 2,600 people.
Oh, it would still sound better if you say over 9,000. Can you say it's over 9,000?
Yeah, Dragon Ball Z. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, you were definitely around before I ever showed up to server 1, because I would have to say it was probably around 13,000, 15,000 by the time I joined.
On the first one, Lou?
Yeah.
That's cool, man.
That was before Memulus, I think. Memulus, once we got there, we added like 10,000 in 1 week. We jumped up to over 24,000 really quick.
Memulus, it was is that the name of this?
Memulus, yeah, he was the guy that
well, it's just like they made a video and it went viral, and then we were just like working 24/7, just trying to get the new people to join.
But yeah, I mean, I could see being excited about 2,600 though if you were in that early, having such a growing server, like that I'm sure that was awesome times.
Yeah, well, it was cool. And what's really cool is that we can still continue doing it just the way we are. And we have almost 24 hours a day where new people join the server almost every day. Isn't it awesome?
Right. Imagine if we had the old server, right, and we didn't have we had all those people because
no, let's not look
they
backwards.
could point the finger to the same location
They
instead
do
of
the same thing now,
Right. It would be easier. It would be more exponential. Once we already had 30,000, it was just rolling.
Yeah, well, we're almost there again. We're almost there again, so let's just freaking keep it going.
Look how many servers have also kind of branched off of this one too. We're sort of spread out, almost like the Roman Empire.
Yeah, we have partner servers where you can grab the link from a partner server, come in here and talk to us, or you can watch. We have multiple live streams. You can come in, can join through there, and come in here and talk to us. So it's really cool.
You know what, too? Like the ice wall. Remember the ice wall? It was they also got harassed by Memulus, and that's when Sheeple was hanging out over there a lot because maybe he was on the shit list over here or at 24/7, the original one, and he was at the end of that Memulus video. He was using a voice modulator because he has that really thick accent.
Yeah,
he was just yeah.
I wouldn't look at the Memulus video as a raid or a infiltration or anything, dude. We were. I remember when it happened. It was fucking crazy, bro. It was like 15,000 people.
Dude, we had 12 mods.
Fucking 3 weeks.
We only had 12 mods to check everyone in, and then I was one of them, and I was living in the checkout room. And here, you do it. We had to do rotation because we didn't have a lot of mods.
We gotta figure out a way to make that happen again, bro. Somehow.
You can't force somebody to do a troll video on you, but here, let's get together and we'll send them some Bitcoin or something. Here, do another raid. We need more members.
I'm not talking about paying. I'm talking about people that are genuinely curious about Flat Earth. I want them all to come here and talk to us.
But I don't want
then we have 3 or 4 voice rooms open where we're all talking about
trolls, dude. Those kids were trolling the shit out there.
If they're trolls or not.
I get it.
Yeah, once they make it here, they're gonna get Helios speaking to them. Then they're gonna be just forget about the Flat Earth.
We're gonna get Gemsy speaking to him, and Gemsy's gonna be in one room. Ron's gonna be in a room. Freaking Lou's gonna be in a room. We're gonna have a whole shitload of voice rooms open where we have 5 people waiting to talk to Flat Earthers.
Yeah. That would I kind of like all that volume of people were pouring in, and
it's fun, man. It's fun.
We retained a lot of those trolls. A lot of the trolls were really toxic, and they got the hammer. But I'm surprised at the success rate that a lot of them were "Hey, I want to hear a little bit more." They were curious, and they stayed around a good long time. Several hours. Which I wouldn't expect just a troll to be here 10 minutes and get out.
With our live stream, we get 20 to 50 people a day that are brand new to the Discord that come in and is hey, I know we have a process, with the Discord, we have the check-in room, which it's functional and it's badass, and that's why we do it. But I would prefer the overwhelming response to any freaking video that comes out and says, "Hey, how about 10,000 people go to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?"
No, don't say that,
dude. I welcome that shit because
you can't.
I'll be here. I'll be here the entire time.
You know what he said? He goes, "Please don't troll them," but he said it tongue in cheek, right? He was
No,
actually.
it's not about a troll, because when you get
I understand that.
10,000 people,
I
then you
understand
don't know
that,
who
but
you're talking to next. So
he
we
could
have like 5 or 6 people
listen.
controlling different voice rooms, and it's just fun, man. This is what it
We
was
need
like when the
trolls.
Meatless video was. It was just like
We
we
need
had like 3
trolls.
different rooms trying to check people in. It was like, oh, you're cool, you're cool, you're cool.
you would
All
get in
right,
trouble if he did say to raid. It's against the YouTube terms of
y'all
service.
scared?
You can't.
You guys scared of that shit? All right, cool.
No,
Never
no,
mind.
him. He wouldn't. He would get like you can't say that word on here. You can't say the
What?
word. You know what
Oh,
word?
troll. Troll?
Listen,
No,
listen.
like
I'm becoming emaciated. I need fresh trolls to eat. To gobble up.
Yeah, bring all your friend troll. Anybody listening, bring everybody here. If you like, them flat earthers are dumb as shit. Just bring them on in here, man. We ain't scared.
I'm not a cannibal, but I'll act like a cannibal with those folks.
It's just like I love that environment. It's just like
it was fun.
when you get like 10, 15 people in the room, it's like, all right, I'm gonna get to you. I'm gonna get to you. I'm gonna get to you. Hold on. Let me talk to this guy.
You're right.
And you can
I'm
move
sorry.
on to
That was
the other
weird.
one. I freaking love that shit, man.
They were coming every probably 100 people per minute were pouring in.
Yeah, it was fucking crazy. You remember that shit when the Meatless video went fucking viral, bro? It was fucking crazy. We need to make it.
Yeah.
We need to freaking make that happen.
Back when Why Would They Lie was coming out and stuff. Fun.
Yeah, Gladflow. I mean, were you there at that time?
I was listening while Why Would They Lie was being written.
I was being written.
Yeah.
No, sure, exactly. I mean, it's just like we were just like here when
Bro,
the
that shit was
Meatless
sick.
video came out.
Listen, I wanted
we were
more.
just
Why
like
don't we
we were trying to figure out how to talk to friggin',
Yeah, here's the thing.
5,000 people a day. I mean, how the
We're
fuck
so precise and diamond sharp with our arguments and our points now. No one wants to fucking talk to us, man. We boiled it down to a science of a science, right?
Most of the time, people come in and they just have a few questions, and a lot of them are too nervous to talk. And then there's your regular trolls that don't want to even ask a legit question; they just want to be a little troll. So
that's why I think a good viral video could actually lead people here, similar to what the Meatless
I was
video
making songs, Leo, and I need you to sing the songs because I'm not a singer, and I want somebody who can actually vocalize.
I think I just I have a different feel about the what could cause people to actually get triggered to join this server. It wouldn't be me singing, I promise.
I think if we put music out, putting songs out there, they stick in people's head. And if you got a good video, not just a song, but a video to go with it, so you could see the visuals, that's how you spread awareness. You make it obvious, you make it funny.
Love to make music, and I'll attempt it, but I don't think that would necessarily leave that type of traffic here.
We might get more volume. I think TikTok. We got to go on TikTok with the videos because that's where the younger people are, and they're more curious. I think like a lot of the other ones are pretty much they don't give a fuck. We were talking about them like I don't care. I've got all these burdens. I'm broke. I gotta.
No, I do give a fuck. And to be honest, I ain't gonna lie. Fuck YouTube. I'm really YouTube is pissing me off. I really wish we could.
Bro, honestly, I don't think YouTube is deserving of my skills and my prowess.
No, it's just like they're limiting our speech, and it's just like, hey, and everybody's like, you can't talk about this, you can't talk about that, you can't talk about this, you can't talk about.
I was actually trying to make a joke.
Really kind of pissing me off lately because they, hey, guess what? Oh, I have a channel that I can't stream on right now because of fucking YouTube.
Wait a minute. I just saw your stream the other day.
No, they gave me a 7-week ban. I mean 7-week, 7-day ban.
But wait a minute, it was just on yesterday. I literally saw it yesterday.
Yeah, because I started streaming from my Helio Skeptic channel. Make sure.
Okay, that's what it was. So, okay.
Yeah, because they freaking gave me a 7-day ban.
Helio keeps us broadcasting no matter what the fuck they do. Do you understand me?
Yeah, dude, I'll stream no matter what. I'll create another fucking channel too. You know?
Yeah, Roger's stream didn't get anything, which is kind of weird. So like, Roger's stream stayed up.
I got a strike. Roger didn't. So that means YouTube's fucked up, not me.
They don't like you, Helio. You're popular now compared to all the other fucking things going on.
It doesn't matter. Well, I mean, I'm not popular.
Well, to me, that points to it was somebody. I don't know. You don't even have comments on in there. Like, can they still like report the channel?
Sure, dude.
Oh yeah.
Report it to YouTube. Yeah.
Report any channel anytime.
All right, well, somebody got mad and reported your channel, and that's why it happened. It didn't happen to Rogers.
They're all butthurt because he disabled the comments, and they just want to chat. They want to chat. And
they want to fucking destroy the YouTube chat and act like a bunch of dickheads in the YouTube chat, and everybody's pissed.
Sorry, I have disdain for those lesser than.
Anyway, I just we're gonna be here in this Discord for the long term. We may end up. I'll do YouTube as long as I can, but bro, I'm gonna keep working on.
See, TikTok
too.
TikTok is like really short clips. No, you can't stream there. Like everything is like really short clips. Like YouTube, you could stream for 24 hours. They don't give a. You can put
Twitter.
on.
I've never gotten any. Like YouTube will freaking message me on my email. They'll give me an email saying, "Hey, somebody in your stream said something about the election, last year, and now we're going. This is why I can't stream it." Yes.
No shit. So wait a minute.
So that's why I can't stream on that channel anymore. Because
if you speak against the election and the rhetoric, you are a Russian spy.
That's why I can't stream there. Yeah, I guess I'm a Russian spy.
Wait,
whatever.
Do you think it's the person, Helio, that reported it? I don't think the AI.
No, that was the first one was a warning.
Uh-huh.
The second one was a strike, so I can't stream for 7 days. So
you think it was one of the people listening? Because it wasn't AI.
Was the second. Maybe. I don't give a fuck.
I don't know if they had a sniff
anymore. Hey, if we have to do what we have to do, we'll stay on YouTube as long as we can. But, bro,
the point I was getting at,
fucking doesn't like us. They don't want us to be here.
Do you think they have some kind of AI that's like sniffing out words like that? Like if you say, do you think they really?
Of course they do. What the fuck are you talking about? Of course they do.
I know on the video uploads they do, but I don't know about 24 hours.
I don't think that was that. I mean, maybe somebody hit the little flag.
Yeah, I think it was someone reporting it, like in the
could have been, but whatever.
I don't think they could scrub through that many hours of continuous streaming.
I'll tell you what, Ron. Though, as soon as I got that report, I appealed it, and within 10 minutes, guess what happened?
They rejected your appeal.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's all bots. You know what it's like on here on this site. It's all if you email Discord. All
this is a 12-hour video.
No one's going to watch 12 hours, dude. Yeah. Even if you bookmark, what part are you talking about? Like, could you please bookmark
They won't even let me know which part that somebody said. They're just like, yeah. I mean, it's fucking 12 hours of worth of video, and they won't even tell me what section.
You're going to listen to 12. That's what I mean.
You know.
Nobody's listening to 12 hours of shit. It's going to, and I don't think they even scrub it with a bot, like a sniffer bot.
No, I mean, so it's just like this is what we're dealing with, So, fuck it, if we have to go to another live stream channel, which like DLive, which DLive and Twitter, bro, I'm streaming on DLive and Twitter right now. If YouTube totally fucks us, we'll go right to DLive and Twitter. They've never sent me an email, never give me shit at all. YouTube gives me shit all the fucking every single day. I get like 4 copyright claim videos on my copyright claims emails all the time. YouTube gives me that shit all the time. DLive never gives me shit.
Yeah,
Twitter
I get
never
it. YouTube
gives me
sucks,
shit.
man. YouTube does suck. But guess
eventually
what?
we're gonna have to move over there, man. Because for the honestly, YouTube's just like trying to just push us out.
You're filling the father.
That's the thing. Is DLive and maybe not. You were saying Twitter. I don't. Obviously, there's a lot.
Dude, I promise. Twitter has never given me an email saying, "Hey, your content is too."
But I'm just saying the other platforms similar to YouTube, like Odyssey or freaking BitChute and whatever else. It's just echo chambers. It's all people who are so like you never reach anybody new there.
Oh, but we're dependent on YouTube. But when we just evacuate YouTube, maybe we can get some viewers on Twitter, right? Because YouTube has never given.
Dude, there's not a chance that I'm ever making a Twitter account. Never have, never will.
No, I got the fix for you guys. All you gotta do is turn into Globers and make content for the Globe, and you'll be fine.
Where?
Everywhere. YouTube, whatever. Just make Globe content and.
Are you allowed to stream on Facebook?
That's cool. I mean, you can just do like a YouTube account and just like stream. Hey, and to be honest, I want everyone in here to do the same thing that I'm doing.
Oh, no, thank you. I don't want to get drunk.
Helio.
No, I'm talking about streaming with OBS. Every single person that has a YouTube channel, go ahead and fucking stream with OBS on your YouTube channel so that we're all streaming at the same fucking time. Let's do that.
Well, then you're just cannibalizing any audience if you're gonna have like
doesn't that seem ridiculous?
A little bit. It seems a little bit redundant. Just saying. But I mean,
why are you saying that once YouTube attacks me, why I don't try to help people to move to another platform to help promote the server and the message? Like some of the other assholes that are saying don't do that.
But are you sure there's really a platform that you want to support like that? Like, is Twitter the guys that you want to like bring more people to?
All right. Well, how about you suggest a platform?
I have a suggestion, Helio. Just switch your content to Globe Earth content.
No, I want Lou to tell me where I should live stream.
I don't have a better answer. Like I'm saying, YouTube does suck. But the point is if we're trying to get the flat Earth truth out to people who might not catch it, like you're gonna have to go where the mainstream normies freaking reside.
What I could do is just not live stream anymore.
So Twitter's good for that, actually. There's a lot of normies on Twitter.
God damn it, Lou! Since you can't figure this out, I've been doing this for a long time.
Going to Twitter, though. That's the thing. I'm not using Twitter. Never used Twitter.
I don't know how to fucking do any of this shit. So quit fucking interjecting when I'm.
Can you tell me how to do it, Helio, so I can do it?
Yeah, sure I can, but Lou doesn't. I know that Lou doesn't know how to do it. So
Bro,
Dude,
Lou learned
I
how
got
to
OBS on my
skateboard
computer. I know
at
how to do it.
45 years
I had
old.
it's not that hard to freaking run a stream, honestly. I mean, it takes dedication to keep doing it as long as you have, obviously, but it's not that hard to freaking get your computer going for it.
Like you just step back a little bit, and you just change the settings in your OBS, and boom, right back up. Boom. Really simple. Once you have it set up, you just like stop, start. You just change a couple of settings. Boom, stop.
Did you put that in there, Lou, or was that Discord where it says about me? Did you put that in there?
Yeah, and I wish I would have thought of it myself too, but I actually copied it from someone else. But yeah, it's pretty funny, right?
I was adjusting your volume. I'm like, what's this?
Dude, I promise. Once YouTube gets rid of us, we do have other options. I'm telling you, I have a feeling that YouTube is going to get rid of us.
Yeah, we can use radio.
No, well, I mean, at least for live streams, for this platform, we can do it on Twitter and D Live and stuff. We have other options.
Didn't you say Periscope?
Like us to be here.
You said Periscope was
Periscope is Twitter. Periscope was absorbed by Twitter, so it's Twitter is Periscope.
But did it have lots of eyeballs, lots of people watching it?
No, not so many. No.
Yeah, don't waste your time then.
No, it is Twitter. I mean, I've been streaming on Twitter the whole time, which is Periscope. Don't you understand this? You don't, and that's why I'm telling you. I know.
I already knew that, too.
But you don't.
Okay.
Twitter and Periscope are the same thing.
Okay, boss.
All right. Anyway, so here we are. And I'm streaming live on Periscope right now, which is Twitter.
Which is like saying Instagram is YouTube or Instagram is Facebook because they own them. So it is the same.
No.
Google is YouTube because Google owns
Instagram and Periscope and Facebook are not the same thing. But
Instagram is owned by Facebook.
I just told you Periscope and Twitter are the same company.
I know that.
Really?
It's called a parent.
Fucking
it's not
2 seconds ago.
It's a parent company. Just because they're under the same umbrella, it's still.
I'm talking about what I'm streaming here on YouTube and through my OBS. Periscope and Twitter are the same company, but I'm also streaming on D Live, which has nothing to do with YouTube. And I'm streaming on YouTube, which has nothing to do with D Live. Now, Periscope was absorbed.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
All right, cool. That was absorbed by Twitter. So my live stream is going out on Twitter, which is Periscope.
You're talking in circles, bro. You've covered it 4 times
but
in a row.
You said, from what you said, you obviously
what I said,
how that works, because you don't live stream. So anyway, that's okay. I love that about you, and
I do sometimes, but only when there's something unique. I wouldn't stream the same shit.
Periscope and Twitter are the same thing.
That's the 7th time you said that, Helio. I think I heard you.
Helio, what are you on tonight? Like some better shit than normal?
I'm on your mama. How about that?
All right. Are you you're on this kick like everybody who doesn't live stream is somehow I don't know, lacking something.
You're a retard.
No.
You're just a retard if you don't live stream.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm kind of pissed off that YouTube fucked me on the other stream. So maybe I'm a little pissed. I might be a little engaged.
Helio equates live streaming with brain surgery. Yeah, Helio's a fucking
Dude, it's
brain
starting to
surgeon.
sound like it tonight for sure. Absolutely. It's rocket surgery.
Hey, let me ask you guys: are you guys pissed off at me for being?
You're being
Yeah,
redundant.
no, we're used to you being like this. Honestly, we're quite fucking prepared to handle whatever you got to throw at us.
Yes,
Well,
we
I
are pissed
don't
off.
really have anything to throw at you. I mean, what are you guys on?
We're on your ass for being drunk. That's what we're on.
Well, that's shit. Then we're back to redundancy because that's a pretty much a
History repeats itself.
Yeah.
Another day, another.
That was
Another day,
Helio's
another
point.
drunk.
That's what he was telling you in the first place. God damn it! What don't you understand?
All right. Well, I want to hear your guys's like. It's like, how are you guys going to like figure out why YouTube? How to do YouTube with new live streams that they won't fuck us on? How about that? YouTube
You're
live.
saying you want us to all be a backup stream site to stream this in case you get a strike. We could stream it on our
I don't
site.
think you could, but but that's okay.
No, I'm not smart enough to figure
You're
out
not
live streaming.
capable, man. You couldn't figure
I
it
can't
out.
figure it out, dude. You got me, Helio. I'm too stupid.
I think a lot of people could that are in this Discord, but I don't think you.
Helio, do you think I could handle it?
I think a lot of people could, but I don't think you should.
Do you think? Wait. Do you think there's somebody that comes here and argues these points that isn't capable of running a live stream?
No, I know that, but people give me a lot of shit, and so this is why I'm being a dick right now.
I got it. Okay, that makes so much more sense.
It's like people give me a lot of shit. It's like, oh, Helio.
He's acting like he's writing a fucking operating system. He's using a fucking public stream.
Dude, it's so fucking easy. It's so fucking. But anyway, but you guys give me a lot of shit, even though it's just like, hey, when YouTube fucks with me, and then I start bitching about it, and you're just like, oh, I'm gonna be like, well, you fucking do it, bitch.
It's like they want us to constantly be reviewing what we should or should not be speaking about. Like, fuck you guys. What are you doing? Now we can talk about Cocoa Pebbles, but we can't talk about the erection. Come on. Do you want me to keep using that word, YouTube, in place of the thing going on that got Helio banned for
please don't talk about the erection. Don't talk about that.
It's ridiculous. Where's the FCC when you need them? No, I'm just kidding.
I'm not always the best at defending myself, but goddamn, man, it's fucking crazy to me. I mean, it just, oh god, man, it freaking drives me crazy sometimes. Anyway, I still love all you guys, and I want you to support everything we're doing here. But it's just like, you're not doing it, I'm doing it. Oh, I mean, but
you are doing
it. If you want to. Go ahead and fucking do it. You
don't get away with like just screaming at us, calling us retarded, and then saying I love you and everything's all good.
I love you guys for the content, and I will support everything you do. But if you want to do it instead of me, fucking have at it, bro.
Helio, have you ever heard that love is mutual?
Yeah,
Helio, I think that YouTube fame is going to your head.
Nah,
yeah.
I'm not.
I mean, we would do it, Helio.
I'll take a look at that. I'll take.
But we're too stupid to click the mouse, dude. I mean, we're too stupid to literally click a mouse and push play and broadcast a live stream. I mean, if we were smart as you, we would do it, but we're not.
There's a lot of clicking going on there. I don't know. We'll see. Dude, I'm sort of proud about what I've done so far, but it's really.
You think? Oh, man.
Wait, it's sort of.
I am proud of you.
Yeah, it's just sort of like a standard thing that we're all supporting each other with this because I couldn't
You
have
put a
done
lot
it
of
without
effort. I'll
any
give you
of,
that.
I couldn't have
You
done
put a
it
lot of
without
effort.
any of you. Bro, do you think I could have done this by myself? You
It takes
motherfuckers.
it takes
Holy
a lot of
shit.
dedication, dude. You got to restart the stream all the fucking time, and you got to deal with emails from YouTube. You got to deal with a lot of drama. So it's good on you, man. It's like I'm glad you do that shit. But I know you need a cookie every now and again. You need a
I'm
cookie.
not the only one that has to deal with that shit. We're all in a partnership. And I just, you guys are.
So I'll give you a digital cookie.
All right. Well, hey, Ron. Never mind. I'm
Not to say we don't appreciate it. I'm glad you do that shit, dude, because it builds awareness. Everybody should do a little bit, and then that way we can multiply our message. Get as many
Everybody
mouths out there.
does do a little bit, man. And that's why we're all doing this shit. Everyone does a little bit. Some people do a lot, some people do a little bit. We're partners in this effort.
I do a lot.
I agree with you, Gemsy. You do a lot.
Helio, who does more though, you or Gemsy?
Probably Gemsy. Because he's the smartest fucker in the room.
Aw.
No, that has to be you because you live stream. You got to be the smartest person in the universe.
But Gemsy's the smartest fucker in the room, so he does more than I do. Because
Helio, that means a lot. Coming from you, that means a lot.
That would mean
I would have
Helio's the second smartest.
Look, I would have accepted you saying it was you. With the work that you put into doing the streams, I would say you seem to put more effort into awareness than he does. That would have been a fair thing to say. I know I put you on the spot and you didn't want to pat yourself on the back, but it would have been fair to say it.
No, I love Gemsy because his comedy he's the best comedian.
Comedy?
Look, listen, hold on, Gemsy. Let me give you some credit here. Your sarcasm actually adds to many conversations that I've heard on the stream. You're the smartest, one of the smartest, most most convicted people that actually really gets, like, you pay attention to the conversation and you only jump in when people need to hear what's going on, and really kind of dude, I love your interjections. I love your conversations, man. I love that, Jim. You're one of the best.
Wow, I'm gonna have to say I love you back, man. I feel like to now.
All right, cool. So, and same for you, Lou. I mean,
but I don't love either of the two of you, really. Like, I'm not even sure if I like you.
Not same as Gemsy, but you're about 8% of Gemsy, Lou. So.
Either one of you, though. I don't know. I don't trust anybody in here. Fuck you guys.
All right, let me think. Larry is. Larry's two on. Larry's older brother, Lou. How do you spell? I mean, two. Go ahead.
Why doesn't Lou love his older brother, Helio? What's going on?
I was talking about you too.
That earlier tonight, but that was a story. It wasn't necessarily had to do with.
Yeah, I'm being a hardhead. But yeah, truth is you guys are just people on the internet. Like,
dude, I could talk about my brother, but he's not a flat earther, so I don't often talk about it. But he is my best friend. He's my best friend.
I asked you earlier: is he older than you or younger?
He's younger than me. He's about a year.
Really? So the younger brother doesn't respect your authority or your.
No, it's not about authority.
not authority, but he doesn't look up to his older brother. See,
No,
now
I think, dude, we spend hours and hours together like alone. He just doesn't give a shit about this.
Lou definitely looks up to Helio.
See, my older brother is the Globetard, and my younger one gets it because I gave him the red pills, right? And I made it easy. Maybe I gave him both red pills, but my older brother didn't eat the red pills, right? He couldn't accept them. So I think it might be some kind of ego thing. Like, just because he's my older brother, he doesn't want to listen to me, right? So it might be some of that.
Do you think it's weird that like people will come in here and say, well, it's flat or globe, and that's the only argument here? It's like flat Earth, globe Earth. I mean, obviously we trigger people by saying, hey, flat Earth 24/7 Discord.
I don't know.
Of course, that's a trigger. Of course, that's a trigger, right?
It used to be more of a troll bait. Like the trolls would come and they'd be
Dude, I
salivating.
love it. I actually still want it to be a thing, right?
Dude, you used to play along with the trolls, dude. You would string them along and you would take the trolling and you'd give back a little.
But not totally, though. Don't you?
I do the same.
You
I'm
want
good
the
at-
term. You want the term to trigger them so that they will come in here and have an honest, open conversation with you.
That's what you do. If you troll the trolls, they get a laugh, they let their guard down a little bit, and then you can work with them. Once you get them laughing, then they're putty in my hands. I could work with them.
Exactly. It's like oh, everybody that's a flat earther is a complete dumbass, right? It's like, okay,
No, win them over. They're like, you guys.
That's the thing when you're dealing with trolls. If you're in the side chats, you can kind of do this a little bit better. But when everybody senses troll and just freaking instantly attacks them and bans them, you don't really get much of a chance in the live stream.
You do it in the check-in.
Well, that's why I like hanging out with check-ins.
But what I'm saying is, in those rooms, like when you can sense it and call them out on it, like you can sometimes calm them down. That's getting them on. You have to have a little bit of patience, though. You control them back and all that shit, and all of a sudden they're like, okay, these guys are a lot like me, actually. You got to find that common ground.
Mm-hmm. Then they come and they're like, you know what? I came to troll you, but you guys are actually pretty cool. And then it's like, okay, so you agree not to go troll the live stream here. I'll give you a VC verified. Welcome to the server. And then you just made a friend out of a troll.
But after you give them VC verified, you better warn them when they jump in the live stream if they're going to try to come in there.
The first thing they get is a warning when they come in.
They know damn well what they're doing when you let them go. Like, you don't even need to tell them. I usually be like, oh, and by the way, like, don't come yelling at me when you get banned in 5 minutes. Like, they laugh.
They sound pretty cool, but the question you're asking are pretty trolly.
I'm good at screening them. I don't let too many. I don't think I've let trolls through that get banned very often. Like I'm good at.
Actually, I mean, that's why when I check people in, I try to say, hey, so have you ever talked to anyone about flat Earth? What do you think about it? It's like, I think flat earthers. Well, they won't ever say flat earthers are dumb, and the only reason they think the Earth is flat is because they're stupid, and everybody knows the Earth is globe. That's not what they say when you check people in, right? Now, when they're trying to get through the check-in room and go into the live stream, they're not necessarily saying that, and that's why I don't want to keep them very long. But that's why I ask them those specific questions.
Sometimes they don't want to fucking leave the check-in. It's like, okay, no, I want to stay here. Can I just stay in here?
No,
they just
but
want to hang out.
You have to.
I get it. You pass them through, or just say, "Here, I'll put you on mute because I have to check in."
The reason they want to hang around.
You want them to talk more than you do. You want
the reason they want to hang around and check in is because they've got a couple more friends that are trying to get checked in too. They want to hear it.
Well, they want to come in as a group too. They want to wait for their friends to all get their roles, and they'll pile in.
That's why you just ask these simple questions. So, hey, have you ever talked to anyone about flat Earth before? And you let them answer it while their friends that came in with them are listening to them, listening to you talk to them, right? And it was like, they'll be like, yeah, well, I've talked to someone about flat Earth before.
But you have to admit, it's gotten somewhat boring because the level of trolling has
No,
really
it's not
down.
boring. The only way you're going to actually have an honest, open conversation. Well, this is my opinion, and this is why I get pissed off, or people get pissed off at me when I criticize the way they check people in and the way they talk to people in here. And that's come up in, other.
I'm just saying it was more.
How are you going to vet people properly? It's impossible. It's fucking
It's
impossible.
but this
The thing is,
process
Helio,
can be simple. I mean, it can be.
No. The thing is, when they come in here, like, all right, you guys seem to like to talk to that Matthew Learns fucking guy. He should be.
That's not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about.
I know that. I know, but you guys allow this fucking moron to sit here and talk his dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? Because he'll never concede any fucking thing. He's more like a passive aggressive version of Xanax. He doesn't cause any problems. He doesn't cause any flack. He doesn't stir up anything. But he's here, and he's obviously anti everything we are. And you guys allow him to stay in here. That's fucking annoying, dude. Because people think, oh no, they need to see how we destroy them. No, fuck that. You know what I mean? Well, people like that should not be allowed to just sit here and come and just hang out the whole fucking time and lie.
What do you suggest? How should the server be run? Go ahead and tell us.
Well, I mean, listen. All right. If you guys are mostly Bible-believing people, Christian, you understand that.
Well, most of us aren't, so how about that?
No, most of you are. You believe in a higher power, right? You believe in a higher power,
If
right?
we were, how about you tell us about that?
Well, let me fucking say it. Stop screaming in my fucking
fuck
ear,
you, bitch.
Dude, don't fucking scream in my ear, man. I'm not being a fucking dick to you. Don't be a fucking dick to me.
You're a dick, you're yelling.
You're fucking yelling. Because you're
All
fucking
right, turn
drinking.
the volume down. Both you guys are
dude. Chill the
yelling
fuck
in my
out, bro.
ears,
Chill.
too.
Fuck.
All right, tell us about how you would run. How about tell us how you would run the 24/7 live Discord 2.0 if everyone here was a Bible believing Christian. Tell us about
I'm
that.
not saying Bible believing. I'm just saying
That's
higher
what you just said, Frog.
I said most people are here. Most people are. I didn't say I wanted to run the server that way. I said most people are. Okay.
Really? Who's most people? We have 26,000 people here.
No, you don't.
Most of us are Bible believing.
You don't have 26,000 fucking followers. That's a fucking lie. Okay. Listen, dude.
How about the active? 5,000. How about 5,000?
Not even fucking that. Maybe 500. Fuck out of 5,000. 500, dude.
How active are you? How active are you?
Listen,
Are you a Bible believing Christian?
Finish, dude. Let me fucking finish, bro. Everybody fucking knows. If you believe this place was created, there has to be a fucking creator. I'm sorry, whether you fucking like it or not. Okay? There has to be. Okay? So, in that, going with that point, then you have to inquire, well, how could the creator be reached? How could you reach him? Right? So we have the Bible. The Bible says, hey, this guy, God created this place we live on. And it's specifically shown to you how it was done. Right? Everybody refers to that when they talk about the flat earth. Whether they like it or not. I'm deist. Get the fuck out of here. You believe in a higher power. The Bible's the only place that you can find that says how it was done. Anything else is speculation, conjecture. Oh, maybe it was done this way. No, because everything comes from the Bible. Whether you like it or not. A lot of people like to bounce around it, but the facts are facts, truth is truth. It always comes back to the Bible, and it's always been that way when it comes to the flat earth. Okay? That's just how it is. Whether you like it or not, that's where it starts. Okay? You can jump around, pretend you don't fucking believe, act like you don't want to believe.
Wait, Fraud, are you saying it's only the Bible?
It's only the fucking Bible. Stop with the bullshit. I'm sick of everybody.
Wait, where
else are you gonna get it from? Where else are you gonna get it from? Where else? Where else? You gonna go with what human beings tell you to do?
And I can tell you several sources for origins of Earth, but
all human beings do is lie to you and steal your fucking money and destroy your family. That's all that's good. Destroy your life. All we're taught is to find a habit and get involved in it and forget about the rest of it. Forget about everybody else. Forget about your neighbor, fuck your friends, fuck your family. Destroy your life. Let them destroy their lives too. That's all we're taught. We're taught to be selfish, just consuming motherfuckers and don't care about anybody else around us. That's what we're taught. Okay? Until we learn about this shit, then we learn, hey, there's more to it. The Bible tells you, hey, to love your neighbor, to love God, to love yourself. Okay? These are all of these principles come from the Bible. Nowhere else. I'm sorry. You don't wake up.
I was talking about some shit earlier, and everybody was telling me to shut up. And then Fraud comes in and says the only source of truth is from the Bible. I don't necessarily think that's true, but nobody is fucking saying anything.
I'm already telling them to shut up. Right, you're doing fine, Helio. Go ahead, finish your. Tell them to shut up.
Yeah, shut up, Fraud. That's not the only source of truth, friend.
It is. It is. I'm sorry. Give me another source. Give me another fucking source, please. Bring some other
reality, man, right in front
reality, of reality that points to
listen. I've been studying the Bible. I probably know more about the Bible. I'm pretty sure I know more about the Bible than you do. But
no, you don't. No, you fucking don't. Please.
Really? I'm not in a fucking battle. I'm not in a fucking battle Bible with you.
We're not talking Bible. We're not talking scripture. We're just talking about facts.
History. We're talking about history now.
According to who? According to who? Man?
Sure. Yeah.
You're gonna trust these fucking morons.
Which
You're gonna trust them.
Which one?
You're gonna trust these human beings that tell you the Earth is round. Because as far back as it goes,
which morons are you talking about?
How far are you gonna go back? How far are you gonna go back?
I don't necessarily put a timeline on anything.
Well, you need to, because there's a point where it starts with fucking Globers, okay? So you need to go back past that. And those people believed in a higher power. These motherfucking Globers, they don't.
Hold on, I mean, are we talking about science or beliefs?
They're going to connect regardless, okay? They're going to connect.
All right, since you believe in the Bible, what's the timeline there?
I go with the Bible timeline, okay? I start from Adam. I start from creation. I start from creation and I go from there.
So there's a timeline. Where does it begin?
Well, it begins with the creation. That's where it begins for me.
I totally agree with you on that one.
No, listen, the fact of the matter is, the Bible claims to be, hey, it's the word of God. Anything else is the word of man, right? So who are you going to trust? That's what God's bringing to you. Who are you going to trust? You're going to trust me? You're going to trust your fucking idiot friend that's trying to steal your fucking money, steal your wife, steal whatever the fuck is around your corner. All right? You're going to trust the idiots that run the government?
Back to the timeline.
They're trying to kill us with food. They're trying to kill us with diet. Look at all the shit they're trying to kill us with. And you're going to trust these people?
Why are you getting so excited, man?
It's just annoying. It's annoying. I'm sick of people trusting human beings to run your life, to tell you what to do.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm totally frustrated with this bullshit too. I'm just trying to get you back to. I know you're.
What I'm saying is, all right. The Bible, what it does is it exposes your weaknesses. It exposes how sinful you are, and no one likes to see that. They don't want to know that shit.
I agree with that, but it has nothing to do with time.
Yes, because it's running out, and you see that.
Yeah, so
Time is running out.
I mean, these simple physical arguments have nothing to do with what the Bible says.
Bro, listen, you're having stage fucking events, gun shootings ramping up, bro. Coronavirus around the
Well,
corner.
let's not get too deep into that.
I'm just saying they're coming for everything that you are. Okay, the time is running out.
These are principles that should be understood, but you shouldn't necessarily understand them physically, even though it's related. It doesn't really necessarily have to do with hundreds or thousands of years. And
you got 5 years left of freedom in this country. Okay, 5 years left of freedom in this country. I got anything past that, you're lucky. But I guarantee your freedoms are going to be.
We'll see. Yeah.
We'll see. You see it happening every fucking day.
You're in North Dakota, right? I'm in Arkansas.
Exactly, and I'm in a place where that shit will reach last.
Well,
That's
shit,
why
I live in Walmart country. What the fuck do you think I'm going through right now?
Dude, Walmart closes at 12 now. Remember it was 24 hours? Remember that shit? Those days are gone.
Listen, bro. Walmart Central is where I live right now. Dude, everything exists by Walmart. Or at least in North America. It's Walmart. Walmart and, in certain parts of the country is Costco. I mean, all these big corporations. They broke us. We're broke back fucking mountain, as far as all this goes. So, we're going to have to figure it out. Dude, don't be scared. Are you scared?
No, I know where to go.
Where the fuck are you going to go?
I'm in the Word, man. The Word tells exactly where to go.
Okay, well, I'm kind of there as well. It's just like shit's going to happen the way it happens. This is what this isn't a Bible study, and I can actually give you some Bible study.
No, we're not. That's why I'm not bringing.
Book of Romans, the New Testament, and freaking Galatians.
I'm not bringing scripture.
But
I'm not talking scripture. I'm just talking reality. I'm just talking in general. I'm just talking in basic form. I don't want it to get scriptural because that's when we don't need to go there, right? I'm just saying
we necessarily shouldn't, because there are a lot of people that are joining this live stream, and they're very brand new to the subject, and they can they can build their way to the same thing that we've understood for many years. So it's not. There's no reason for us to argue with each other. And I think new people that are listening to this right now are probably very confused about what I'm talking to you about.
Listen.
Yeah, I'm listening. Go ahead, Fraud.
If they can't take strong drink, too bad. You know what I'm saying? You weren't made strong. You know what I'm saying? This world is not easy, bro. If you grew up with a hard life, you know what it's about.
Yeah, but not necessarily. Strong life can actually distort your understanding of reality, and you'll be really kind of twisted, and you won't be able to ever find your way in life.
Dude, how many of your friends are flat earthers that in real life outside of here?
Well, I have a few friends in my town. We have meetups every once in a while, but not very many. No, they just don't get it.
Exactly. So that shows you how many people are not awake, and they will never be.
Hey, but that's not going to discourage me. I still have the same. I don't bring it up to them every time. I still have a good relationship with my family. I don't freaking talk about it every time I'm around them.
Yeah, because most of our family members are idiots.
What? You're saying every one of your family members are idiots because they don't think the earth is flat?
Well, here's the thing. In my family, there's a lot of Bible thumping people, and they don't even believe. So yes, they're idiots.
No, they're just blind, man. It says in the Bible, it says, "Hear this, you foolish and senseless people. You have eyes, but you cannot see." So you present truth, and they're just foolish, right?
Sure. Well, but check this out. If you're gonna use the Bible and say the only real Christians are flat earthers because the Bible says that the earth.
No, I didn't say they were real Christians.
No, but the other guy said that. He's like, I just quoted scripture, and it says the earth is flat, so you're not a real Christian because you don't think the earth is flat.
Well, the Bible
is bullshit. It's bullshit.
The Bible doesn't come out and say the earth is flat. It gives you certain clues, right? And you have to put them together.
It says that if you interpret it, just read Genesis, and it's like God looked upon the face of the deep. What is the face? What is the face? Is a flat surface.
That's subject to interpretation.
Hey, check this out. Hey, your dad raised you as a Christian, right? I mean, this is a hypothetical. Your dad raised you a Christian, and he's a Christian, and then you say, "Well, Dad, the Bible actually says the Earth is flat." He's like believes NASA and they went to the moon and shit. It's like, Dad, bro, look at this. Daddy, Earth,
Daddy,
Daddy, Earth is obviously not a globe because look at this information that we've come across, and your daddy says,
"Your daddy,
yeah, well, bro." I'm doing this.
You call your dad daddy, Hilo. You call your dad daddy.
My dad died when I was 2 years old. I never knew him. So
you're like me.
Yeah. So anyway, so Daddy, the Earth cannot be a globe because they faked the moon landing, and your daddy's like, well, I was there, bro. I saw it on TV. And it's like, how the fuck long are you going to fuck with your dad about this moon landing bullshit?
Only girls. It's only acceptable if a girl calls her dad daddy.
Dude,
like
exactly.
Hey, I'll tell you what. My dad died when I was 2.
Thank you.
If I had a dad, I would call that motherfucker daddy.
If you're 2 years old, that's another story. But I'm saying for anybody over a young child should not call their dad.
Yeah, I mean daddy.
That's like a girl thing.
Fuck it. Does that mean you're a pussy if you call your dad daddy? I don't even know. I never had a dad. My son calls me dad, but I don't think there's anything wrong with
it's a big
thing calling your dad daddy. What the fuck, man? What the fuck?
It's a big pervy thing too, though, where girls in bed will be like, "Oh, daddy," blah blah blah.
Exactly. Like, you guys been watching too much porn, man.
That's gross, dude. Yeah, exactly. So you would want your son to call you daddy around your friends. Hey, daddy.
Daddy, pops. I mean, fucking hey, man. I mean, just like doesn't matter. Whatever you pick for your name for your dad, fucking, if you call him daddy, fuck it. What the fuck you think? Everybody's a pussy that calls their name.
No, it's just
calls their
cringy,
daddy
man.
daddy. Calls their dad daddy. What the fuck?
When you're an adult, you should speak. Hey, my dad. Like you shouldn't. That's like a child would say, "Daddy, mommy."
What about when you're addressing your father?
Do you call your mom mommy? Mommy.
I either call her ma or mom.
It's baby talk.
Call your mom mommy.
Right.
I mean, what the fuck is wrong? I mean, it's just like,
as an adult, you're gonna call your mom mommy?
I mean, for the most part, if my dad was alive as an adult now, I would probably call him dad, but I don't think he would mind if I called him daddy. Especially if it's like a bad situation to be like,
I hear people in the South say, "My daddy," like grown men call him
there
dad.
You go, bro. That's what I'm saying. It's like you're gonna fucking pump me because I might call my dad that I never met
I'm just saying it's different. It's different in the South. It's not to them. It's not as cringy, but to me it is. But it's like my daddy used to make moonshine on this still, and it'd be a grown man calling his
daddy.
Yeah,
it's not even. It's not cringy. They only make it cringy through this modern bullshit.
It just sounds like baby talk. Like, hey, mommy, hey, mommy, how have you been? Like, you grown man calling your mom.
Well, I either call my mom Ma or Mom. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I like daddy
mom.
too.
I mean, it's Mom or Mom. And if my dad died when I was 2 years old, so but I can't discount that I would ever call him daddy because I probably
You can call me daddy.
I would probably call my dad daddy, and I bet if you ever met him, you'd be like calling him daddy too.
Oh shit. Okay.
That's gross, dude.
Oh my bad.
I mean, now I see why he called him daddy. No, I don't. I actually never knew my dad, but I would call him dad. But I would.
Oh, I can adopt you. I think I'm old enough.
But he was. No, man, I ain't gonna give too much information about my family and shit.
So, Flawless, you're new here?
Yeah.
Cool. How did you find the server? How did you find us? How did you find your way here? Like, did you have a friend in the server?
Yeah, I have like one of my friends invited me. I'm trying to learn more about flat Earth.
Yeah, don't mind Helio though. He's a fucking retard.
Yeah, we're just.
I'm a shithead. I'm a shithead. Don't worry about me.
Sometimes we joke around a bit, you know what I mean? So, and then sometimes we're serious, but it gets monotonous amongst ourselves because we're all in agreement on flat Earth. So, like, we argue with ourselves a lot.
Can you tell me a bit more about that? Because like all I've been hearing is stuff about daddy. You know?
No, that was only me.
That was like.
We'll move on to something else.
That's why I said don't mind Helio.
We're moving on. I was just
retard.
I was trying to make jokes, and maybe it went over, and maybe it didn't.
Can I learn more about the flat Earth? I'm like new to.
Yeah,
I'm new
ask the questions. Ask the questions you want answered. So
how many scientific ways have you guys found about like the Earth being flat?
All of them.
All of them? Like
yeah.
No, I think the best way to answer this is
said my joke.
Well, I beat you to the punch, so
it measures flat, so it's like not really about science. We have to actually go out and test what we have, right? So it's observably, measurably flat. Anybody who says otherwise, they have the burden of proof. So but it's not really even a scientific question. It's because what you're talking about, if you're talking about living on a sphere, you're talking about geometry. Geometry is math. Math is not science. Math is directly, it's used in science, but it's not science itself. So it's not really even a science question. We don't deal with science deals with cause and effect relationships.
Oh, so like by doing like Pythagoras, you can find like
not
how
a
the Earth is
joke.
flat.
I was making a joke about it being a joke. This is physical observation. Go ahead.
Oh, so you can like do Pythagoras, and then you can find like how the Earth is flat.
Yeah, the Pythagorean theorem is used a lot. I mean, triangulation. It's used with a sextant for navigation. It's used. But you can't like just in all instances like just break it down purely into geometry and mathematics. Like there's more to it, like instances that might come into play or things that can come into play while making an observation, like refraction and stuff like that. But we deal with the real world stuff that we can test, not just purely mathematical models like and shit like that.
Flawless, what do you believe in? Are you a globaler or flat?
I don't know. I'm like in between.
In between what?
Yeah, like both of them. I don't know which one to pick.
Wait, but are you flat curious?
Yeah,
I am very flat curious.
Ooh, that seems very smooth. It's like this flat curious.
Flawless, it doesn't really sound like you are. Could you explain that?
What do you mean?
What that means to you?
What?
Everyone has a different definition to it. So, what's your definition?
Or why the Earth is flat?
Yes,
I don't know. I'm here to learn more. That's why I'm here.
but you just claimed you're a flat earther.
So you found people
No,
that
I said I'm in
talk about
between.
flat.
I said I was trying to learn more about flat Earth.
How are you in between if you don't know anything about flat Earth?
That's why I'm here to find more information about it.
Okay, I feel like this is a weak troll fishing attempt, but yeah, we can humor you.
Hold on.
I was asking questions.
Found the right place. He has found the right place to talk about this.
So, what kind of physical observation have you guys found?
A lot.
Can I get some examples?
Is it okay if we call you he?
You can call me anything, like she, he, they, them, anything.
What do you identify at this moment?
He. You can go he.
He. Okay. That's perfectly
Call you
fine.
he because you sound like a boy or a
Oh, no.
man. I don't know what to do with that. Anyway,
We could explain like the kind of like the flat water stuff if you want. Kind of like if you pour water in like a cup, it stays flat. It's just like
Well, what has he heard? What have you heard? What kind of examples have you heard?
The lasering technique.
And so that doesn't make sense to you?
No, it does. I'm seeing if there's more.
Well, I mean, that's all you really need. I mean, once you measure the ground to be flat, what else do you need after that?
So there's only like, oh, I thought there's like more.
Yeah, there is, but I mean, think about it. Think about it logically.
There's always more.
Shut the fuck up, Helio. Let me fucking finish.
Oh.
If you measure something to be flat, and they say it's round, then who's right?
Yeah, flawless. It's more like there's no measurement of Earth curvature anywhere. I mean, that's the first red flag. And then we did these laser tests, and we verified sort of perfect flatness over long distances, like 26 miles, even up to like 30, 40 miles. So, first of all, the globe model is just totally out the window because we're not finding curvature anywhere. It's not a matter of, like maybe there's curvature here, but no curvature there. It's just that there is no instance of verified Earth curvature measurement.
Does that make sense, Flawless?
Oh yeah, sorry.
It's okay.
What do your notes say?
For me?
What do your notes say?
My notes?
Yeah. Sound like you were flipping through something.
I wasn't flipping through anything.
Oh, okay.
So you're participating in another Discord where but you're talking to us. It's like I think you might be saying, "Hey, maybe you guys should come in and talk to these flat earthers."
I mean, it's cool if you're cool. Just don't pretend,
That's cool.
Yeah, dude, you just tell us like
what
we appreciate it more if you just tell us the truth. Like if you're a Globie, like we'll try not to like rip you apart. But it's worse if you like to troll or whatever your Discord friends are telling you to do. You like pretend that you're like on the fence or something, so you just sort of yank our chain or you're trying to get some kind of response from us. So we appreciate honesty here.
Yeah, we actually have been trolled way harder than flying.
Yeah, we've seen all of it, dude. So like, if you're a troll, like we're gonna find out like really soon.
What was the worst troll you guys got?
No, I was trying to see you guys' perspective on the flat Earth.
Dude, hold on, Flawless.
What's up?
Why are you asking the word? Do you think you want to learn how to troll flat earthers? Is it's like, what's your favorite troll globe? It's just like we're gonna tell you how bad they trolled the flat earth. What the fuck, Flaws? I mean,
Yeah,
do you
maybe
have
that girl will
any
go out with him.
genuine questions for us? I mean,
I think he's from another country.
I don't think so.
no country. Well, I mean, there are people from many different countries.
Hey, Flawless, is English your first language, by the way, just to make sure?
No.
Okay. So you speak more than one language, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe some things got lost in translation or something? Kind of like you're thinking from your original language.
No, this principle, he's just like, he's probably looking at other servers and like, hey, go in there and talk to them flat earthers and see what they say when you jump in and talk to them, because that's why he's not talking. He's just like, this is this is this and this.
But I am talking though.
Yeah, but you're talking. But what do you think about the flat Earth? Are you talking to us? Are you talking to other people on other servers? Or are you just like,
you're talking, but you're not really saying anything?
Are you actually really curious about why people think the Earth is flat? Because that's why there's a break in the conversation when you have like 30 seconds of nobody talking. We're actually waiting for the new person, which is you.
Yeah,
to
last time I
talk.
asked you a question, it took you guys like
No,
a minute.
we answered your question, and then you didn't respond when we asked if you understood it.
Oh. I guess it was the delay.
Okay, have you ever talked to anyone about flat Earth before today?
No, that's why I'm here.
All right, so what do you think about it?
Interesting. I don't know which one to pick beside round Earth, globe, or flat.
Have you ever heard about it online? Maybe at school?
I never took
anything like
interest
that?
into it.
All right, but now today, for some reason, you've come to our server today to talk to us about flat Earth.
Yeah, my friend invited me.
So far, what do you think so far?
What? I said interesting.
Now, interesting. Have you like been listening to? We do have some live streams going out, all the time. That's probably how did you find our server?
My friend invited me, so I don't know. So I just joined off from him.
All right, cool. And I think you brought that up earlier. So is your friend listening as well?
Let's see.
Because you obviously are kind of embarrassed because you're not ready to answer these. Dude, you're not ready. I can tell
you're not really flawless.
You're not ready, bro.
No,
So
I am
invite your friend, and then we can get both of you in here. Invite your friend, and then we can get both of you in here, and then we'll just.
We can't just gang up on him, though, if you feel. Because, like. I mean, everyone has their.
But he's got.
Hello?
Hey, he's got guts, and guts is enough. But
yeah.
It's all good.
I haven't seen any demonstration that he has guts yet. I've just basically hear him ask the same question 3 times despite his answer.
No, sure, because you weren't asking him the right questions.
I never asked him a question. I just asked him.
That's why I jumped in. But is he still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, flawless man. Cool. So are you going to invite your friend in here? So.
Oh, he is.
All right, cool.
Hey guys.
Who is he?
What?
Goose.
Who is?
What?
Who is that?
It's Goose.
Goose.
Hi.
Goose, I haven't seen you around.
Yeah, I joined just a while ago.
Goose.
Well, you invited your friend, right? Flawless.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool.
On like Discord list.
Check this out. Hey, oftentimes, like, if you guys don't mind, you guys take the piss out of us all the time, and I don't say you guys because I don't know who you are, but people take the shit out of piss and the shit out of the flat earthers all the time. But you guys really want to have a conversation about flat Earth, like
I'm here to learn.
open, honest dialogue? You're ready to do it?
I'm honestly like curious about It's because I've seen a whole bunch of YouTube videos, about the arguments between flat earthers and how Earth is a globe.
All right, Goose. What do you know about the world being round and the world about being flat? Like, differentiate the two.
Well, from what I've seen is that
From what the mainstream has taught you.
well, I haven't seen a lot of videos. Okay, maybe I've seen like a BuzzFeed video, about it. But what I've got out of it is that I remember they did a test where this guy was on a boat. I'm pretty sure you guys heard of this. And then how he goes out to sea and his friend is on land with like a telescope or something, and he made his friend drive off, right?
I heard that video was fake.
Well,
but the man looking through the sky.
Hold on, Goose. Which video are you talking about?
No, this is like
unless
something
you
that,
share the video, we're not going to be able to know what you're talking about.
I seen this like a week ago.
Could you find it?
Hey, can you send it to someone and then we can like post it in the chat so everyone knows what you're talking about?
Yeah, you could go on your history or something else if it was in cut.
Yeah, it should be easy to find just a week ago.
Yeah.
I'll tell you something. In this conversation, I know a lot of flat earthers are very impatient. I know that for a fact because. But you have to be patient with these guys, especially people that are, where we are right now. I mean, we don't. No, if you guys think I'm wrong.
Yeah. The video is called Flat Earthers vs. Scientists by Jubilee. Have you seen that video?
Which one, sir?
Which one did you share? Which one?
Could you send it in one of the generals or something? Or the text channels?
Yeah. Which text channels?
Do lobby.
Yeah, just go to the lobby. Just post in the lobby.
Yeah, I watched this videos about it and.
Okay, post in the lobby and then I'll copy and paste it here.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Post in the lobbies, yeah.
You think you could summarize it? It's pretty long.
There's a lot in the video. Wait, have you guys seen this video?
I have not.
Me neither.
Nope. Can you summarize it for us?
It's like 35 minutes.
Yeah, can you give us like key timestamp or summarize it? Like, what's the conclusion?
Well, there was no conclusion. I'll be honest. They're just talking about their facts and how.
Goose, you could lay out the facts of the other side, and you could lay the facts of the flat earthers. What's your perspective on that?
This is I can't prove none of them wrong, honestly.
You just gotta list it, like
ding 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 ding.
I remember the first point he was talking about, or this fat blue guy, right? The fat guy that was wearing a blue shirt. He's talking about how he went to Salt Lake City and he did experiments, but
that's a woman, dude.
No.
No.
I know he's skinny fat, but we don't discriminate in this Discord.
I know who he's talking about. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah.
Fat guy
he
with
doesn't
the
even
blue
tell
shirt.
me his facts. He just said that he went to a Salt Lake City, and at the end of his talk, he just said, "I can prove that there's no curvature."
There's no curvature.
That's literally what he just said, and that just got me confused. I was like, okay.
Yeah, dude. You know how a sphere works, right?
Yeah.
You know what a sphere is? So there's constant curvature everywhere. So they say, okay, maybe it's not perfect sphere, but more or less there should be constant curvature everywhere, right?
Yeah, that's how a sphere works.
Yeah.
How it works.
Yeah. All right. So then they went to this salt flats in Utah, and they found zero curvature over a very long distance. I forgot the exact distance. I think it's like 20. Someone can remind me here. So what does that say?
26 miles or so.
How
26.2, I think.
do you know
Here's
like
what I
how
was
long the Earth is like fully around though? Do you know?
It's not
'Cause, like,
around. That's the thing.
No.
Well, no, like
You're saying, like, how
no
long
matter
is it?
just how long is it? Like all the way around it, no matter the shape of it. You know?
What are you asking?
Don't ask
Like
me.
how big is the Earth? Like how big is this little sample out of this huge Earth?
Well, we know
'Cause-
what the globe claims. So the circumference is what 24,901 miles is the claim.
Circumference.
'Cause imagine this. Imagine you're like a bacteria. You're that small on like a baseball. You're gonna
it's
see
not
no
that small.
curvature.
Yeah, but that's not what we are, dude. Like,
Yeah,
so
but
they're-
like in perspective,
The
it
Earth?
could
kind
be.
of. Yeah.
It could be, but that's not what they're claiming. They're claiming
The globe
it's
that
like,
they claim is small enough that you'd be able to measure curvature, no problem. 8 inches per
Right.
mile squared is a pretty big drop, so that's like 66 feet over 10 miles. We can measure that, no problem if that exists.
Okay.
We have some pretty high powered telescope, zoom lenses, lasers. We measured it. It's
like
flat.
the ones in the Earth, like the space that see that the Earth is like a sphere. The one that
No.
goes around it. The
No, no,
I
circular.
mean, hypothetically,
Those
you should be able to.
Wait. Can you explain the gravitational like field around Earth?
No,
Because
you guys-
that wouldn't be a thing if it's not a sphere.
Yeah, it's a reification of your sphere story, and you're right. It's not a thing, actually, because if it were, it's supposed to have made the Earth into a sphere, but measurements show that it didn't, so I guess it's not
So-
there.
But
It doesn't do anything.
explain all these satellites like going around because these are real. We see proof
what
of these.
satellites?
Yeah, they're
all
just
of them.
cartoons, or they send
Well,
things
all
up
of
on
them.
balloons, or they use planes, etc. But they don't have anything.
What about
wrong
like
with that.
Sputnik?
Wait,
Sputnik,
flawless.
the
What do you
first
think
one.
about the moon landing?
Oh, like the toy they
Yeah,
showed
I had
the
a question
picture
about the
from
moon
Earth.
Yeah,
landing.
let's talk.
That's fake, right?
No, I'm asking you. What's your opinion about the moon landing?
Me or him?
Yeah. Both.
I-
It doesn't-
I think it's real. Obviously.
Well,
Yeah.
the
Your
Earth would
profile
have to be a
picture.
globe for that story to be true.
Because of your profile picture, I guess that's what you would say.
You know that to have
Don't
the
worry
orbital
about it.
mechanics-
Don't worry about my profile.
Eva, in order to have the orbital mechanics,
Eva.
to have satellites or any of that stuff, you know that they have to measure the Earth first, right, and get the radius of it, so they can
Yeah,
get the
and they
distance
did
to
that.
blow it. Well,
No, they
they
didn't.
actually didn't. They couldn't have.
No,
because
they
if it is-
measure the like the.
Who?
I don't know what it's called.
No, they can't
NASA,
have done that. Here's the thing:
never did
they
that.
can't have done that because if they did, and it measured to be the 3959 mile radius ball that they say that it is, that 66 feet of curvature drop at 10 miles that I was talking about would be there, and that would be easy for anybody to measure if they wanted to, but it's not. And the horizon would be where it would have to be based on the geometric constraints of the globe, but it's also not. It's consistently seen way further than that. So they didn't measure that. They didn't measure the Earth to be a ball because it's not measuring that way. So all the orbital mechanics of the satellites and the rest of that junk is impossible.
Wait, why would they need to measure the entire Earth just to send one rocket?
No, they
in a
don't.
specific
They
part?
don't.
Oh.
Like you can just do it the way that we're talking about here. You measure a stretch of it, right, and you can extrapolate from that what the overall size is. But it definitely ain't a 3959 mile radius ball.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I thought I was muted.
What happened?
Well, he's given up for now.
Did he bounce?
I don't know what to really say though. I mean,
I thought I was muted.
No.
Central.
Yeah, we know this.
Dude, CB, you made such a good point. That's why I laughed. And
I'm gonna be honest. I didn't hear a lot of it. I was kind of watching something.
that means you were.
I mean, no. If you go through it again, I will actually. I'm not even kidding.
All right, dude,
Go
turn
through it
off
again.
your hentai or whatever.
Yes, I will. Yes, go again.
Well, Sleepy or somebody else, do you guys want to just go ahead? Because I mean, I already gave it one shot, and this guy just didn't even
Dude,
listen.
I freaking I loved your presentation, CB, and
thanks.
This motherfucker didn't hear a goddamn word you said. That pisses me off. That's why you heard me laugh. I didn't realize I was unmuted. And damn it, Ava, man. Are you curious about why people think the Earth is flat? I mean, is that why you came to this server?
Yeah, it's interesting to me.
All right, cool. So is this the first time you've ever talked to anyone about flat Earth?
Pretty much.
All right, cool. So pretty much meaning yes.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, so are you a young man?
Yeah.
Have you ever spoken to a drunk flat earther?
God damn it, Jemsy. Hey, how about you talk to Jemsy instead of me?
No. I think I'm okay. No. I think
talk to Jemsy. He's got this. Go ahead, Jemsy. Talk to him.
Hey, I'm gonna yield my time to Helio Skeptic, okay?
No, fuck you. You have to talk to him now since you interrupted me. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. No, he didn't mean to. It's fine.
No, he did mean to. That's why he did it. Go ahead, Jemsy. Jemsy, you talk to this guy. Jemsy, talk to him.
Okay. I'll talk to him. Hey, welcome to the Flat Earth Discord. What brings you to the Flat Earth Discord?
I was interested in the mechanics, I guess.
Alright, I'm gonna yield my time to, where is he? Central Banker? Where is he?
What?
You don't feel like talking?
I'm right here.
Like talking?
Get up, Helio.
Fuck you, bitch.
I could give him one more chance, sure.
What the fuck is going on?
Well, even what it comes down to is Earth ain't curving, so therefore it can't be a ball. It's that simple.
Why isn't it curving though?
Well, I don't know why. That's kind of a metaphysical question. Whoever or whatever made it might be able to answer it, but I don't know.
Well, I know,
Just
but
need to
like,
check out
what
from,
shows that it's not curving? That's
measurements.
How do you know it's
measuring
curving?
the surface. No drop over distance, right? Easy enough thing to check for. And the globe made a pretty specific claim about how much drop over distance there should be. And it's enough that you'd easily be able to measure it. Don't you agree that you'd be able to find 66 feet of drop at 10 miles?
Pretty sure they did.
Yeah, pretty sure they didn't, and that's the whole point of this server. We can show you the measurements and the observations if you want.
Go ahead.
All right. I'm kind of on the smartphone. Someone else want to post it?
Yeah, I'm gonna yield my time to Sleepy Joe. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, Sleepy.
We're saying, why is your mic like that?
Mine? Oh, Gemsy.
No, Gemsy's. I cannot hear what he's saying.
I'm gonna find the FE core.
I'm gonna yield the rest of my time to Sleepy Joe. Go ahead, Sleepy Joe.
All right, dude. So I'm gonna. I mean, are you familiar with any of the FE core experiments?
Could I also say something? Are these are done by trusted scientists with degrees?
Yeah. This is a grant-funded experiment with scientists, engineers. Hold on, I gotta plug in.
And these guys, they went to school.
When you say trusted, you mean like a globe believer, somebody who thinks the same thing?
No, just someone who maybe went to school for science.
Yeah, dude, they're real
mathematicians and stuff like that.
This is geometry, though.
Yeah, dude, they know more than you. Okay, they know more than whatever the hell you earned in like high school or whatever. So let me post. So are you familiar with FE Core? You've heard of them?
No.
Let me post the video first. I think. Sorry.
No.
Okay, let me post the video. I think I have a feeling you'll like so I'll post the long one, but there's actually a short version. So I was talking to your friend. So you're aware of how a sphere works, right?
Yeah, it's a 3D circle.
So you understand the sphere is constant curvature everywhere, right?
Yeah, to an extent that you can see it.
No. If it's a sphere, then there's a fixed radius, and then that radius determines how curved the sphere is, and it's the same curvature everywhere. Like it's symmetric, right?
Yeah, but if you're really small compared, like,
Yeah, but we know
this is where it kind of gets me, because you're saying we would be able to see it.
Yeah, so I understand if the Earth was so huge or whatever, then maybe like you could say, oh, like it would be really hard to tell if it was flat or curved now. But actually, we have like a mathematical model provided by the Globers, who give us a precise distance for the radius.
What's the radius?
Do you know what the distance of the radius is?
No.
I'm asking you.
So, okay, so we encounter this trend where Globers don't actually understand their own model, but it's supposed to be 3959 miles. So, if with a sphere of 3959 miles, you can calculate how much curvature you should see over a certain distance. So, there's using the equation of a sphere, you can calculate this curvature, and up to first order approximation, using the Taylor series, for the first 100 miles, it comes up to about 8 inches per mile squared. Are you following me?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a sphere. So over 26 miles, we have a hard number for how much curvature we should see.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't done the calculation. I could do it right now, but I recall it's somewhere around like 280 feet. So we should see, over a 26-mile long stretch of water, we should see 280 feet of curvature, meaning anything of height below 280 feet should be totally obscured by the bulge of water, right? 26 miles away. So this FE core experiment, they use a laser from a fixed height above the ground on the land, and they go across the water, and they measure that they can measure the laser across this 26-mile stretch of water. And from the same elevation, maybe like with the slight differential, but nowhere near 280 feet on the other side. So that says that there is around, taking into account refraction and so forth, there is around 260 feet or so missing curvature. So that's one measurement in this FE core experiment. So, I mean, you can take a look at the video. They also they rolled up their results in an article. They have a presentation, and this is just one of the many measurements. So they did three total laser experiments, and then it sounded like you guys were familiar with all of the Salt Lake, the Salt Flats laser experiment. But basically, the trend is whenever we have sort of an independent, unbiased laser experiment, that we never find any curvature. And, other institutions that are supposed to be official or authorities on this, they claim they're not interested in verifying the Earth's curvature because they're just, they have better things to do. They would rather look 666, million light years away into God knows where, to the pillars of creation, and taking photos of that instead of just, verifying this basic so-called fact that the Earth is a globe. All right. Maybe that was a lot to... Sorry, what did you say?
Okay, I was just agreeing, yeah.
Might have been a little much there and all that, yeah, but...
Yeah, I tend to ramble on.
So these guys took these really kick-ass lasers. They shot at like 26, 10. There's like 3 different points at the same elevation. They hit all 3 of them. And it should have been at least 280. I think it's like 300 and something feet. Well, actually, I forget. Their observer height was like 5 feet. So anyway, cool experiment, man. You can check that out. Learn your globe, man. You got to learn your globe. You want to hang out with flat earthers, you got to do something.
That's the thing. We learned it. That's why we don't buy into it, man.
I have another thing that I'm a little confused about.
Go ahead.
How would the horizon work? Because you wouldn't be able to see it. But I could step out and go on like a pretty high mountain or something. I would be able to see the horizon. But if the Earth is perfectly flat and it's 3,900 What, miles long?
Can
I,
you?
That's the
I
radius?
know where
his
you're
figure
going.
pertains to the sphere, though. It's
Oh, that's the
irrelevant.
radius?
Yeah.
Yeah, but still, you wouldn't be able to see it because eventually you just wouldn't be able to see it. It would.
Yeah,
You can't see that far.
forever. You can't see
Yeah,
forever.
exactly.
Like
So
on a
why-
rainy day, dude. On a rainy day, you can't see fucking,
Yeah, but
2
what?
miles. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Foggy day. If you're out in fog.
but why can I see it normally right now? Like
wait. Isn't the reason you can't see forever is because you can't see forever?
Yeah, but I'm saying right now, I could see the radius, and I could see the horizon right now.
Well,
Because it eventually will curve on. Wait. Hold on.
No, there is no hold. Wait. With this, you think the horizon is the curvature of the Earth?
That's
you brought
cut
up
off.
something good here. You brought up something good with this, the horizon point, because that's just it. The horizon is not where it would be, where it would have to be if it were caused by Earth curvature.
I know he's getting mad because I overspoke him and he tried to overspeak me, but that's not going to happen.
Everybody's mad because you overspoke everybody.
Yeah, dude. I don't think he's getting mad.
Because I already knew what he was going to say. He thinks that he can see forever if.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he thinks he
Right.
can see the other side of the world.
No,
he didn't say it, but
no, that's not what I
asked him.
mean.
All right, so if
You see, this would be a lot easier if you just stopped talking, wouldn't it?
Just let him clarify.
Yeah, Helio, come on, let's let him talk.
So
let's see what he's going to say. He's
the
probably gonna say
horizon,
the
the
same
horizon
thing
you see, the horizon you see, right? That's the eventual curve that you can't see anymore because it curves.
No,
it's flat.
That's the point.
Listen. Oh my god.
Central Banking is going to reply to his horizon question.
Right, that's exactly the point. The horizon's way too far for it to be Earth curvature, right? So there's certain limitations to the horizon based on the size of the globe that it's supposed to be, right? I just posted something in the voice text right now where if it is a globe with a radius of 3959 miles, the horizon has to be at 1.2 miles, but it's seen somewhere around 10 times that distance, which is geometrically way off. It's magnitudes of order of error for the radius. Yeah, I don't want to bog you down with too many more numbers right now, but yeah, it's not where it would be if it was a globe.
What?
How would you confirm that if that were true?
Okay, this is just my point. You can see the horizon. That and the horizon is.
Can you just go back to what I just said, though? Because we know exactly where the horizon is supposed to be on the globe, right? So check the thing that I
it's
just posted.
depending on where you're standing. And I can see the horizon, but if it was completely flat, I wouldn't be able to see the horizon.
Ava.
Because exactly like you said, you can't see forever.
Ava.
There's a geometric limitation to the distance to the horizon based on the curvature rate of the globe, right? So we can easily do the math. They've given us the proportions. We know exactly how far it would be. I just posted something in the voice text. Take a look at that. You seeing that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that horizon would have to be at 1.2 miles if it's Earth curve like you're talking about. Because those are the dimensions that they claimed of the globe.
But and the guy that did that, he's not some guy on Reddit. He's a scientist.
Well, it really doesn't matter who did it. It was Quantum Eraser, who's here on this channel, who put the argument together. But I mean, that's what it is. It's a 10-mile horizon when it's supposed to be at 1.2 miles based on the globe math. That is a huge error. And you're probably not going to understand just how much of an error that was the first time hearing this, but it is. Look into it.
Well, I think he wouldn't understand it because he thinks that if the Earth was flat, you can see forever. I think he just said that.
Yeah. Well, let me put it to you this way then, buddy. If that horizon was Earth curvature, then the globe would have to be 6 times the size that they said Jupiter is. Do you think that's what's going on?
Wait, what do you mean by that?
Well, that's where the geometric horizon would fall at the 1-foot observer height is somewhere around 10 miles on a planet 6 times the size that they say Jupiter is. So that's how big of an error this is for the globe.
Mind-boggling.
I'm not saying that that's what it is. I'm not saying it's a way bigger ball. I'm just saying that horizon is way too goddamn far for the
To
globe.
match the mass, it will need to be around that size if it was.
Yeah. Exactly.
And that's not our mass. That's their mass.
Who's there?
The
Globers.
Like just some random guy, or
No,
the globe.
The globe, dude.
Listen,
NASA,
listen
no,
one
but-
second, guys.
no? But who?
So you know that globe that you see on TV and that planet that you call planet Earth, that ball that you think you live on.
Yep. Of course.
So that thing has a certain geometry, certain numbers of a diameter, circumference, right? It has a radius, right? Those are very specific numbers. So when you put those numbers and you test that, and you go out there in reality and you measure the Earth, the numbers claimed for the globe don't add up to the measurements done in reality.
Exactamente.
So who's doing the test?
Yeah, dude,
like,
it doesn't matter.
That's kind of what
who's
I'm.
doing it, right?
Yeah.
because it kind of does. Because this doesn't make sense.
Well, it does make sense. It's
know
just
what?
not a globe. That's all.
It's not
The
a
globe is
globe
wrong.
because your
Just because
senses
you don't-
point out to you that you live on a flat, level, motionless, contained environment. All of your senses, everything you accomplish, everything you do is dependent on a flat, motionless, level Earth, right? Contained environment, and it just makes sense that it's not a globe. But if anybody claiming that you live on a curving, spinning, rotating, uncontained environment, that will be a nonsensical claim. So exactly, it makes sense that it's not a globe. You're correct.
Yeah.
I'm kind of interested. So how do what's all like? How do I explain it? Do you think the Earth, or I mean the moon landing is faked? Is that
Well, the
just
whole
a-
story is based off of
That's
the
not what we're
globe.
talking about.
Yeah, I know. I'm just bringing up a different topic. I'm just wondering about this now.
Yeah, it's obviously fabricated because the whole thing is based off of the globe.
Yeah, but they've seen it. They see it
Why don't you
curved.
do it?
No, look,
They've
what we
seen it
just
'cause,
showed you is that there isn't a curve. That's what you're seeing right there in that picture I posted. There is no curve. It's not
Okay,
possible
then-
that somebody could have measured the.
No,
Well,
but these
Listen,
people.
because you're going. Listen, remember, you're going to the moon, right? So you're going right now. In your mind, you're going into a place that someone told you they've been to, but you cannot verify because you will never go to the moon, can you? Right? You can't go.
Yeah,
you cannot
but-
verify the claim yourself. But the measurements of the Earth, the thing you're standing on, and the waters, the bodies of water that you can go to and test, that you can test yourself, that many people has tested, we have come to the conclusion and verify many times that there is no curvature anywhere on Earth. It's the opposite. It's always flat, level.
So
It's a motionless plane.
So you're just saying all these things, all the space knowledge we have was made by some guy with a crazy imagination.
When you say space knowledge, what do you actually mean? When
The
you say
footage
space
on
knowledge?
Mars, the footage on the moon, the samples brought back from both
Let me ask you this.
places.
This footage that you get from these places, can you accomplish this by recording land areas on Earth and maybe using some photographic imagery in the computer and changing? And can you accomplish this with a CGI computer and make a video and then put it online? Can you accomplish this doing that?
Yeah, but
then they
that's
couldn't.
Oh yeah.
Yes
that's
or
kind
no?
of a stretch. Yeah, you could say that about anything though, which is why that's kind of a bad
You
point.
cannot say that about going. You cannot say that about going and measuring the waters and measuring the Earth and measuring not a globe.
So those videos they show you, you just have to take them on faith that they're what they said that they were.
But
you can't verify it for yourself.
but you also think that like NASA and all of those space programs and whatever have not done their own calculations and they have done these.
Because what they claiming, remember, the technology that we use these days.
What's the difference between NASA claiming something and these random scientists you guys are talking about?
That's what we're gonna ask you.
We're not talking about scientists.
No, we're not talking
Who are you
about
talking
science. Science is the scientific method is to establish cause and effect relationships. What we're talking right now, it's geometry. When I measure a table or when I measure my shoe to have the right size,
you know the amount of math that goes into a rocket, right? You know about the math that goes into calculating a rocket.
The rockets that you see, the rockets that you can see going up or whatever, I've seen them myself. And you can launch a rocket and then it will eventually will come down. But the thing is, remember, the places that you think this rocket is going to, that place, they have to show it to you on the screen, right? They have to show you cartoons, CGI generation, so you can imagine that these rockets are going to places that you can never verify. And on top of that, the thing is that just the fact that you're breathing fresh air and the necessary antecedent for a gas pressure is a container. When have they ever shown you a container when they living on this rocket? So there's no way they can leave the container and do the things they claim they're doing because we live in a contained environment.
Wait, so your thing is about air pressure and how that's all done? Do you know how they get air on rockets and stuff like that?
No, you know how there is a 14 psi.
Yeah, but do you know how they put like a whole bunch of air? And that's not really how it works.
You can make chambers and put air in. Yes, that works.
No, that's not what they do.
Okay, why is your story about how NASA whatever puts air into rockets? Why is that relevant?
Well, what he's saying is that I don't know what he's saying, that there's no air pressure.
He's saying that there's no adjacent vacuum of outer space because that would violate thermodynamics and be impossible.
What I'm trying to say is that the place that you think the rockets are going, it's an imaginary place that nobody can go to. Because the laws of nature dictate that to have gas pressure, for you to expand your lungs and air to rush into your lungs and for you to breathe fresh air, you need gas pressure for that. And the necessary antecedent, the thing that is required to have gas pressure in the first place, is a container. There's no gas pressure, there's no breathing fresh air like you're doing right now at this moment if there wasn't a container.
Yeah, if there was an adjacent vacuum, outer space vacuum, then all this air you're breathing would be long gone in that vacuum.
Yeah, but that's what the atmosphere is for, the one made up of a bunch of
that requires
ozone
a sphere, and we just took care of that, didn't we? There is no sphere. The Earth is
So you're saying if the Earth is flat, we would all be dead. That's what you just told me. You just told me. That is what you just told me. Straight
No, buddy. Here, I'll put it to you really simply. Here's what we said. We said that the sky is not outer space. Yeah, there's a sky. It's just not what you think it is.
I know that. Everyone knows that. Maybe a 5-year-old doesn't know that.
No, what? The sky is not outer space.
Yes,
your story,
no.
the story that you have in your head about
You guys
what
are
the sky
talking to a
is,
little kid.
What?
Yeah, we're talking to a soy boy or some whatever.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to help him understand because usually people think that the two things are synonymous. The stars.
My bad.
Listen,
We need to go step by step.
Listen, he's trying to hold to the space idea. The thing is that you have to logically come to a conclusion that is verifiable. And the thing is, the outer space idea that you have in your mind that is being given to you by movies, cartoons,
so what is the
Hollywood, Disney, this idea is only in your mind.
What is the sun?
Actually,
what are the stars? What are the sun? What are the stars?
Dude, we don't want to jump subjects if you don't even understand.
No, this is part of the subject.
We're just listen for a second. Exists because of the second law of thermodynamics, and I don't think you understand
the ancient sundials that they used to make, right? If space is all just fake, which is what someone
No,
just
the
said.
space between you and I is real, and that's a good thing.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
The space between you
Obviously,
and I,
yeah.
okay, and the space that you occupied, right? That's
Yeah.
one thing. But then this outer space place that you think you can go to because someone show it to you on a screen and
Mhm.
they draw a nice CGI decorated movie,
Yeah.
and you think and you dream about going to these places.
Yeah.
That goes against the laws of nature.
Okay, but what about like a sundial, and then you see the sun visibly move?
Yeah,
you
that's just the
see.
sun moving. You just said it yourself. You see the sun.
No,
The
with
sun
gravitational force or like the gravitational
There's no
field.
gravity. It would have made the Earth a ball if there were. You got to start over, man.
What?
You said the Earth
Yeah.
would have fall?
What I just said.
Yeah, the Earth doesn't move and the sun does. You just said it yourself.
No, but that's been proven to not be true by people in the 1800s.
Yeah, that
and then
story
backed up
requires
to
a
this
ball,
time.
and we just proved to you that there isn't one. So back to the drawing board, buddy.
That's a story from Liars.
I guess I could just say everything you just said is false because the Earth is a sphere. That's pretty much what you're telling me right now.
No, I showed you measurements to back up what I said to you.
These facts are not an agree or disagree genera. These are established things that we live. Our opinion about the Earth or whatever I want to imagine in my mind has no effect on this place. Okay, whatever you want to imagine that you think you live in, you can do that, but you cannot change reality just by imagining things. Just like you imagine that you're gonna go to Mars or the moon one day. Keep dreaming.
Yeah, it's fantasy. Might as well dream about going to Neverland.
Didn't you just say that space isn't real, but then told me that there's a sun? So how would that work? Like,
Dude, the sun is not in an outer space vacuum. The outer space vacuum is part of the globe story. We just falsified the globe, so you have to start over on the story.
Yeah, you think the sun is 93 million miles away and it is this huge ball of fire.
So what do you
right?
say?
But this is a story. Listen, the sun, the distances. You don't need this, right? We don't need the distance to the sun. Have you been to the sun? No, I haven't
I'm
been to
not
the
going
sun. Right?
off of the distance. I'm going off of the measurements they have on how the
not
light
measurements.
They'll
Okay,
give an
define measurement.
The scientists like all these different space places.
Eva, they're not
The
measurements. They're
measurement of
calculations.
8 minutes that it takes from the sun to light. That's just fake. That's just made up.
No, it's not. Look, the distance to the sun is a calculation, and it's based on what? Do you know what it's based on?
What?
It's ultimately based on that radius claim. So if that's falsified, then all of those other figures that they're giving you, like the distance to the sun and the other planetary bodies,
Yeah,
and that
remember
kind of stuff,
that curvature?
that's all falsified too.
Remember that curvature that you see in the cartoons and you see on the movies, and you so cool cartoons, right? And you see the curvature globe Earth, but when you go out there and you look for it, you never find that curvature in reality. Remember that curvature? They depend on that curvature to make the claims that you're making right now, like the distance to the sun, the distance to the moon, and all that. So when you falsified the claim of curvature and the radius of 30,959 miles, right? That radius, when you falsify that, then the other claims can go with it because there's no foundation to the claims.
You have to start all over again.
That's right. Got to start right over from the beginning where they started.
Edge. What do you think?
Your model? Sorry. The model that your model started with the globe claim, right? All that stuff you're talking about all starts with the idea of the Earth as a globe. Get rid of that, and that whole thing falls apart. It's that simple.
Actually, the Earth be? I just thought about that. Like, there's got to be an edge, right? Because when it's a sphere, there's no edge because the atmosphere is
actually, that's
surrounding
wrong.
it.
There was supposed to be an edge. It was supposed to be in
So
that
where is
picture
it?
that I showed you.
Where is it?
1.2 miles, the geometric horizon edge. But yeah, exactly. Where is it? So therefore,
No,
not
I'm
at
talking
all.
about like if the Earth is flat, it's not a circle, right? It's not a sphere. So it doesn't. You don't just like if I were to walk around the Earth. If I were to walk around the Earth, I'm gonna eventually land in the same spot. But
No,
if
if
it's
you walk-
flat,
if you head
and
south.
I walk across the Earth,
Around the Earth, you won't. If you walk south, yes, you would hit the disk. I think that's what you're trying to say. You just lack the basic vocabulary to say it.
Listen,
What is your
it's very simple. Don't overcomplicate it. When you talk about the edge of the earth, you reach a seashore and you reach water, right? And then you get on a boat and then you navigate on the boat and reach another seashore and you get on the ground again. And that's how it is everywhere. That's the only
that would
experience
require
that
a
you ever.
curve.
The
That
only
would require a
experience that
curve.
everybody had.
That would require a curve, which you say there is none of. You realize that, right? That would
You
no,
navigate.
no.
You go
'cause that
into a
would.
seashore. You go into a seashore and
Yeah,
getting
but
and
there would be a
navigating
curve
on top
there.
of the waters doesn't require any curve.
It's not an infinite plane. It's not an infinite plane. It eventually.
Nobody's claiming that. No one is claiming
Yeah,
that. Nobody
we didn't
said
claim
inclement.
that.
We do know that.
We don't know
That's
what's at the
common
outer
knowledge.
limits of this place, man. Maybe ask the Navy if you're interested. They probably checked it out, but we don't know. And they're telling us that it's a ball, so they're probably not going to tell us.
Even
Or
though
you-
the Navy uses
So-
flat Earth. And so
but-
Why,
but
why
this
has
is
there
the
been
thing.
any flat earther to claim? Well, like, why has there been anyone who say that they're gonna go watch the edge?
Yeah,
Okay,
because
why
here's
is there
how
no
ridiculous
pictures?
your question
Like-
is. Look, why hasn't there been anyone who's found an edge or reported an edge, blah, blah, blah? If somebody has found such a thing, it would probably be somebody in a position of authority. It would be like maybe the Navy or something like that. And those people are telling you that you're on the ball. So what makes you think that they're
Right,
going to
and-
show you the outer limits of the flat Earth?
So these
On that-
ancient
hold-
astronomers, or
hold on.
I don't know if that's the word. The people
Ancient
that when a, I don't know the word. I'm not gonna lie. These people that traveled the entire
Right.
sea,
So,
they didn't
so
find the
how
edge.
about how about you said I'm not gonna lie? Don't lie. You know what? People that are in the Navy or
I'm not talking
the
about
Air
that.
Force. What? Well,
I'm talking about
I'm
the
talking
older.
about no. You said it. You said, "Well, I'm not going to speak for the Navy, but this is the way I think is that this could possibly be true if this or that." What happens with people in the Navy and in the Air Force? They just travel from one port to another port. They go from port to port across Earth.
Yeah, but
they don't pretend like they're just traveling across Earth and just willy-nilly figure this shit out. It's always been that way. When they built these ships, they travel from one port to another. They built these ports on the shores of different countries. So they travel from one port to another port. You think they just willy-nilly just, let's see if we can fucking just go over here
We
and
didn't bring up the
see if
Navy.
we
Yeah, I'm kind
Well,
of
no,
thinking.
I just said that because they've explored Antarctica. We can't. So I'm just saying, if
Who's
you want
they?
to know,
Who's they?
well,
Wait.
the Navy claims they have done so. So if you want to know
All right,
something
so,
about that,
okay,
go and
cool,
ask them.
Okay.
We
Hey,
can't
you
go
sound very excited.
I'm just saying.
You said they
Are
have
you guys
explored
arguing?
Antarctica.
You both believe in the same thing. You know that, right? You guys are arguing right now.
Yeah,
No,
we
no.
know, dude. We people
I'm just
argue
saying, if
here
you want to know
asking-
what's at the outer limits of this place, ask somebody who has the ability to go there. It's not us. That's all.
And many people have.
Really?
Who's many people?
Like a ton of. I don't know them by name, obviously.
Okay,
but that's
who are you
documented that people go around the Earth. That's a thing. Like
Yeah,
shipments
Yeah,
every
just-
day,
just like-
cargo
dude,
shipments
like when you
every
go-
day.
You
Every
know
day.
what shipmen do? Just shipmen travel
Just
with
one
a
go around.
ship
If
Same.
it was
one port to another port.
Speaking, hello. So you have this misconception that saying going around is going somehow in traveling on a ball, but you can have a round table that is flat, right? And you can go around your neighborhood, right? You can go around your house. There's no requirement for any of this curvature that you imagining when you say people go around the earth. You can go around town, around the city,
I
right?
think you're just looking at it
Yeah,
a little bit too legitly. I'm not saying around as the Earth is round.
But
I guess
that's the way you have to look at it instead of imagining things. Because when
check
people
this out.
travel,
That's
when people travel to these places, they never take into account any of that imaginary
When you
curvature.
travel
I'm more
from
just
one
confused
port
because
to
if
another
it's-
port, when you go on a flight or a ship, you travel from one port to another.
What?
My question is, why hasn't anyone ever done it though?
Why is this? Why did you say what? Like I'm wrong about this.
Completely answer me this, okay?
Look. My point only was that if the government or something like that has explored those regions, they're telling you that Earth's a ball, so they're probably not going to report back any kind of an edge or something
Let's say
like that.
just okay.
Nobody does that.
Someone just went straight, continuously. What would happen? Would they reach an edge, or would they fall off? What would happen?
You will reach if you go straight from the place ending on the.
If you just keep going
if you go straight.
Has anyone ever done that?
If you go, listen, hey, Helio, you go straight from the place that you're standing right now, like your house or whatever town.
You just keep walking.
You're gonna reach that seashore. You're gonna reach water, and then you're gonna need to swim or get a boat, and then you keep going straight, and then you're gonna reach another seashore, and you're gonna get on the ground, and you keep doing the same thing.
I'm going to make a major claim right here, right now. You cannot travel Dead Reckoning on Earth. You can't do it.
Yeah, you'll die. You'll die eventually.
What's let me.
That's the other problem. If somebody's been to the extremities, they're probably dead now. So that's the other problem with hearing back from them.
Yeah, and that was my point. I mean, you guys were giving me shit, like fucking 2 minutes ago. It's not. That's not the way people travel across Earth. And that's what I was saying about the ships and airplanes. They travel from port to port. Nobody's going to go to straight line across Earth. There's no port there. They're not going that way.
How do you think they made
of course, I was kind of hinting at the bird missions and stuff like that, but I'm just saying.
Sure, that's part of it. That's part of it. But that's a military supported mission, and and he came back and reported on the Longines Chronicles thing. But nobody's done it. What, fucking 60, 70 years ago? Shit, man. I mean, who's done it since then? And
this
come
is
back and report.
I just want to say what I'm confused about here, because if it's flat, like it's flat, right? That's your whole thing, right? The Earth is flat.
That's the Earth thing, buddy. It measures that way.
Yeah. Okay. So if someone just, and I'm like 99% sure this has definitely happened, and it happens probably every day. Someone just goes straight. They're not gonna fall off. You know why? Because there's a curve.
They can't.
You're just saying they're gonna teleport to the other side? Like they're just gonna hit a point and then be at the other side of the Earth?
You made a claim.
Ship and go straight. Dead Reckoning. You know what?
Yeah, but that definitely has happened.
Happens every day. Okay, show us anybody who's done it, who's gone straight as far as they can until they came full circle.
Every day, cargo ships every day.
Dude, listen. Okay, so circumnavigation is possible.
I just explained this.
Circumnavigation is possible east to west, but not north to south.
Why not?
Because east to west are circled around the center point.
You go in a circle. You go in a circle east to west. If you took a dinner plate, put a north pole in the middle, you can still travel east to west. It takes you.
And why can't you travel north to south?
But if you go south, you end up in Antarctica, which encompasses the whole
airplanes
world.
And ships only travel from one port to another. They don't independently travel. They travel when they're through shipping lanes.
Yes, but people in the world have circumnavigated the world.
What do you mean by hold on, everybody? Hold on. Yeah. What do you mean by circumnavigate?
People have went east to west around the world in a circle and ended up in the same spot.
No, they
haven't. They have never done it north to south.
Actually, you're wrong. Never happened.
Arguing.
Never happened. Never happened.
Yeah, there's no reason to. Like you said, they go port to port. They don't just circumnavigate the Earth for the hell of it every day.
Yeah,
well,
but
no, they don't.
They
but
do.
It's possible.
Yeah, exactly. It's possible.
No, it's not. No.
Oh my God.
No, it's not. All right, tell me
this
how.
This guy's a lot of misconceptions.
Hold on. Tell me how it's possible that they can.
Because it's been done.
Where?
Okay, well, cite it.
Show me.
Wait, 1 second. gotta find it.
Yeah,
Oh,
thanks. Cited.
sorry, I'm yelling, but I mean,
Cargo
but
ships have no.
I know for a fact it's impossible, but I want you to show me.
What this guy just said is really weird. Basically, he's just saying that cargo ships circumnavigate the entire Earth every single day. Why would they do that? Why would they go all the way in a circle, full circle, right back to where they started? There's no purpose in that journey.
It was called the Transglobe Expedition. Search that
That's
up.
a really great story. It requires curvature, though, sadly.
What's your point,
Exactly.
This
There's
can happen on the
curvature.
dude. No, dude.
Are you guys
No, we measured it. If there is
This is like me debunking everything you just said by saying, yeah, there's curvature.
Yeah,
you
yes, there's curvature.
You can just call the expedition.
Yeah, you can say that. It's a great story, but there isn't. The Earth tells a different.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like all you have to do is show us the link, show us the evidence, and then
Also,
we'll shut up about
it doesn't matter if there's curvature. They went to the exact known other, like they followed that radius that you guys were talking about, and they went there.
No, they didn't. Nobody does that. Navigation doesn't use that.
No, because they did.
When
So
did it happen?
just
Show
teleport
us.
to the other
Show us.
side.
Hey,
So,
hey,
you just
I'm gonna
search it
have to
up.
moderate. This is a shit show at the moment. This is a shit show right now. So we're gonna have one person saying something, and whenever you're done, someone else, one person is gonna reply, and that's it.
I would like to just clear east and west up for this guy because I think that's a huge problem for him right now.
Yeah, I don't get where north and south went.
Yeah, so you can circumnavigate the plane east to west, no problem. You can go full circle and end up exactly where you began because on the plane, east and west are just circles around the center point, which is the North Pole. So no problem.
Using a vehicle, it'd be very difficult to actually do that.
Right, I'm just, hypothetically, that's what it is. East to west, they're just circles.
But
So
it
if you're
is
talking about somebody navigating that way, yeah, that's how you would do it. You would just follow east to west the whole time.
But you're going to
Yeah,
be
that's
traveling
all I
in
was
the
saying. This
circle.
it is
But nobody's
possible
ever
to
done it.
circumnavigate
Nobody's
the Earth.
ever
So
done it.
like, why is it only east and west or east and west? Like it's been shown.
Okay, I'll tell you why.
there's
I'll tell you
north.
why right now. I'll tell you why right now because north is the center, right? South is any
No,
direction
'cause it
away
isn't.
from the center. Yeah, but it is because it's a plane and that's the only way the cardinal directions can work on that. So that's how it is. East and west are circles around the center. North is
But
the
do you have
center. Any
evidence?
direction towards the center is north. Any direction away from it is south. That's how it goes.
North is the center?
It's very simple. It's not that complicated.
See, it's just like when you think it's complicated, then that's where you get all discombobulated and just start arguing with us about this. Freaking crazy, bro.
That's coming from the guy that has interrupted me 20 times.
Yeah, because you're saying some stuff that you're completely ignorant about.
It's
no,
okay. Just take it by
I'm
step by
making a
step.
point.
Yeah, it's okay. You can bring your points, but the thing is also just like you're doing, listen to the replies and what people here are telling you.
Yeah, that's what
It's
the other guy's
demonstrable.
not doing.
Yeah, that's fine. Just ignore him.
Now, don't ignore me. But I mean, if you really have a good point,
Which I did.
bring it. All right, which is you're going to
We went
share
through it.
You're going to share a link where someone
I already went through it.
circumnavigated Earth east to west in a circle. Do you have any evidence for that? Because that's
You
what
see-
I thought I heard you say.
I guess the whole thing is just you don't have evidence it didn't happen. I don't have evidence it did. You can just say that, and then it's so.
Isn't that a fallacy? What fallacy is that?
Well, I guess that's just.
Yeah,
I could say something. You could just say, "Nope, that's debunked because it's not a circle," which has happened 20 times.
Let me ask you this: do you believe someone has done that?
Yeah, I really do. Yes, and I think it happens
Hey,
every day.
let's point on the fallacy. Who knows which fallacy is that? Where's Larry?
What's Larry?
Hey, so since you don't know and I don't know, nobody knows.
Exactly. So you keep arguing the same thing and just debunking my points instantly, but the moment I do it back, it's just no, because you're right.
Well, you actually missing the point. because
Your
the thing
ideas.
Hey, the thing is that you're missing the point because nobody has measured the curvature that you're claiming.
I
and
thought
people
that's
have
your whole
actually
point, that they measured the curvature to find it's flat. thought that was the whole thing. Was it not?
No. People have gone out there to test the claim of the curvature, and when they put that claim to test, it fails the test. Get it?
Traveling in a circle at the same latitude wouldn't prove anything about flat or globe anyway, so it's just a mute point, to be honest.
Kind of whole thing.
Mute. I said mute.
Well, he's trying to
moot point. It really doesn't prove anything about shape of Earth.
Let Goose talk.
Well, it was.
Eva, do you know what a triangle is?
No, I have no idea.
Triangle.
All right, Helio, explain him because he doesn't know what a triangle is.
Yeah, we really don't.
A triangle.
No.
I mean, a triangle. I learned this. I think in 5th grade. I think it's basic math. It was a triangle adds up to 180 degrees.
Did you learn a triangle in 5th grade?
Yeah, it's like I think I learned it. Well, it became a popular thing, as far as 5th grade, I think. It's like a triangle has 3 angles and they add up to 180
No way.
degrees. Yeah, 180 degrees. Now, a right triangle has one 90-degree angle, and the other 2 angles, depending on what you're looking at and what you can see or how you're measuring. But inside the.
I know what a triangle is. It was a joke.
Oh, okay. I don't have to explain it to you then, since you know what a triangle is.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty clear it was a joke.
So you know that navigation.
No, man, we don't joke here. We don't do that here.
Yeah, we're serious people.
Okay.
Oh.
Let's get on to what Jamsi has to say.
I think Eva's trying to just understand and ask some questions, and everybody's just confusing it. But it's like, I know a dude that drives ships, and he goes port to port. It's obviously not a one gas tank, but he travels around the world east to west. But you can't do it north to south.
Yeah, this one guy, the one guy that the greatest source out there. Not the other thousands of truckers, other thousands of drivers.
This is a wrong statement, though.
Yeah, so is his.
Why?
He said port to port, and then he said north to south. No.
I said you can't go north to south. Helio, are you wasted right now?
That's not the way that ships travel.
It loses me that I say a point, and then you disagree with it, and then someone else says a point, and then you agree with my point, arguing with the other person.
Well,
you see how you're doing that?
Listen.
What's a triangle?
All right,
he's just fighting everybody. That's all.
Here's my point. You said port to port, north to south. My port. I'm leaving from one port, traveling toward another port. Instead of actually traveling to the other port, I'm gonna travel to the south port. But it's not the port that I had the scheduled designation. Would you ever get on an airplane when you didn't know where it was going to land?
Yes.
Really? Where the fuck would you get on? Why the fuck would you ever get on an airplane when you didn't know where it was going to land?
Eva, you can't be sarcastic or make jokes here. Remember, these people believe the Earth is flat.
This isn't a joke.
Or not.
I mean, this isn't a joke. You're in danger if you didn't know where the fucking airplane was going to land.
Can you tell me what the circle is?
Matthew, you make plenty of jokes yourself.
Oh, that's true, but I know which kind to make.
Yeah, but this one is not a joke. This is dangerous. If you think you're going to get an airplane, it's like, hey, I trust you, Captain. I don't know where we're going to land. Let's see what happens.
I think you're a little bit blackout drunk, and you are kind of confusing yourself.
This argument. All right, since I am inebriated, you think my argument is stupid?
Yes.
All right. Yes. So
coming from a flat earther, yeah.
Yeah.
So you would actually get on an airplane and say, "Hey, I trust a pilot.
Oh my
He
god.
knows where we're going, even though my destination is south, but not to another port."
Sure.
Okay, well.
Anyway, no one can
fucking
measure
luck
any
with
curve
that shit.
anywhere. So, guys, Globers, just let it go.
That's it.
That's it. That's the end of it. I mean, you know how a ball works, right? I don't have to explain a ball to you. Right?
I already debunked this.
Can you tell me how a compass would
Well,
work?
you didn't. Yeah, the compass points north. That's all.
Yeah, because of an electric magnetic field surrounding
And
the
it points
circular
north
Earth.
because of that.
Yeah, surrounding the circular Earth. And that same field helps
Circular.
it rotate.
You said circular. Okay, welcome to flat Earth.
Dude, you're confusing
you know what I
circle
mean.
and sphere. Do you know the difference, right?
Yeah, I'm not. If you couldn't tell,
let this
I'm
sink
not
in.
the oldest.
No curvature. You tried this earlier. You tried to bring in the horizon, saying that the horizon is limited by Earth curve, right?
And
we showed you that absolutely is not the case, that those limitations are not observed or measured anywhere, that we see way further than those limits would allow. So it's over. There's no curve. At this point, you guys are just coping and doubling down. But
I've also you're saying like this measurement stuff. I've also heard like 5 different people. I'll say something about measurements, and then you'll say these same measurements are fake. Like I've heard that like 6 times.
They're not fake. They do different things. They don't directly measure drop over distance.
When I have a good point, they are fake.
No, listen.
No, that's how that works.
They don't directly measure drop over distance of the surface of the Earth. They do extraneous things like they'll measure shadow angles and stuff like that, and then they'll try to extrapolate a radius of the presupposed ball that they say that they're working with from that, right? Nobody has ever measured direct drop over distance. They always do some sort of a side thing and then try to reify the globe with that.
Which isn't that the same thing you're doing with the measurement? I saw the picture.
No, we're directly measuring the surface to see if it actually curves away. So
you're going ruler by ruler measuring the surface.
Yeah, exactly.
We live on Earth. We can measure it. Isn't that something?
Yeah, but wouldn't we just use those same measurements and then prove it wrong? Or is it like I don't really understand.
Prove what wrong?
I don't know. I'm kind of confused. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, this is strange. It's like
Yeah, this is pretty simple.
you're in a
pretty
I think,
airplane or a boat.
I think it might be a language barrier. Is it?
I'll help you.
It's a language
I'll help you.
It probably is.
Jump on an airplane and just like, hey, I can't figure out what port I'm gonna land at.
I'm 14. You guys are in your late 20s doing this.
Eva, take a basketball. Take a basketball. Stick a ruler on top of it, and then measure the drop between the ruler and the basketball. Actually, you don't even have to measure it. Just observe that it's there, right? We can do the same thing with the Earth if it's supposed to be curving away the same way that basketball is. We can use lasers and stuff like that. There should be enough divergence at a few miles that it would be very obvious based on the globe claim. There isn't. That's it.
Hey, CB, I think what their problem is they just don't like to consider the idea of flat Earth.
No, I just don't understand it.
No,
dude, what
I just said that's cool. I completely understand that you don't understand it because I didn't understand it, from the beginning either. No,
so let's give him some clean answers.
Yeah.
Well,
I think that
if you want some clean answers, you're going to have to ask some real questions so that we can give you some genuine answers. How about you take us seriously so that you can actually have some real questions so that we can take you seriously?
It's hard to take you seriously. I won't lie.
All right. So why wouldn't you? I wouldn't. Hold on, everybody. So you think? I know. Fuck me. God damn it, Helio. So the reason you think flat Earth is completely ridiculous is because everybody knows that the globe is real. Anyway, but as far as the travel industry, when you're using boats and planes, when you're traveling across Earth, This is something we should consider. Now, if the Earth were a globe, and all of the masters of the universe, which is only Earth, the only universe is Earth. That means one place, or one spoken word, or which is the place of Earth.
That's good enough, Elio. I'm gonna apologize for senior citizen and
All right. So
you have any questions?
On to the 3 points with this guy. I think you could really use it for his sake and our sake. So Eva, Eva or whatever. Do you know of any time in the past? Yeah. So Eva or whatever. Do you know of any time in the past of when anyone's ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth that you speak of, and the method of how they did that to find the radius value?
One more time.
Do you know of any time anyone's ever directly measured the curvature of the Earth, like an arc segment of the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, didn't you just tell me they did that? And then...
Well, no, we were telling you that we falsified it, which would make my question kind of redundant, but just to help us understand each other, I'm asking you anyway.
I'm just wondering, they measured the entire Earth, not just this small segment, right?
No. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. When I say arc segment, do you know what I mean by arc segment?
Yeah,
so, I mean a small section of a circle or a sphere.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm not saying like measuring from the center of the globe Earth to the surface, 3,959 miles. I'm not talking about, bring a measuring tape around the whole circumference. I'm talking about just an arc segment of the curvature of the Earth that you believe in.
Yeah, but why not do the full Earth just to truly prove yourself? I don't get that.
Because you wouldn't need to. That would be redundant.
No,
you would only need an arc segment to prove that it's curving at all.
No. What? No. What makes a segment an arc segment?
So you know what a circle is, right?
No.
Yes.
All right. So if I were to cut, a section of a circle out, like 1/10 of a circle, that would be an arc segment of a circle.
Now,
and much like how you can have an arc much like how you can have an arc segment of a circle, you can have an arc segment measurement of a spherical object.
Now imagine that's an billionth of that circle. That is going to be flat.
No, you're going to have to...
I'm not talking about a billionth, though. I didn't say that.
But that's how Earth is. That's how that works.
You are being
a circle is not accurate to Earth. That's not how that works, because it's
okay. Let's just bring it back to... Hold on. Let's try to not get too confused here. Do you know of any time that anyone's ever directly measured the curvature of the Earth that you believe in?
Yeah, you just told me that they measured an arc or whatever, right?
No, I didn't tell you that. I'm asking you if anyone's ever done this.
I don't.
Okay. So, all right, but you believe that the Earth is a ball, right? You believe the Earth is a planet, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Normal.
But you don't know. You just believe someone else did it, but you don't know how. But all right. So, do you know of any time in the past that anyone has ever directly measured axial rotation of the Earth? We observe the sun moving across the sky as the day goes by. We feel the Earth as being stationary, but we were told in school that the Earth is spinning on an axis, and that's why we have day and night.
Yeah,
the sun is relatively stationary. So do you know of any time that anyone's ever measured axial rotation of the Earth?
Yes, all the time. They measure specific points in the universe. What do you think constellations are? They measure those. Even the people way back, way back, they did this. They would measure those, and then they would see where the Earth moved in relativity to those. You notice.
So you're pointing at the stars. You're talking about the stars, right? So the thing is, let's go back to my question. Eva, listen carefully to my question. I'm asking you, do you know of any time that anyone's ever directly measured axial rotation of the Earth? I'm not talking about the stars or the sun or the moon.
Yeah, I just explained it.
Rotation of the Earth.
Yeah,
I know, but you wouldn't be taking a direct measurement of this.
Yeah,
pointing at something else and looking at something else.
You're using math and not being stupid, like you said.
I didn't say anything about math.
Yes, your friend there did a whole bunch. Central did. He said all these claims are backed up by math. I just gave you a claim that's backed up by math, and you said it's wrong.
So math doesn't always reflect reality. Do you understand that?
Okay.
So like I might be able to.
You're right.
I might be able to write.
It does.
So is negative? Can I have -5 apples in reality?
What?
So I can write -5. So I can write -5 on a piece of paper, right? And it's a real number, right? -5, right? All right. And I can write 5 apples on a piece of paper, and I can write -5 apples on a piece of paper. And I can have in reality 5 apples in my hands, but I can't have -5 apples in my hands, can I?
That what? What do you say?
So what I'm trying to illustrate to you, Eva,
losing it a little bit.
Math doesn't always reflect reality. Math can reflect reality, and math can also not reflect reality.
Central just told me your whole thing is about math. So if it doesn't reflect reality, I'm only wrong because you don't like what I'm saying.
You were just clearly not listening to me. Whatever.
Dude, can you just answer the questions that are asked you?
So you haven't.
Your response had nothing to do with the question that you were asked.
Yeah. So maybe I should ask it just one more time, just to see if you can get it. So, do you know of any time anyone's ever proven that the Earth is spinning on an axis?
Yeah, I said this. I literally said this.
Okay, great. Elaborate.
I did.
So continue on it then.
They find constellations, and they measure these relative to the Earth and where they stand.
Okay, so the sky is spinning, and you assumed it was actually the Earth. Start over.
Moron! That has nothing to do with the question.
Oh my god, you sound so cute.
Yeah, okay, but with
it's spinning on an axis.
Guys, maybe I can do this, guys. I think there's a way to help him with this. So, Eva, if I have a living room, all right, and I have lights on the ceiling, if the lights on the ceiling are moving, does that mean that my living room floor is moving? If the lights on the ceiling are moving,
you realize the Earth isn't spinning that fast, right? It's not noticeable.
No, you realize it's supposed to be spinning.
What I'm saying, I'm asking you, Eva, if the lights on my ceiling are moving, does that mean that the floor is moving because the lights are moving?
What?
If I have lights above my living room,
it's depending on the situation.
But if
I'm moving or is the floor moving? How am I supposed to know? How am I supposed to know?
All right. So what you've done is...
Come on, this is an honesty test, Eva. This is an honesty test. We want to see if you can have an honest conversation. If I have just a living room floor, all right, and there's lights on my ceiling, and if the lights have the ability to move back and forth on the ceiling, does that mean that the floor is moving?
I have no way of knowing. This is kind of stupid because...
Can't you just say no? It doesn't mean... the correlation is not causation. Can you understand that?
I don't know what your point is here. The floor could be moving.
My point is correlation is not causation. Do you know what that means? Correlation is not causation. Do you know what that means?
No.
So he just admitted it.
I'll give you another example of this. So the sun rises in the morning and the rooster crows, all right?
Yeah.
You're familiar with this?
Yeah.
And so does that mean that the sun rises the next morning because the rooster crowed? Or did those two things just happen independent of each other?
I don't know. It's not that the rooster crowed. It's that the Earth spun around on an axis.
Yeah. So, but what I'm trying to say is, so you would agree with me that the sun didn't rise because the rooster crowed, right? Even though they both happened at the same time.
Because the Earth is on an axis.
Orion.
But you're just reaffirming the consequence. You just keep stating what you're trying to prove. We're asking you for evidence to prove this, and you just keep stating it as fact, but not presenting any evidence. Do you understand that?
I'm not saying any. I'm just proving what you say wrong.
Well, you're not doing that actually, because everything that you say relies on the assumption of a ball. But
who's yelling at me right now? You seem a little bit upset.
Yeah, I'm just saying that you're not. You're not actually managing to prove anything wrong because everything that you argue rests on the assumption of the ball, but we already showed you that there's no
everything you say rests on the assumption that the Earth is flat.
No, it's not an assumption.
You take a tiny... Yeah, this tiny little arc, this like a billionth of the Earth.
It measures... Those are your claims. Those are your claims.
Yeah, so I hope that the next part of this conversation isn't me explaining...
Would you want to know that the Earth is flat? If the Earth was flat, would you want to know, Eva?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Now you know. We showed you the measurements. Well, you can take some time to take those in to
Someone
understand
say
them.
that math is not always correct, or like
yeah, didn't someone just say that? Wasn't that the whole argument? What, 5 minutes ago? And I brought exactly what you set up.
Math is always not.
It doesn't always represent reality.
Exactly. So what would it represent?
Everyone here is talking about math.
Yeah.
The math proved that the Earth is
We
not
can
curved.
test the claims, the positive globe claims, using geometry, math, right?
So I said something, and I gave reasoning with math and stuff. You said it was wrong. Why is yours wrong? But why is yours wrong? Because your math is just smarter?
No.
Your math is just smarter?
There isn't a match between the globe math and reality. That's the problem. They've given us the math. We've compared it to reality and found no match. So
yeah, it has to match reality. So that's number one.
You just said yourself that reasoning and math. You see, the reason why it doesn't work is because it is reasoning and math. Because I could use reasoning and math to try and prove that Superman flies, but reasoning and math doesn't mean that Superman actually exists. We need measurements.
Are you saying Superman?
You might have reasoning, but it could be fallacious reasoning and math that doesn't reflect reality. So you can have reasoning and math, but it's fallacious reasoning, and math that doesn't reflect reality. But having those two things together doesn't prove the Earth to be a ball.
What I get is that you're saying the reasoning in my math is worse because
there
what I'm saying is wrong.
It and reality. That's what.
Because I said there was.
No, let's break it down, Eva. No, let's break it down.
I said,
Orion, were you doing the 3 points? Were you?
Yeah, it kind of was. So
okay, so why don't we get back to that? And Eva destroyed his own argument when he said it could be me moving or it could be the lights on the ceiling moving. He destroyed his own argument.
Yeah. No, I didn't say it was me moving. I said it's the lights or the floor.
Right.
Same thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Same thing. Apply it to Earth. So you need to prove that Earth is actually moving.
Yeah, but then that just debunks both of our stuff, does it not?
Eva, wait for him to finish speaking, Eva.
So you can't just point at lights in the sky and assert that it is because Earth is moving and that's not the lights in the sky moving.
Why not?
You need to positive...
It's antithetical to what you observe. It's antithetical to what you observe. If you see a car driving past you, do you go, man, I'm going fast?
What?
The car is the thing that's driving past you. The car is the thing that's observed moving.
You.
No, I'm saying that the car is the thing that's observed moving the same way that the sky or the sun is the thing that's observed moving. You're the one who wants to take it a step further and make a claim that's antithetical to that, so the burden is on you to demonstrate that that is the case.
Ron, God, I'm losing brain cells, whatever you're saying.
Yeah, well, you never had many to begin with because you weren't following too good.
You sound a little upset. Are you good? It's okay.
No, it's fine, man. There's just no curve of the Earth.
Giving the attitude.
I want you to know you're getting mad at a 14-year-old.
No,
Come on,
Ava, I'm just curious. Do you have a father figure in your life? Like,
yeah, I do.
We're talking about daddy now.
You can't tongue police him here, and even in lieu of having no evidence at all. That's not an excuse.
No, because your evidence is that my evidence is worse because I'm wrong.
Smarter math here. No, because it's not
haven't proven anything.
What we're asking for.
Yeah, but neither have you, because your evidence, like I just said, is that space. Okay. Someone said that we don't.
You're getting spastic, buddy. You need to just slow down and take a look at the things that we've given you, because I think it's an overload for today.
Yeah, so
I just want to point out. That
server muted.
I just want to point out that your evidence is we know the Earth's a ball because people on ships are circumnavigating it. You just say that there's a story that people are going around on the ball, and then your evidence for Earth is spinning is people look at stars and that's how they calculate. You're not actually presenting anything. You're just saying things that don't really make sense. You're not explaining anything. You're just saying these stories that people tell you.
Is that statement to Eva?
Yeah, it's Eva.
Mm-hmm. Right. So all he was asked was, does he know of anybody in history or any time and the method by which the axial rotation of the Earth was measured or detected? And he tried to go to the stars. Yeah, the stars are moving, so therefore Earth's moving, right? He's affirming the consequent and begging the question. So,
yeah,
and we have astrophysicists. Right, we have astrophysicists, theoretical physicists.
You know
Einstein,
what's really
there's a bunch
fascinating about that is all of us see the same shit happening. It doesn't matter if you believe the Earth is a globe or it's flat. We all see the same thing.
Yup, I can't deny it.
Well, it's evident in the way that they talk about it, because they say you see the sun move, you see the stars move, and then they take the next step and say, well, it's actually us.
What?
No, I'm just saying that you say the same thing that we all say. We all say the same thing.
Let's start with the standard, right? All of us, it's like, hey, like if you're standing right in front of someone, I'm a flat earther, you're a globe earther, right? All right, well, let's watch the sun move across the sky. The reason I see the sun move across the sky is because the Earth is a globe, and I'm the guy that's a flat earther, right? But we're standing right next to each other. He thinks that the Earth is going across the globe.
Isn't the only reason you see the stars move is because of the rotation of the Earth?
That's going to require curvature. So right back to the beginning again, I guess.
All right, so I'll shut up. You guys see where I'm coming from.
But
go ahead.
That's my point, though, is that's going to require curvature, which is you instantly debunking it for no reason. You don't even hear him out.
No. The reason is that there's no curvature, so it's not a spinning ball.
But exactly. You're just immediately getting rid of his claim because you think you're right. Do you see my point?
No. I don't just think I'm right. No, this is measured to not be curving, therefore it can't be a ball. So I hope that the next part of this conversation isn't me having to explain to you.
You're getting really excited. You're getting really excited. That's not the reason. That's not the reason.
Helio, stop. Eva does not understand that he has a burden of proof, and the reason why is because it's antithetical to your own senses and everybody else's as well. So therefore, you have the burden of proof, Eva, not us.
Exactly.
Yeah, but sure. I mean,
but it's hard to present.
We all used to think the Earth was a globe too.
Stop, Helio. Stop skipping by a very important fucking part. This is the fundamental thing.
You see, it's hard to explain things when I say something about space, giving you a good reason, and you instantly
don't have a good reason.
No, you gotta be stopped, because unless you provided the measurement of curvature to use for that statement.
See, and that's why you guys can't be debunked, because instantly when someone tries, you say they're wrong.
You said it yourself. We can't be debunked because you don't have a curvature measurement.
No, because your brain doesn't comprehend other ideas.
No, it does. Listen, buddy, all of our brains comprehended the globe our entire lives. Every single one of us here in this room is an ex-glober. The person who couldn't make...
And then you hit a little bit, your head a little bit hard, and now you're here.
The person who couldn't make the adjustment to reality is you, okay? The rest of us did it. We looked at the measurements of the surface of Earth, saw it wasn't curving, and we went, okay, you are the one with the comprehension issues because we took that step, you can't. So you got it all backwards.
Yeah, and we're not teaching our method or anything in the schools all over Earth, okay? You got that part? So you have the burden of proof, period.
Listen, you're making claims without giving any evidence to back up your claims.
No, I did, and then you said it was wrong because the Earth is spherical.
Your claims.
No, I did.
Your evidence.
No, I did.
Has nothing to do with your claim.
Actually,
lights in the sky. Listen. Please stop interrupting. Lights in the sky moving has absolutely nothing to do with proving that the Earth is spinning. Okay?
No, because it does.
No, it doesn't.
Using math, they calculate the location of the Earth in relativity to those constellations.
Yeah, I guess that means the radius. I told you this already.
What?
Yeah, it needs the radius. I told you this already. The radius doesn't work without the curve. Remember?
Radius doesn't work without the curve.
So he just said that because
I got another point here.
He just said that because the luminaries, the lights in the sky, are moving. That means that the ground you're standing on is spinning, right?
Yeah, it does.
No, it's spinning around the sun and it's spinning itself.
That's
because you see the lights in the sky moving. That means
No,
that
they
the
did the
ground you're
math.
standing on.
They did all the calculations, but once again,
When you say day, when you say day, what's the name? Who's day?
Famous astronomers. Here, I'll try and find one.
Who?
Astronomers.
I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to say it.
Yeah,
I
you
won't
know
lie. I won't
what
lie.
you're talking about. That's been a theme here the whole time. Why don't you listen? Because that's obviously what you need to do.
You see, when you use big words, you don't get your point through more. You just make me not get the point.
Yeah. I dumbed it. Speaking of points, can we just go back to the 3 points? So we were on the second one. Eva, so do you know of any time in the past that anyone's ever directly measured the axial rotation of the Earth? Not movement of the stars, not movement of the sun, not movement of the moon, but movement of the Earth. Has anyone ever measured that?
Yeah, that's how they do it with the stars.
Who did it? Who did it?
I don't know.
So,
I learned
let's go back to the chicken. Let's go back to the chicken and the sun. So Eva, when the sun rises on the farm and the chicken crows, does the sun rise because the chicken crowed?
Just confusing him. He doesn't know.
No,
because this is a hypothetical question.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, just because the chicken crowed and the sun rose doesn't mean the sun rose because the chicken crowed. Just
And
because
why
the
does
sun
that
is
mean the
moving
Earth is
doesn't mean
flat?
the Earth is moving. No. What I'm saying is, just because the sun is moving doesn't mean the Earth is moving. Do you understand that?
Understand that these two.
Do you understand that?
No.
So let me ask you this. Let me just ask you a simple question. Why would you think that the lights in the sky have anything to do with the ground?
Because we're surrounded by space. You know that, right?
Yeah, you know that's not what that is, because we already talked about how that's
you're going to debunk it because the Earth isn't spherical and we're surrounded by nothing. Is that the thing?
No, nobody's making that positive claim. That's more or less your positive claim, but it requires.
Maybe we should ask it again. Let's give him a second to think about this. Eva, why would you think that the lights in the sky have anything to do with the ground?
What? Because
I just asked you for axial rotation, and you said, "All right."
You were telling me to measure like the actual this how it spins, right? They did that by seeing where one thing stays in relativity
that's begging
to where
the
they
question
are.
that the Earth is the thing rotating.
What?
Yeah, you're just starting with the assumption that you're the thing rotating and then using the sky as a reference. You can't do that.
Because it is. No, because it is.
Okay, because it is. So your argument essentially is it's spinning because it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you admit it at least. Great.
Well, I mean, if you couldn't tell, I don't work in NASA or whatever. I'm not insanely
I know, so why are you
smart.
here defending their crap? You don't work for them. They're not paying you. You're not on their payroll. So why
the
are you here doing
craziest thing is, neither do you.
So he kind of went off on a tangent here. Let's go back to the question. I asked you for axial rotation of the Earth, and you said something about the stars and something. So my question is, why would you think that the things moving in the sky, the luminaries moving in the sky, have anything to do with the ground? Why would you say that proves the ground is moving?
Well, Ryan, he just said it. He said it's because he assumes that the Earth is the thing that's spinning when he looks at the sky.
Yeah, because I'm listening to the people that are smart. Not the people you find on Reddit subreddit.
But you know it's an assumption, right? Like it's a baseless assumption. There's nothing you're basing it on that's solid. Just
other than the Nobel what is it, Peace Prize or something? I can't remember.
Can I get a moment on that specific matter? Give us a moment on that specific matter.
Wait, Eva.
Give us 1 second. We have subject matter experts which declare you wrong, stating that there is no way to prove whether it is the Earth moving or the things in the sky moving, and they can make models based on mathematics, which you cannot disprove based on observations. It can only be disproven on philosophical grounds, including from your own subject matter field experts.
That's right, including. Guess who, Eva? Einstein, one of your priests there, said that himself. So
I didn't really talk about Einstein. I didn't bring up Einstein, did I?
Eva is claiming to be more intelligent than Einstein right now. This very.
I said I didn't bring him up. What are we going on about here?
At the same time.
I didn't 5 minutes ago. I called myself kind of dumb because I'm 14 years old.
You're
Did I
claiming to
not
be
say
smarter
that?
than Einstein right now.
I just said what? I'm going off of other people's claims, not his.
Yeah.
I'm going off of other famous people's
Einstein
claims,
said
not
it
his.
it could not be told, like if it is moving or not. Einstein said that. You're
Yeah,
claiming
but
to be
then
smarter now than Einstein.
200 other people said it can.
Oh my God! Show us the
No,
measurement.
nobody.
So, Eva, you believe in this thing called the vacuum of space, right? The vacuum of space. You believe it exists, right?
Listen,
Right. All right. So in a movie, when someone goes to the vacuum of space and they open up the airlock door without evacuating the air first, so there's still a bunch of air in there. What happens to all the air inside the spaceship when they open up the door?
It just mixes with the empty space.
Yeah.
It's equilibrium, right? It finds its equilibrium with the vacuum outside.
So,
right?
but the atmosphere holds our air pressure, and is that what you're getting to, or no?
Well, that's not what the claim is, but what I'm saying is that's what would happen with the Earth, to the best of my knowledge, if the vacuum of space was the real thing. So my question is, why do you think that isn't happening with the air down here on Earth?
Because a lot of smart people said it, not you.
So,
oh boy! So basically, this is just going to come down to you using other people's brains.
Didn't you just bring up Einstein? What, a second ago?
Yeah, I did that because you are the guy who likes appealing to authority.
Did you do the calculations? No, you didn't. You're just going off of what other people said.
No,
right?
I did do them, and I showed them to you. That's
you manually did them all.
No, we did the Pythagorean theorem about the horizon distance, and we checked out the Earth to see if it
But
matched.
your whole thing was a second ago was that they manually did it. So now it's math.
No measurement of curvature.
I'm a little bit confused.
You have no measurement of curvature. Your side has brought nothing to the table as far as to prove that it's a ball in the first place that is rotating, or that gas pressure can exist under any circumstances in reality without a container. So you have the burden of proof. All three are your claims, not ours. We just had to tell you what your own claims are because you run away from your own claims. It's the most amazing religion I've ever seen in my entire life.
If you went up to someone that landed on the moon, what do you think they're going to say? They're going to say the Earth is flat?
Shows gas pressure.
You're just obsessed with stories, buddy.
Yeah, because they're true. And I'm not stupid.
Okay, yeah, because why? You said so?
No,
and I said that your brain is pine cone, so therefore it must be true, right? Because I said it.
I mean, no. No, because they have evidence, right?
No, they don't. Because if they did, there would be Earth curvature that any one of us could measure, but there isn't. So no, they don't have any evidence for any of those.
And back to my point, how we're only a billionth of the Earth, we wouldn't be able to measure it. It would be flat.
God, you're just so.
We're not, dummy. You don't know your own claim. So much of what Globers come in here and do is just misunderstand their own claim. It is not too big to be able to measure it, because if it were, they would never claim to have been able to measure it in the first place. There would be a geometric horizon at 1.2 miles at a 1 foot observer height. That's easy enough to find. It's way further than that. We've been through all this. Like, what don't you get?
Do you have a job?
Oh my God.
It's non sequitur, red herring, irrelevant.
Hey, do you know what the radius is of this globe Earth we were taught in school is?
It's like 3,900. You were talking about it earlier. Something like that.
Yeah, so do you think that's too big to measure or something?
No, but you saying a couple people measuring that? Yes. Unless you
8
measure...
inches per mile squared. 8 inches per mile squared. That's a big drop over just 10 miles, 66 feet. You don't think that can be measured?
Oh, Texas won.
I don't.
Well, you're crazy.
But that's not true. Because that's not true.
What part isn't true?
Well, it just isn't. The fact that it only takes one. No, it doesn't.
Your little mind games. Your little mind games don't match reality.
Is that all your claim is?
That's the whole thing. It's very simple to break it down. Your little fairy tales about calculations and these smart people has not proven your fairy tale globe in any way, means, or shape. Not at all.
Okay.
Not in any case. You have nothing. What can you show for this globe Earth? Where's the curvature measurement? You said a Nobel Prize. It should be a Nobel Prize for an actual measurement of this drop over distance or an obstruction at a certain distance at a certain height, just like we show you in the Black Swan. But this is done over and over again, up to 255 miles and more in infrared. These are long distance photographers. doing this because they wanted to get the longest distance photograph, and they did that, and it debunks the globe by there should be more than a mile of water hump in between the viewer and that other mountain. It's no way out of it. You're done.
Because of your globe. Do you not understand what you're here defending, buddy? Is that why you're defending it? Because you don't get it?
I'm just trying to learn why you think it's flat, but then
because it is not curving.
Flat measures.
Okay, wait. Back to this. If it's completely flat, then if you completely go straight, what happens?
We're going in a circle here. We're going right back to this.
So when I look in the sky, what am I seeing?
We're not looking at the sky. We're talking about the Earth's surface over water.
Listen, every claim that you make, you have zero evidence to back it up. All you have is
take it back a little bit, okay?
Well, everybody's talking over me, and you're constantly doing. But anyways, all you have is assumptions, and you're pleading to authority. That's all you have. You have brought nothing to the table to support your argument. Do you understand that?
Yeah,
Zero.
you're getting mad instead of just nicely explaining why it's flat.
Time.
Dude,
because you don't explain it in dumb terms. I'm dumb. Imagine that. I'm really dumb.
Here's how. I want to explain it to you that no one else has brought us anything else. Some people have been looking here 8-9 years, and no one been asking these same questions we're asking you, and no one on the globe side has ever brought anything to the table as far as a real, actual documented. This is the actual.
Can I say why?
That we can repeat and show that's
very. Give an excuse.
Can I say why? Because you guys studied this fake stuff.
Stop interrupting. Fuck.
You guys studied this fake stuff. We don't study what's real. Why would?
Okay, how do you know it's fake? Let's test you right now on what you've learned so far about what we've said, so we can determine whether or not you could know whether it's fake. What is the maximum geometric distance to the horizon on the globe at 1 foot observer height?
Say that one more time, but imagine.
What is the maximum geometric distance to the horizon at a 1 foot observer height if you're on the globe that you believe in?
I'm 14. Just keep that in mind. Keep it in mind.
Okay, look, you're being an asshole right now because you just said that everything we showed you was fake, but you don't even know what we showed you as I just exposed. So why don't you take the time to take it in and then go from there instead of just knee-jerk deciding that everything that we're giving you is just BS.
I want a nice, calm... I want a calm, simple...
Where's the next Pretender Clown? This one's worn out.
Yeah, this guy's broken.
Yeah, he was about to say, I want a calm, open discussion, even though he just was like trolling us the whole fucking time. Anyway,
he doesn't know what we said, but he knows.
Thanks for muting me, in the process. I love you guys. I don't actually mind you doing it, but that's fine.
I don't know.
You need it sometimes.
How dare that?
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, hey,
you're welcome, Haley. You're welcome.
Okay.
Yeah, well, fuck you too. Love you. I fucking love you guys. But yeah, I mean, look, these dipshits coming in and say, "Well, here's what I said, and you didn't," and well, you didn't say that. It's like, "Well, here's what I said, and I didn't say that," and then just like, "Oh," and they just act like they're.
He's still here, man. He's still here.
Yeah.
Fuck, he's still gonna do the same.
Thank you for sticking around, man. Thanks for sticking around.
I've been listening.
Kind of fun earlier.
Let's do the same.
So Eva, So Eva, when you go to this vacuum of space, you believe in it. Most of us here, we don't really believe in it. Matt can so. But when you go to this vacuum of space in a spaceship and you open the door, what happens to all the air outside? It just rushes out, right?
I think I don't really know, but I guess.
14. Yeah, you're 14. You don't know anything, right? That's the little excuse you're gonna use.
I assume.
Yeah. So why should we be here listening to you?
The air just rushes out, right, and find its equilibrium. The gas pressure inside finds its equilibrium with the low pressure outside, right?
You know what equilibrium? You know what equilibrium means?
Yes.
Yeah, and do you know what equilibrium means?
Yes.
All right. So my question is, what is to stop all the air from rushing off of the surface of the Earth and just finding its equilibrium up there in the vacuum of space. It's trillions of miles
thousands of tight gases compressed and are creating an atmosphere.
Is that what you think happened?
I like that. Tight gases, tight gases. I don't think I've heard that one before. Tight gases.
Is that what happens in the empirical volume of an infinite vacuum?
Tight gases, man. It's hot right there. There's some tight gases up there.
Man, I'm glad
very
I wasn't
sciencey.
doing something right at that very moment. I'm so happy I was.
How about making it really simple? Just ask them, do you know of any example of having gas pressure without a container? Do you know of any?
Due to gravity.
Wait, what?
No.
Say that again.
Do you know of any example of having gas pressure without a container?
Yes.
Where?
He's going to beg the question.
Yeah, we have to be able to show it. So show it. Show it when and how it can be done.
That's what you were trying to prove. So do you see how you're trying to use what you're trying to prove what you're trying to prove? Do you see the problem with that, Eva?
In Missouri.
It's like 2 a.m. for you guys. Oh my.
Them tight gas.
So Eva, you're trying to use what you're trying to prove what you're trying to prove when you say Earth as an answer to that question, right? So you see the problem with that?
It's called begging the question. It's called
I don't know what you just said.
Reasoning.
So he just asked you if any has ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container, and you just said the Earth. And don't you see that we're trying to prove that that's even possible to begin with? So you can't use that to prove it because that's what we're trying to prove to be possible to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to come up with another example, any other example other than the Earth. Do you understand that?
Then tight gas.
Well, we don't have another example because we haven't explored that far. And if we were to say the moon, you're just gonna say no. You see, I could give you an example. The moon.
I'm trying to help you out, bro. You don't know anything. You don't even know anything about gas pressure or how it even exists. So stop talking like you know something, unless you're going to bring something otherwise. Like you can show gas pressure without a container anywhere in reality. We'll be We'll be really happy to look at that. So please, if you're going to start opening your mouth, before you open that pie hole, think about what you're saying because words are important. Choose your words carefully and provide actual proof of these 3 claims of yours, not our claims. They're yours. Curvatures first, rotation, gas pressure without a container. Any one of those 3, take your pick, go to town. Don't come back acting like you're your loyalty. Why are you loyal to this globe thing? Like you're at the altar.
Because I don't have a brain deficiency.
And that's why.
No, you're just a troll. You're nothing but a troll. You're not here to learn anything. You're just a troll.
I was, but then you started yelling so much, and I can't hear anything.
Nobody's yelling. See, we're asking you for proof of your globe, and you haven't provided.
And every single time I ask you for proof of yours, everyone just starts yelling when I prove it wrong.
I'm to you, but you don't stop talking to an elder.
Okay. Wait. Calmingly and calmingly, and in layman's terms, tell me. Why the Earth is flat?
I did that about 50 times. No curve. No
You're
curve.
too smart. You're too smart.
Oh well. Okay. Well, one of the dumb ones will help you. Sorry.
One of the dumb ones. You want to step up? Scrat.
I'll be dumb. I can be dumb. I thought I dumbed it down, but whatever.
No, not enough.
Yeah, I'm here. I gotta go in like 5-10 minutes, man. Tops.
You understand that you're the one who
they asked for one of the dumb ones. I'm here. I can handle this from here. You guys just chill out, take a chill, grab a beer or something. You'll be fine. I promise.
Yeah, Flat Earth do this chill as fuck. Actually, this is probably your best bet.
Even man, 14, bro. How's that driver test going, man? I
haven't done it. Not yet.
At 14?
Not yet.
Not yet? Yeah, get on it early, man. Before they make all cars robots or something. I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know. Speed this up a little bit.
No, man. I'm not going to speed anything up because to get things done right, man, you got to chill and relax and you kind of think things through, man. If you go too fast, man, you might miss a couple of steps and hurt yourself. Slow down.
Yep.
I don't know if you ever build anything for a living, like a
computers,
chair, or table,
not living.
Car. You ever build a car?
I've built some computers.
Computers.
Like, done some stuff with them.
Did you use the ceiling lights to build your computer?
No, not usually. It's usually daytime.
Why didn't you use the ceiling lamps to figure out how to build your computer?
It was daytime.
Because it's daytime?
That's pretty funny. You're saying you look at the sky, and that's how you figure something about Earth. So I figure if you're looking up, you might as well look up to the sky. You should be able to tell how to put that computer together, too.
What?
There you go. That makes sense. Totally, 100%. I like that, man. It's good thinking.
That's your Glover logic, just like that. Or go to the hardware store, like I always say, and ask the hardware assistant there at the store. You're putting in some flooring, like some carpet. So you want to measure your floor for the carpet, and you want them to help you by measuring the ceiling lamp so you can tell what size the floor is. And see what you. That's what you're saying about the sky, bro. You don't even understand.
If you measure, I measure the ceiling lamp to find the floor. That's
the logic.
But that doesn't.
Eva, that's what he says, man. You look up at the stars to figure out what you stand on, what you live on, what grows out of it, how it waters itself.
That makes sense. Yeah.
What's the temperature of the ocean, or clouds and pressure and all this cool stuff that we live here that we can check out. Guaranteed. Guess what? We live here. It's not like a mystery, bro. We live on Earth. I can go check out oceans, lakes, mountains, sand, rocks.
And I get your point, but these things like this lamp in my ceiling, whatever, this isn't just something that is there and I assume. No, you look at it with telescopes and you visibly see them.
Get through your head. You don't measure what you live on.
We visibly see them, and then we use them to measure and show that Earth rotates and it moves on an axis.
We both see the same lights. It's guaranteed. Guaranteed. We both see the same lights, bro. They all go east to west. Polaris is, pretty center. And, we can check it out, man. It's not a mystery. Those are lights in the sky. It's not what I live on, bro. It's what I observe. And when I stand on Earth, I can measure Earth because I live on Earth, for fuck's sake. Come on. Get that through your head.
They've also gone to the moon.
They say they gone to the moon. You didn't go to the moon. I didn't go to the moon. Nobody here went to the moon. And nobody's going to claim they went to the moon.
You're going to say it's fake when you haven't gone there.
I'm going to absolutely say they did not go to the moon, of course.
And I'm going to say they are. So
okay, great, man. There's 12 people. There's 12 people that landed on the moon and walked on the moon. You're going to believe 12 people over,
Yeah, because they've done it.
7 billion people that live over here, fucking only 12 people went to the fucking moon, Mongo.
Because they've done it, you haven't.
You just
you haven't. I haven't. None of us have
them.
I live on Earth. I can measure Earth. I live on Earth, man. I don't live in outer space,
the moon,
bro.
and they could measure the moon.
I don't live in outer space, bro. Listen, you don't either. We live here. We grow plants and eat them, and all kinds of cool stuff down here, man. We don't go out there, bro. There is no out there. No. Cool lights in the sky, bro. That's it. That's all you get. That's all you're ever gonna get, man. You and I are not going to space. Period. Thank you.
So, this billions and billions and billions of dollars. These are just going to better ways to lie to people. Is that
to lie to people like you that just go ahead and randomly believe?
Yeah, the 7 billion others that you got more than that, way more than that.
Just because there's some so-called expert with no proof to back it up at all. So
no, because they have a degree and they've studied this for years of their life.
Second time in one sentence.
Who has?
Yet. But anyway,
name one.
Anyone that works at NASA? Anyone?
Name one.
You're fucking out.
I don't know a person who works at NASA personally. That's my bad.
Like you
just have a belief.
Just zealots like yourself, they little clones, have rehearsed this little imaginary fairy tale, but unfortunately it does not match reality, and that is the problem here. It doesn't match any of your senses. And,
and we're here.
You're getting really tiring to listen to. It's just boring. It's just like hearing chanting like I heard Krishna for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Like it really
just
gets
chanting his beliefs.
sad that you cannot think for yourself for 1 second beyond what you've been told by somebody, and you're just here parroting this to us.
Someone that sounds smart said so it must be true.
Mm-hmm.
So how many people do you guys that travel to space that you guys know of?
So it makes no sense if you believe that something is that if you believe something's happening outside of your senses, then you're out of your mind. Literally, you're in the nonsense. That's where you're existing. It's not here where the feet meet the ground. That's what we're talking about, and we can't seem to get one Glober to answer this question honestly about where they're standing. The condition of that, they avoid it.
Yeah, I think Flawless has a question. Go ahead, Flawless.
Go ahead, Flawless.
Flawless, didn't you open your mic and ask something?
He asked about how many people have been to space.
Looks like he's been disconnected for whatever reason. But
it's about 605 or something. Just a little over 600.
And only, what was it, 12 beyond low Earth orbit, as claimed?
Well, it was actually 20. I don't know how many of them made it.
24.
24 altogether that went out to the moon and back. Whether they circled the moon or just went around the moon or landed on the moon. There's like 24, right? 20?
Yeah. They hoaxed the Americans and the rest of
Well, that's the story anyways. We also have Jesse Gordon. He just joined the server. What do you think about the moon landings, Jesse Gordon?
Wait, did you say there's 20 people who travel to space?
24 that went to what they call outer space, other than low Earth
beyond low Earth orbit.
How do you know it's 24?
But Orion in 2015 by NASA, they said they can't go there yet in 2015. So right in your faces.
That's a rabbit hole.
That's just the claim, Flawless. That's just the claim that they've made.
The claim. We're talking about the claim, and the claim is 24 people went around the moon and back, whether they landed on it and came back or whatever. 24.
How about the people that just travel to space, like checking other planets?
Well, there's only 24 people that have ever left low Earth orbit.
How do you know it's 24?
Well, that's what they tell us. That's their story, not my story.
Oh, because they didn't know about the Van Allen belts, then it didn't affect them because they didn't know they had discovered them yet. When in actuality, the astronaut probably did know that they discovered that more than 10 years before the Apollo missions.
Isn't that funny, Sonny? I always found that one of the most interesting facts is like, wow, all the astronauts went to the moon and back, and then they didn't know about the Van Allen radiation belt.
We didn't know.
We didn't know anything about those.
He literally
it wasn't discovered yet.
They weren't right through them, is what he said. I guess he just went right through them.
Isn't that's so funny to me, man? I'm a flat earther 100% because I find that funny.
They may have told us, but we didn't feel anything.
Oh my goodness. So yeah, there's that Van Allen radiation belt.
Quite an embarrassment.
Did I get unmuted?
You are unmuted.
You're unmuted.
Okay, I heard the question to me about the space, the moon landing, but I was muted, so you didn't hear me talk back.
And do you believe that the moon landing was accurate?
I have no idea. I wasn't even born at the time.
Okay.
Well, there you go. I wasn't born when like Caesar lived.
I was alive. I remember the day they told me it was happening and what the day looked like, but that doesn't matter either.
Exactly. It doesn't matter. They give us a story. We go to school. They give us some more stories. And we try to check out those stories. That's all. And
I got a question. How would it make any difference if you were alive at the time?
So anyways, I'm the one that asked that question. So we weren't alive back then when they claimed the moon landings and they went to the moon or whatever. But in 2015, NASA said that we don't have the technology to go to the moon, that we have to, develop the technology to go to the moon. So what do you think about that?
About whether we have the technology to go now?
Yeah,
right. Exactly.
We destroyed it, man.
Yeah,
we destroyed it.
I don't know anybody that works for NASA. I've never been in NASA, so I really don't know. I couldn't say one way or the other.
There you go.
And frankly,
honest answer. I like it.
Frankly, if you look at the geopolitical maneuverings and all that, it's just statistically, it's more likely that they would have faked it and actually gone there anyway.
Yeah. Nixon, man.
I'm not
Tricky Dick. Might have been pulling a fast one, man. Might have been pulling a fast one.
Keep in mind, statistics are not evidence; they're just statistics.
Jimsy was talking like no one's been alive.
Right.
I was alive when the moon landings. I was 11-year-old kid. So what are you talking about?
So what was that like?
Why would it make any difference if you were alive or not, as far as the moon landing goes? Like, does that make evidence somehow more or less available to you? Like, you'd still just be watching on TV and have no other information about it.
Dude, 100%. I totally agree with you. It was just a television. That's all we experienced, and that's all anybody's experienced. Anybody in this server right now. None of us have been to space, and none of us have seen the Earth from that vantage point or nothing. So there's that.
I love the people that say, I believe we went to the moon because I heard it on the radio.
Yeah, exactly. You might as well have said that. Yeah.
That was like 2017, 18, maybe. I don't know. I heard that one. I was like, I heard it on the radio.
Well, we're getting the June.
I know we went to the moon. I heard it on the radio.
Hey, what do you think about this June gloom here?
I saw it on the radio. The June gloom, man. Dude, this weekend's supposed to smoke out. So,
really? Oh,
yeah. So strip down.
No, you don't have to unmute me. I'm doing fine.
Anyway.
Yeah.
No.
Well, he brought some cool Professor Dave Sky stories that he wanted to be unmuted to tell.
Okay.
No, he also said that the top
you can
comments
just
on the
watch the
video,
video.
backs him up, so it's
I've
really
seen-
authoritative.
Hey, that's my picture. I took that, man. I had no idea. I was at it.
So not measure the Earth, just not measure the Earth.
Yeah, that was the phone that they talked to the moon on. Oh my God, isn't that cool?
Are you saying that phone call isn't real? That didn't happen?
Yeah, up
Of course, man. If you listen to the audio of it, man, you can tell that it's
you know why? Because it was like it was like 70 years ago. No, 70. No, way longer.
50. It was just like a little over 50
communicating
years.
Oh, okay.
a million miles away with a rotary phone. What's wrong with that?
A little over.
Yeah.
You know what phone? I want to see the phone that they have in the Oval Office. They use to talk to Bigfoot. Where's that phone?
Yeah, I got
one of those too.
Oh, I got
a button for each one.
I'm gonna start a Bigfoot debunking channel called Professor Bigfoot. Professor Bigfoot, and I'm debunking Bigfoot. Okay, that's my new hobby.
Bigfoot in a nanosecond.
I can debunk in
Might as well take the Professor Dave stick and take that further.
There's nobody
He's not
trying
a
to
professor.
debunk
I'm not Bigfoot. I'm going to call myself both.
There's photos and videos of him, of Bigfoot. It is real.
He's real, for fuck's sake. I've seen pictures.
Unicorn.
There are Bigfoot servers on Discord.
Why would they lie?
Right?
That's almost as crazy as this.
Really?
I want to find them. Now that you put the idea in my mind, I want to look those up.
You gotta look him up, man. I appreciate it because I always thought, man, there's nobody like debunking Bigfoot. Maybe somebody should hop on that because
There's nobody
It
proving
seems
it.
like they're all like, "Hey, I was in the woods and I heard a big fart, and I was scary, and it was dark, and I was in the
more
woods."
proof of Bigfoot than there is the globe.
And it's
Yeah, but Eva, what's so crazy to you about
screamed
measurements? I
at
don't
me,
get it.
and it said hello, and I was like, "Oh my god!" And I ran away. I'm like, oh fuck!
You know what's easier to prove than Bigfoot?
What's that?
The Earth as a level stationary plane.
You know what? You're 100% correct on that.
Yeah, for some reason, Eva thinks measurements are crazy. I don't get it.
If I built a guitar without measurements, you guys won't want to play it. I promise you. I promise.
But what makes your math better than my math?
Yeah,
Your math is better than
exactly.
my math. All right, so show me your math. I'll show you mine.
Matthew Rand. It's the same goddamn math. We're just actually testing it, and you're not. That's the only difference.
No, because I gave you the math and then you said it was wrong.
Hey, it's
No,
11:11. Bongos. Is anybody else 11:11 fucking clock head?
I'm right there with you. Pacific Coast, yeah, man.
11:11 clock head, man. I always see that number, man. When I look at the clock, I'm like
11:12 here.
I
Fellow
saw.
PST here. Yeah, I'm right there.
That means you're doing the right thing and you're on the right path and you're good. That's
Doing
what
the
I've
right
heard.
stuff.
That's what I've heard. You're cruising. A lot of people see like weird numbers like 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I see 11:11, man. I don't know, whatever. I've always seen it. I've seen it for decades. So I'm gonna.
What numbers do I see on the ISS?
Never.
Never a clock.
Never a clock. Yep. So yeah, it was another day of I felt a little bit 2016 listening even tonight, man. We had a lot of those kind of arguments back in the day. Not arguments, just hanging out discussions. Arguments is a bad choice of words there. But it was just good flow.
It shouldn't be an argument, right? It should just be like a straightforward discussion.
No, we're just hanging out, man. We're talking about where we live.
Why do you think the Earth is a globe? Why do you guys think the Earth is flat? Boom. It's a very simple argument. I mean, it's not an argument. It's just like, hey,
it's a reality, man.
Yeah, it's just like, hey, Earth is a globe because this and this and this. You know, we give very standard arguments. Now, I say arguments, but it's not an argument. It's really kind of our standard understanding of why we would come in here and say, hey, I've been discussing this for 5-6 years. This is why I know for a fact that what they say about this heliocentric model cannot possibly be true, and the Earth that we're standing on is not curving anywhere. This is these are the standard arguments.
I have a legit question.
Yeah,
like it's not gonna. We all believe that the stars are real, right? That's a thing. It's just whatever. Like the Earth.
Wait. Hold. When you
of course we do.
Wait, hold on. Let me do this. When you say we all believe, no, we all believe. We all observe the stars.
Observe them, yeah.
No, but do we believe they're
No, we
thing,
all observe the stars.
Or is it like that one Jim Carrey movie?
I actually want him to finish his statement. Go ahead.
So, is it like that Jim Carrey movie where he's in that like fake world, or do you think those are actual things out there?
Are you talking about the?
I don't know.
The Truman Show. You talking about Truman Show?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think it's like that?
Sure. There, it's like you remember in Truman Show when that big spotlight fell, and did it say Polaris on it or
Sirius B?
Yeah. So wasn't the spotlight real? Eva, wasn't the spotlight real in that movie? It was a real spotlight, right?
Sure, and it was real.
The logical pathway I'm trying to go down with this is that Just like how the spotlight in the Truman Show, it wasn't a star, it wasn't a burning ball of gas in a vacuum, but it was a real thing nonetheless. So what I'm saying to you is, yes, the stars are real, but they're unverified lights in the sky. And that doesn't mean that they're burning balls of gas in a vacuum.
Yeah, Eva, it's not the stars that we're contesting, it's your story about them.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I'm just wondering though, like, do you think they're a thing though?
Dude, we just
sure. Well, they're obviously a thing. We all see them.
Yes, they are a thing.
Nobody's contesting
but we don't believe that they're burning balls of gas in a vacuum millions of miles away. We don't believe that.
Yeah, it's your story we have a problem with, not the stars.
Wait,
the stars are obviously real.
Yeah, but he just said that you don't believe. Wait, what did you say?
Hold on. Now, whether what you believe or not believe about where they are or what they are, we all observe them.
Yeah, but what about that? They're real. They're there.
What about it?
So I'll just answer it for him, Helio. So what he's saying is, yes, you observe the stars. We observe the same stars. Someone might tell you a story about what they are, and we might not believe that story, but we're still looking at the same stars. We're not denying the fact that stars exist. We just, well, no, you believe that you know what they are.
No, actually, this is the one thing I've done in real life. You know what spectrology is? Do you know what spectrology is?
You mean spectroscopy, and no,
my
you can't say it properly. You can't even pronounce it properly, and you're trying to get me to believe that you've done it in real life, and you can't even say it properly.
We have these. They're quite small actually, and they work fine. You look at any light, and it shows exactly what
this. So this is very simple. Yeah, there's one simple factor of this, Eva, which would make it so you can't really use this for stars and figuring out what the stars are. Is that you have to isolate whatever you're trying to use spectroscopy on. You have to isolate it in a laboratory settings. So if you could somehow get a chunk of
because it's all empty space. It's all empty space, as you said. There's nothing there.
You're assuming that.
That's the point. You can't isolate.
No. You're isolating that one star. Everything else around it is just empty space. You said that yourself. No. Wait, actually, shut up for a second. When he said you open that rocket ship door, it fills that empty space. That was his point, not mine. That was his point, not mine. The empty space, exactly. The empty space.
You isolated it in that
empty space.
So Eva, do you understand why I was making that point?
It doesn't matter. You're proving my point here by saying that empty space, and it is isolated. You can do this.
No, it's proving your point.
It's not isolated, Eva. Like you can pretend that it is, but pretending that it is doesn't make it so.
It not isolated.
Eva, you're just making that assumption that it's just empty space around it. We already.
You're asking what's making it not isolated? The air between you and it, for starters.
Yeah, that's why they use the Hubble Space Program.
Oh my God!
What's it called? Telescope.
Yeah, except that's just it. There is no vacuum of space, so that's just a bunch of nonsense. Also.
So
you're going into Narnia. You're going into Narnia to prove that the lion is really there talking. But what I'm trying to say is, don't bother trying to prove that the lion is really there talking. You haven't proven that Narnia exists. So what I'm saying is, the vacuum of space is like Narnia, and this star burning there, or the satellite doing whatever it's doing. That's like the lion in Narnia, and the star, that's like the lion in Narnia. But the vacuum of space, that's like Narnia. It's this fictional place. It's like in a book or something. It's just a fairy tale place. And so we're trying to get you to prove to us that the vacuum of space exists to begin with, before you can start talking about mythical stuff that exists there.
Why does it need to exist?
Dude, that's what you do exactly what
if you want to try to tell us. So you know that the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and Narnia, and the story of that with the talking lion. You know that story, right? You know that story, right?
What?
Eva, do you know that story, fairy tale story I'm talking about? Do you know it? I'm trying to make an analogy.
No, I don't actually.
Hold on. There's a stupid place called Narnia. It's like Harry Potter. Let's go Harry Potter. No, just let me finish the analogy. So you know what Harry Potter is, right? So like, what I'm trying to say is, when you're trying to say that the stars are burning balls of gas, or you're trying to say that there's satellites up in space, those satellites that you're talking about, or the stars that you're talking about, the way you're describing them and what you're describing them doing, that's like talking about Harry Potter, okay? But what the place that they're in is like Hogwarts. But in this analogy, the vacuum of space is like Hogwarts. So what we're trying to say is you have to prove that the vacuum of space exists first, or can possibly exist, or you have to prove that, that Hogwarts exists first before you can say that Harry Potter exists there. All right. So what we're trying to say is you have to prove the vacuum of space exists first, and all of these things you're talking about with satellites and stars, these are things that would come after you've proven that gas pressure can exist without a container here on the Earth.
I think he was under the impression that he could use the Hubble Space Telescope to isolate this idea, this thing. Is that what you were about to say?
Yeah, in 14 years of living, I have never heard a worse analogy.
Well, that's
no,
cool.
It's a perfect analogy.
That's okay, Ryan. No, it's cool. It's cool.
About Harry Potter being a star?
They're both fiction. That was the point.
Ignore what I was saying.
Just said that.
Listen, I saw what you were saying. I saw what you were saying. You were saying that you could utilize the Hubble Space Telescope to isolate. Really, who's they? And
NASA.
How did they do it?
And every single country involved.
Yeah, it depends on there being a globe. I'm sorry, they just make cartoons and they present them to like reality.
My point is instantly debunked because you think I'm wrong. My point is debunked because you think I'm wrong.
Earth debunks your point. It has nothing to do with what I think.
No. You think Earth is flat. You've never seen it. You think Earth is flat.
I've seen it.
No, you have not. No, you have not.
Well,
I'm just asking him to actually tell me how. I'm asking him to tell us how Hubble did this.
What do you mean? Did what?
Yeah,
did what to isolate these distances to stars and spectroscopy and stuff.
Well, according to what he says, it's just empty space.
No, so I'm asking you.
I know. It's just empty space. There's nothing to isolate it from.
Verify that?
No,
because they know it's in the air. I don't know how they do it personally.
Who's they and how
you don't know your own gospel. You don't even know your own dogma. This is fucking stupid.
How do we verify the claims, Eva? How do we verify it for ourselves? Give us a way we can know.
You believe the people that have spent tens and tens of years.
Okay, a belief system of religion. There we have it. You have a religion.
You're just believing all this stuff as well.
No, we're not. The difference is we checked the Earth, we measured it, and we saw it did not match your religion.
And you think they just lived on this thing
religion, and you refuse to do
is the enemy of knowing.
Here's what I mean. Instead of claiming that what we believe, we actually discount the Hubble Space Telescope. I don't think it exists, or any way that. Hold the fucking phone. Let me say this really quick. It doesn't prove a goddamn thing about anything about Earth at all.
Of course not.
We don't. We observe the same thing that you see. Check this out. Just pretend that the Hubble Space Telescope doesn't exist, which necessarily doesn't. I mean, it might exist in a certain form, but it doesn't exist in the way they say it is. And that goes for a lot of other things. All right, so and now I'm back in the realm of pretend. But check this out. You observe the sun, moon, and stars moving in the same patterns over and over, and through, as far as the.
Yep, almost there.
The calendars. Right, we're all observing the same things from lifetime to lifetime.
Sure.
Shit.
Except years go by and we get smarter and we learn
anyway,
more.
Really, you're not getting smarter because you're not using your brain.
Do you think all right.
You want to know why people don't know all this stuff? Because
You
they don't research it. Yeah, exactly.
You don't.
Yeah,
We did.
yeah.
We did.
Yeah,
and we're
exactly.
here to help you with that.
You
Listen, this is
researched it
stupid.
because you thought about it. The only reason you believe it is because you researched it. That's the only
this
reason.
is stupid. Exactly. So we researched it.
And
you
then-
didn't.
and
You're
then we could
admitting that,
research-
and yet,
You're actually,
then
in
we
a
could
mind,
research-
you're actually in a mind prison of research.
yeah. and yet for some reason, you sit here and argue with us while admitting that you didn't look into the same things that we did. Why don't you take it in, take the time to
Because
think
all
about
of it is belief.
Check
You
the
know these-
stuff we're showing you. You don't even know what we showed you. I asked
These
you
formulas,
earlier.
these pictures,
I
these
asked you
all
earlier
this
about
stuff. All this stuff that you believe and that you're using to measure
It's not
the
a
Earth.
belief. It's not a belief.
No, because
it's
it
your own
is. It
claim.
is.
No,
You
it's
didn't
not.
make those
Listen,
formulas. You're believing those work.
Listen, you're really
Did you?
confused.
No.
Those
Shut up
formulas-
for a second. Shut up for a second. Did you make them? Did you make them?
Formulas-
Okay, guys, can I go back to the third point with Eva for a second here? I just wanted to
Hold on,
quickly
everybody. Yeah.
Yeah, but I got to respond to what he just said here because I've been talking to this guy for a few hours.
One at a time, please.
Yeah,
Please.
I just got to respond to him because he's saying that whatever, but the formulas come from the globe. It's the globe formulas. It's the same math. He keeps talking about my math and your math. It's the same math. The only difference here is we took the same math, the math he believes in and doesn't even know. We checked it. We compared it with reality and found no match. That's the deal. I hope he gets it this time. If he doesn't, I'm just going to bed because this is stupid.
I would like to say that you just said the Earth made the formulas. I want you to know you said that, right? You heard yourself say that? No, you said that.
No, he didn't say that. Men made the formulas. We're all on the same page on that. But
yeah, the Earth made the formulas. How did he get that? This kid is crazy.
Stop making
yeah,
shit
he is
up.
kind of delirious. I mean, I'm sure even the audience can hear that.
Somebody else had something to say. Hold on. Second person had something to say. Go ahead. Somebody else had something to say about this.
I thought I was the second person. Is there another second person?
Okay, well,
I'll say it.
No, it's you. It's you.
Eva.
Okay, so Eva or dot or whatever.
Yeah.
So back to the place you believe in, the vacuum of space that we don't really believe in. We as far as we know, we're inside a container of some kind, or there's a physical barrier out there.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean like a container that would cause us to have gas pressure to begin with, because a vacuum around us can't cause gas pressure to exist. Kind of the opposite. So, but anyway,
we never got into that.
In this fictional place, in this place that you believe in, the vacuum of space, when a spaceship or a space capsule goes there and opens its door, all the air rushes out, right? All the gas rushes out and finds its equilibrium, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so why does it do that? Why does the gas do that?
The air just fills the empty space. The empty space.
So you're saying that high pressure moves to low pressure, right? In reference to gas.
By the way, I actually did do a bit of research. The reason is there's so much energy built up in the atmosphere that it bounces all other molecules back down.
All right, well, let me ask you this.
Okay,
hold on, Orion. Where does the energy come from?
Them being molecules and atoms.
It was a great nonsensical statement. But I want to help them understand this at the basic level.
That's
we got to be very elementary here. All right. Let's just be this. Let's just try to be elementary.
Helio, you just asked me where energy comes from. No one knows that. No one knows that.
And what you just said was
I know where it comes from.
Where does energy? The energy in those molecules.
It comes from Earth.
No, it doesn't, because energy was a thing before Earth was made. You think energy wasn't a thing before Earth was made? Is that what you're telling me?
There's anything before Earth, to be honest. I don't think there was anything before Earth.
You don't think there was anything? You think this Earth made the stars, the sun, Jupiter, Uranus?
Thank you for the obfuscation. Thank you. Go ahead, Orion. Go ahead.
Yeah, so all the air inside this capsule, this space capsule in space that you believe in, it all finds its equilibrium outside. So there'd be very little air inside the space capsule and very little air outside the space capsule. And it would just all find its equilibrium, right? All the gas pressure would just rush right outside the space capsule, right?
Yeah.
The doors open. Right, Eva?
Yeah.
All right. So what would you say a good word to describe this is entropy? You know what entropy is?
Nope.
So entropy is one of three different things. It's hot moving to cold, high pressure moving to low pressure, which is what I'm talking about, or high charge moving to low charge in reference to electricity.
Yeah.
So this is entropy. This is one form of entropy. High pressure moves to low pressure. So we have 14.7 psi at sea level here on Earth. That's high pressure. And they tell us in school that there's a 10 to the negative 17 torr, trillions of miles across, a vacuum, trillions of miles across of 10 to the negative 17 torr above our heads. So my question is, why doesn't the gas pressure down here find its equilibrium up there? Why doesn't entropy occur? That's my question to you.
Because the energy in the atmosphere doesn't allow it.
So do you have any demonstrations of this? Any evidence for this?
No, because I'm 14.
Well, yeah, but does anybody anywhere?
Do you? Yes, and they do.
No, I don't. I don't have any evidence for this. It's just a claim. I'm talking about a claim that I don't have evidence for, that I didn't make. A claim that I was taught in school, that you were taught in school.
Do you have evidence that this isn't true, though? That's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah. So we have lots of demonstrations of gas pressure existing inside containers, but the claim is that gas pressure exists without a container next to a vacuum, a very powerful vacuum.
And it doesn't
what
allow
I'm
it
saying
to
is this is impossible.
go into
This
empty
violates
space.
the second law of thermodynamics. This means
it
this is a
doesn't.
violation of the laws of entropy, is what I'm saying.
No, it doesn't. It takes a Google
why
search.
doesn't it, though? Why doesn't it violate the laws of entropy, though?
Because there's so much energy keeping it away from that empty space.
All right, so back to the spaceship. So if you open up the door and the gas
There's
pressure
no
stays
energy.
inside,
There's no energy keeping
hold on. Just hold on. So back to the spaceship. If we open up the door and the gas pressure stays inside it, and the vacuum of space stays like the vacuum of space outside the spaceship, if you open up the door and the gas pressure stays inside it, would you say that that's impossible? That wouldn't ever happen?
Yes.
All right, and that would violate the laws of entropy if that did happen, right?
Yeah, because there's no energy holding it back. There's no insane amount of energy holding it back, like I just said.
So what's this insane amount of energy that you're talking about on the Earth?
It's within all the molecules creating the atmosphere.
So can you demonstrate this as being a cause of this happening?
What do you
Can you demonstrate? Can you show a cause and effect relationship? Can you show an experiment that would demonstrate this to be causing this to happen? Gas pressure to be causing by some energy you're talking about?
Yeah, probably. Go ahead and find one. Prove it wrong. I don't know.
Eva, I'm just going to tell you right now. I've been looking hard for one. I haven't found one for a long time. It would be redundant for me to keep looking.
Why? You know why? Because there's no at-home science experiments that allow you to test the energy level of the atmosphere. Are you dumb?
What? Energy level.
That's a really funny thing to ask me at the end of that.
Are you
dumb at the end of that?
Dumb, for fuck's sake.
Really?
Really though, you just said there's no experiments that you could find that you could do that would help you measure the energy level of the atmosphere. That is what you've just told me. That is what you have just told me. That is what you have just told me.
Well, Eva, I'm just going to school you a little bit on this heliocentric model that we were taught in school. I remember this part, but I guess you didn't remember this part. The claim that we were taught in school isn't actually that energy is causing it. The claim is that gravity's doing it, just so you know. So just to inform you about your religion that you don't really know the details of, I'm just informing you on that little detail, so now you understand your own religion a little bit better. It's gravity that they claim is doing this, not energy.
They don't claim to do that, because we just went through this whole thing and in school, and they didn't say that, actually.
Oh, well, maybe they changed it a little bit. I mean, after all, religions change, but they're still stupid-ass religions.
It's not a religion. That's like a god and stuff.
Maybe it's a cult, maybe it's a religion, whatever it is. It's a stupid-ass belief system that gets pushed on people. I believed it until the age of 24. What, you think I didn't believe in what you believe? Yeah, I believed
and then when you were 24, you got a major head trauma, and now you're here.
No, I just didn't know the truth until then. I never even been exposed to the truth. I didn't know that anyone up to that point even thought that the Earth was flat. I didn't even know that there was a debate going on.
He is not worth talking to after that statement, unless if you want to go ahead and unmute him and continue that. But obviously, he is just a religious fundy tard. Sorry. Okay, if there's nobody else worth talking to in here, then go for it. If you want to continue the conversation, go for it. But in my opinion, after that statement, not worth talking to. Get rid of him. Just boot him out.
I think at this point we get a question. It's not about the shape of this place. It's about the shape of Eva's heart. And it sounds like he's been possessed.
Oh, I just got to say that moment a minute ago when he asked me, "Are you dumb?" He reminded me of that movie. What is it? Idiocracy. Yeah, like Brondo. It's great. It's got electrolytes. Were you retarded or something?
Idiocracy.
Could we jump back a topic?
What was the topic? Absolutely, I'm sure we'll have a much more constructive conversation with you, Jesse.
Oh, thank you. Yes, we were talking about the moon landing, and someone had asked what difference did it make if I was alive at the time, and I've been thinking about that. It's a good question, and that was the topic I had in mind.
Yeah, the power of the moon landing.
So I think to me, the difference it makes is that when you're there when something happens, you get maybe not first-hand evidence or observation, but you're closer to it, and you have more confidence in the things you're hearing and seeing. And whereas if it happened before you're born, then it's second hand, third hand, fourth hand, and it gets your confidence level kind of goes down.
Another important question in relation to the moon landings is, can you go to Narnia?
Hey, wait. I have a response to that because I'm the guy who asked the question. So you're admitting that at the base level, it's secondhand information, and then that secondhand information you refer to it as third hand or fourth hand. But point I'm trying to make to you is, I don't really know if that third or fourth hand is really even a thing, really, because in reality it just stays at the second-hand level no matter how many hands it passes through. It starts at second-hand information, it stays at that, and second-hand information is only good for wiping your ass with.
Right, but I mean it can get even worse than that. If someone says to you, I was there, I saw it, and they tell you what they saw, it's like you didn't see it, but maybe you have something. But if it's been told from person to person for 14 generations, not like human generations, but it's past. You remember the old game of telephone where you tell someone something and they tell the next guy and then he tells the next guy. Anyway, the further down that chain it gets, the more corrupted it gets. It doesn't get more accurate, it gets less accurate.
Oh yeah, that's true, but that doesn't have anything to do with whether it's valid or not evidence to begin with, which at the very beginning level, it's not valid evidence, so it doesn't matter.
Right, I was just explaining my response. Like something else that happened, you've heard of Mount St. Helens, probably?
Yeah, you mean it going off and all that?
Yeah. I was like 2, And what I remember from that is, I didn't really understand what was all going on, but what I remember was my ma took towels and packed them in along the bases of all the windows, the windowsills to keep the dust out. And my pa always put like a hanky around his face before leaving the house for work to keep the dust out. And of course my pa saw the mountain before and after. So, something like that, I'm pretty sure that Mount St. Helens blew because, I personally remember some of the fallout, literally. And I have talked to somebody who literally saw the mountain before and after. So, it's still, I still don't, technically, I don't remember seeing the mountain before. So I can't say that I know that that's what caused all the ashes to come down, but I can say that I personally remember that there were ashes coming down, basically.
There's a live footage of that volcano going off from a helicopter and from ground level. There's people that filmed it. You don't have to have been there. There's live footage of it.
Yeah, and beyond that, more importantly than that, there is no logical reason to doubt that Mount St. Helens erupted in the 1980s. So there is logical reason, damn good logical reason, to doubt the authenticity of the moon landing. So there is good reason to doubt that we went to the moon, the way they say we did.
So was it Jesse? Jesse, is there any possible way that they could have faked it? What do you think?
The moon landing or the Mount St. Helens?
No. Don't be like that. The moon landings.
Oh, I've talked to people who said Mount St. Helens was faked.
No, don't be like this.
No, I'm not being. I'm just telling you the truth.
Well, yeah, but let me point out at the base level, though, a difference between those two sentences, saying Mount St. Helens didn't erupt and saying we didn't go to the moon. You see, Mount St. Helens erupting or not erupting, in either of those scenarios, the laws of physics don't get violated. But in a world where we don't go to the moon, the laws of physics don't get violated. But in a world where we go to a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum next to gas pressure here on Earth and touch down on the moon in this vacuum and then come back, that involves going to a place that the very existence of violates the laws of physics, the second law of thermodynamics. So we have good reason to doubt that happened, because we have no reason to believe in the existence of that place, the vacuum of space. So, do you follow what I'm saying?
I'm not sure.
So the second part of the second law of thermodynamics states that high pressure moves to low pressure. So if we have 14.7 psi here on Earth, if we had above our head thousands of feet or a few miles, a couple hundred miles or whatever above our head, if we had a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, trillions of miles across, a vacuum of that power, a vacuum that powerful, that far across, so if we had gas pressure down here and that existed up there, adjacent to us, without the gas pressure down here finding its equilibrium up there, entropy occurring, then that would be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. That would mean that entropy is not occurring when it should. But what I'm saying is, the reason why it's not is because that place simply doesn't exist. The vacuum of space doesn't exist. And the very evidence that the vacuum of space doesn't exist is the fact that you're still able to breathe right now, currently.
Okay. How?
Well, Jesse, could they have faked the moon landing?
Oh, sure. I mean,
sure. Okay.
Yeah. Anything can be faked.
Okay, cool. So why are you still holding on to it being real? What is it that you believe that it makes that it actually happened?
I don't know that it was real.
Okay.
I just don't know that it wasn't.
Because there are PhDs like what's his name? Jonah Ryder. No, what's his name? Doesn't matter. There are people denying the moon landing, right? PhDs saying they couldn't have gone.
Yeah, I'm sure there are.
Okay.
There's you can find a PhD that will done. You can find anything. There's nothing that you can't find a PhD somewhere that he'll be saying it. So
why do you believe they actually went there? Because the television told you.
I don't know whether they did or not. Is it okay to not know?
That's all fine, right? That's all fine. But you can look into it, right? A good documentary would be the American Moon. No, American Moon. I would recommend.
Oh, okay.
So that guy goes through every official video document and tears it apart. It's made by Glober, by the way.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm really not into the moon landing issue too much because it's there. It's not something that I can experiment on in my own backyard and prove one way or the other. It's I realize there's some people say it did and some people say it didn't, and
So what can you do in your backyard proving the Earth is a ball? How about we shoot a laser over a large lake?
Well, that's actually interesting because a couple days ago I took my P900 out to the Straits of Juan de Fuca, and there was like a ship probably like 8 or 10 miles out. I'm just kind of guessing, but I think it was a big Coast Guard ship. But anyway, I put my camera down. Actually, no, I put my little telescope down. I had them both out there, but I have a little 30x mini portable telescope with angle sensors on it, and I put it down like a couple feet above the water, and I could not only see the ship, but I could see the bow. That white wave that splashes at the bow.
Okay. Do you have any? Because you mentioned the camera. Do you have any footage of it still?
Yeah, but it's not very good because there was a lot of distortion in the picture for some reason.
Yeah, because you're looking through air, right? Same when you would look at a hot road.
Yeah, except nothing was nothing was upside down like looking at a hot road. But you mean like if you're down close to a hot road?
Right. So air distorts your view, right? It's something we all observe and witness. Well, that's good on you, right? So next time you do that, take an app with you, Vessel Finder or Marine Traffic. You can pinpoint that ship, and then take an Earth curve calculator with you and figure it out, right?
Oh yeah, I was unquestionably seeing farther than a geometric curve would allow. Definitely.
Well, that's what we are saying, right? So if the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3959, and every distance to the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 times the square root of the observed height in feet, or it's not a ball with a radius of 3959.
Yep, you can't have your cake and eat it too.
Could we go back to the gas gradient, the pressure gradient?
Sure.
Help me understand that. Some people like Dwayne Kellum. Have you seen his high altitude balloon videos?
I think I have. I've seen a lot of footage. I think I've seen it all, but
yeah, he's a flat earther that put the rectilinear lenses on his camera and sent it up to 120,000 feet, I think, or something. Okay. But he had a barometer, a barometric pressure sensor on there, and it recorded as low as 0.09 psi absolute at about 120,000 feet. I mean, of course, the 120,000 feet was possibly, I don't know. He also had a GPS, so that he may have been getting altitude off the GPS. So I don't know, but anyway, maybe it was 115 or 111,000 feet. Anyway, whatever.
Make it 100.
Yeah. So, but his barometer did measure as low as 0.09 psi. So, how does that correlate with the law of thermodynamics, and why wouldn't the 14.7 psi down to sea level rush up to? You see what I'm saying? Rush up to there.
It's a dynamic system, right? You have all kinds of cycles. Temperature is involved. So the gas of the Earth, right? So the oxygen is mainly produced. I say produced, but it's mainly produced, for lack of a better word, on the surface, right? So the oceans, they release gases, the trees. So would be logical that the higher pressure would be lower, and in a dynamic system, it differs, right? The higher you go, the lower the temperature.
You mean because...
Yeah, so another answer to your question is that's a very, very far distance from 10 to the negative 17 torr. So you said 0.9, so that's barely falling under the category of a technical vacuum. So anything less than 1 psi is what is technically a vacuum, but that vacuum you're describing, that is extraordinarily far from 10 to the negative 17 torr. That's what they claim is up there. And the closest we've even got to replicating that here on Earth is 10 to the negative 6 torr. And that gas, that vacuum chamber was collapsing in on itself when they got to that point. So, what I'm saying is, what you're saying would be relevant if you came back with a measurement of 10 to the negative 17 torr above our heads somewhere, but no one even claims, not even NASA, no one even claims to have ever even done that.
Could I respond?
Was there a temperature gauge on that balloon by any chance? Was it awfully cold up there?
11 degrees Fahrenheit, it said.
11 degrees Fahrenheit. Boy, that's a lot warmer than I thought it would be.
Why would you expect an equal pressure in a dynamic system, right?
Well,
we are also skipping the fact that you need containment for a gradient in the first place. Would you agree?
Well, I'm just trying to understand it. I'm not claiming to have the answers. I'm just trying to understand it because, well, I like to learn stuff.
Sure. But we can show you pressure gradients in containers all day long. It's not difficult.
Here, let me tell them something else. Let me tell them something else quickly that I think will help them understand it. So in algebraic terms, gas pressure is X, and the gas pressure gradient is delta X. X must always come before delta X. You can't have delta X without X. So the X value is 14.7 psi at sea level, and then delta X is the gradient. So gradient doesn't equal vacuum of space above your head.
Okay, I have two questions, one for each of you, and I'll try to remember them. Which one of you said that about the dynamic system and the gas being produced?
Yeah, me.
Okay, Roger, sir. I'm not sure. What do you mean by that? In other words, gas is being produced at such a high rate at the surface that it hasn't accelerated to. In other words, it's being produced and it's got a lot of pressure, but it's accelerating. The gas is accelerating up faster and faster, and as it it goes faster, it decompresses, and it's moving up faster and faster, and finally it gets up to its basically, well, I don't want to use the word escape velocity, but it's moving fast, and so there's not much pressure. Is that what we're looking at?
Just so you know, I don't think that gas is being produced above the Earth or at the surface of the Earth level. This is absolutely, completely, and totally irrelevant to what we're talking about, just so you know. Like, it makes no difference at all. Because in regards to what I just stated, gas pressure requires the container. As far as we know, we do not know of any demonstration or naturally occurring or artificially occurring example of gas pressure existing without a container, whether around the rim of your car, the 36 psi around the rim of your car and the tire. We don't see that existing without a container. We don't see bike tires existing without a container. We don't see balloons existing or anything else, gas pressure existing without a container. So our base axiom is the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container. The gas pressure value is X, and the gas pressure gradient is delta X. So the air getting thinner as you go further up in altitude and elevation, either one, that's the gradient. That's the gradient that comes after X.
So did I misunderstand you, Roger, about the trees and the oceans making gas near the surface?
That's what they do, right? That's what they do?
Well, it's not a misunderstanding. I'm just pointing out that doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying. It just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where gases come from originally. Point is, in order to have gas pressure, you need a container where the gas is coming into the container from above or below.
I said that. So I immediately said we are also skipping past the fact that you need containment for a gradient in the first place, or else all the gas would fill the available volume instantly.
So would it be fair to say that if the trees in the ocean stopped producing gas, we would still have the same density gradient that Dwayne Kellum showed on with his balloon?
That is a hypothetical that cannot never be proven. So,
yeah, that's just philosophy.
I don't think I can answer that.
Okay,
so do you understand? Let me help you here. Do you understand that gas is omnidirectional? Do you know what omnidirectional means?
Well, actually, I have more of an RF background, so I know what an omnidirectional antenna is.
Well, what omnidirectional means is it just simply means it goes up, down, left, right, forwards, backwards. And liquid, take for instance, goes forwards, backwards, left, right, down. But liquid doesn't go up. And solid only goes down. All right? So since gas is omnidirectional, it fills the available space. So what I'm saying is that means that we're inside a container, because if we had 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum above our head, trillions of miles across, the gas would fill the available space. There wouldn't be any gas pressure for us to breathe. There'd be so little down here, life wouldn't exist. Life wouldn't exist up there either. But fortunately, to the best of my knowledge, that place doesn't exist. And that's why we exist, because we have a container that gives us a gas pressure. Because the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container. So to help you understand this, the definition of gas pressure is the force exerted on the walls of the container by the gas particles inside of it. So it's in the very definition. It's in the very language we speak. The fact that a vacuum of space doesn't exist.
Right. So, just to back up, there's one case where you could have a container without a top. Like if you took a straw and blew in the end really hard with your mouth, the pressure at the end you're blowing at would be greater than the pressure at the far end, because the gas is more compressed, but as it moves down the straw, it's accelerating out the straw, so there's more velocity but less pressure. But like you said, it's like a dynamic system.
I'm sorry, I'll be honest, I have no idea where you're going with that.
Nowhere. I was just responding to something someone said earlier. So, but what I'm trying to understand is, I mean, let's say you had like a 1-quart mason jar. It would be the same pressure all throughout it, right?
Well, unless you, drill a hole in the top of it and start pumping air into it.
But I mean, the pressure within the mason jar would be the same throughout inside the mason jar, right? Unless you put a divider in.
I see what you're asking. No. Actually, the answer is no. In every container, we observe gradients. Even in the 36 psi inside your car tire, yeah, it's not a very big gradient. It's a very slight one. Nonetheless, it's there. Yeah, there's a gradient in every single container, every single system.
Does that mean there's more air molecules in the bottom half of the jar than the top half slightly?
Yes.
But
yeah, not a big difference, but it's there, and it's measurable.
Right, but shouldn't there need to be a divider to make a difference in pressure? What keeps
that's just the gradient. It's just the gradient.
But what keeps the higher pressure from below expanding up to the lower pressure above, I guess, is my question.
Well, it's just not that big of a difference in pressure. What you got to understand is what we're talking about when we say entropy. We're talking about large differences in pressure. So, like the difference between 14.7 psi and 14 psi. Well, that's only 0.7 psi difference. So there's not really a lot of entropy to happen from one point above the Earth, that's 14.7 psi to 14 psi. There's not a big difference there. But what I'm trying to say to you is what we were told in school, what NASA's claiming, what all these space agencies and everybody's claiming, is that there's a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, which is a crazy powerful vacuum, super duper powerful vacuum. And they say it's trillions of miles across. And this is such a powerful vacuum, it would crush any kind of equipment you would ever put into it in reality. And they say that this is above our head. This is above your head, way up there. They call it the vacuum of space. And so what I'm saying is that extremely low pressure that they describe of being there next to gas pressure here on Earth, that doesn't make any sense. That's what I'm saying. Entropy would occur, the high pressure would move to the low pressure, because in contrast to what they say is above our head, this is high pressure down here. I mean, this is, everything's relative. And you're using words like this, high pressure, low pressure. So relative to what they say is above our head, this is high pressure down here. And they say it's just held to the Earth because of gravity. We're like, okay, well, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container due to gravity? No. Like, oh, okay, so then I have no evidence of it existing. And I can't go to this mystical place you talk about, the vacuum of space, so I have no way of validating its existence for myself personally.
Right, but I guess is the difference between 14.7 psi and 0.09, is that big enough of a difference that the lower pressure should expand up and rush up to the higher pressure at the bottom would expand and rush up to equalize with the pressure up at 100,000 feet?
Well, the answer to your question would depend on knowledge that I don't have access to and you don't have access to, that someone somewhere might have, but they're not going to share it with us if they have it at all, if anyone does. And that knowledge would be the size of the container that we're in and the dimensions of it. So we have gas pressure here. We know the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container. Hey. So we know that we're inside a container, or to be a little more broad, we know that there's a physical barrier out there somewhere because it would be required in order for us to have the gas pressure to begin with, the air pressure that we breathe. But we don't know the size of it. We don't know the dimensions of it. We don't know how far above our heads it is, or how far out one direction or another it is, where it comes in contact with the ground. Because after all, it would have to somewhere. Because we have no reason to believe that the Earth is infinite. No one's demonstrated infinity in physical reality, so there's no reason to believe that the air is infinite or the Earth is infinite. No reason to believe anything is infinite physically. No one's demonstrated that. So, but the thing is, we don't know the size of it. So what I'm saying is, the answer to your question is, if we had, those dimensions, then maybe your question could be answered. But without that extra few pieces of knowledge, that's an unanswerable question. Like, but what I'm saying is, to the best of my knowledge, no, it doesn't violate the second law of thermodynamics to have that low pressure that high up. To the best of my knowledge.
Something really quick, Orion. You were talking about mason jars, right? Earlier. You know the purpose of a mason jar. You know what they are when people are jarring foods,
like canning.
Yeah, like canning, but it's you use a jar, and they have these certain lids on top, right? You increase the pressure by adding temperature, and then you put the lid on, and then let it cool off, and then the pressure decreases because of the temperature is lower. That's how you jar stuff. Are you guys familiar with this?
I didn't know they blow cold air into it, but I knew they blew
Dude,
air
that's how you jar stuff. To
preserve it.
Yeah, you when you buy mason jars and you cut your vegetables or whatever, if you want to jar something, you cut them up, clean them or whatever, put them in the jar. Put vinegar or whatever you're going to preserve them with, salt water or whatever, and then you heat the jar up, and then you put it in a pan of no, you don't freeze it. You heat it to a certain temperature, like boiler or whatever, and then you put the jar on top, and once it cools off, it just seals itself. This is temperature. Wow. See, this is why you guys are so dumb. I don't even understand jarring. Wow. Anyway, I just wanted to point that out. This is entropy.
Well, it expires.
After a couple years, yeah, maybe, but damn. I mean, you can preserve something that's a fresh vegetable and with a little bit of salt water or vinegar in a jar for like 2, 3, 4 years just by boiling it and then put a lid on it. Not even boiling. I mean, you just heat it up. You heat the jar up. Put your vegetables in the solution, and then just put the lid on top of it and let it heat up. And then just seal the lid on top of it, and then just put it in the freaking cupboard, and it'll be good for freaking 4 years, man.
Why not 7 years?
I mean, it could be that long. It can last that long. It depends on, if you want to preserve it.
Depends how good the salt and the vinegar is.
Well, it depends on. It really kind of depends on what you're trying to preserve. I mean, some vegetables can last longer, but this is it's a really simple thing. I mean, but you guys are talking about gas pressure. I was just telling you that, I mean, like that's it's a really simple test you can do. Like, it really has to do with heat and temperature, and just like I typed in the chat earlier, people, where do you think gases come from? They only come from Earth. Gases don't come from outer space to Earth. By the way, everyone. So
Okay, so we need to preserve things in mason jars. Okay, Boomer.
No, anyway. Well, I'm just saying, gases don't. Is there any evidence whatsoever that gases come from outer space?
I know some gases.
Physical evidence.
I know some gases that do not come from Earth.
And I know some blowhards. One of them's named Jimsy.
Who said gases do come from outer space? I don't think I heard that.
Nobody did, but it's just like people don't know where gases come from. It's just like they're like, gas pressure, what's that? All gases originate from Earth. This isn't really hard to figure out. So, gas pressure differential from the ground to the sky all the gases originate from Earth, where do you think you think they're coming from outer space?
How do you know? How do you know that some gases don't come from outside the container?
Oh, well, if that's true, if there's gases being introduced into Earth's system, you're gonna have to show me some proof of that. I've never heard of it, even on the globe side. I've never heard of anyone saying that gases are coming from the outside.
Let's just say we all agree that they come from Earth.
All right, cool. I'm down with that. And they come from the ground. They're not. I mean, there might be some chemical reactions in the atmosphere. Depending on heat and radioactive stuff.
There's no atmosphere.
Okay, atmosphere or whatever. There might be some chemical reactions when the gases, dude, there's shit, in the upper realms. Dang it, Jimsy.
So, what would the PSI difference be between 0.09 PSI and minus or something torr to the minus whatever it was you said?
Oh, you're talking about what they say about space 10 to the negative 17 torr?
Yeah. What's the PSI difference between those?
Well, there's a calculator. Let me share the calculator with you.
Let's just put it this way: zero pressure, below zero pressure.
It's instant. It's instantaneous. It'd just be like
God.
Sorry, God.
Let's just put it this way: zero pressure.
What they say about this this pressure differential in supposed outer space, it would just immediately equalize.
Yeah, why do you keep blocking God rocking?
Am I cock blocking God rocking?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
You made him mute himself again.
Sometimes he should mute because I've always been tempted to actually
to jump in the other people's sentences. Yeah, I know. I can tell.
No. I actually he's like he's wanted to change his name to Hot Micin. He'd be Hot Micin.
You probably want to change your name to Always Micin.
All right, well, you can do whatever the fuck you want to do. Yeah. All right. Anyway, here's the torque calculator I'm about to post it. I think I'm the only person that ever posted a torque calculator on here. I've done it several times.
Tor calculators are better than Tor files.
This one you can convert from PSI and kilometer or what, all the different things you can go back and forth. This is a decent calculator. All right. Pressure conversion calculator, but that's not that's not even the best one. I found one better. It's pretty good. Should work out.
It's not a static system, so we can't have equal gas pressure throughout if there's varying temperatures.
Sure, it's not static. No one ever claimed it was. Of course not.
I know Jesse just typed in the chat. That's all. He still doesn't understand why it's an equal pressure against the walls of the container.
Yeah, I don't understand what makes it an unequal pressure.
Gas is constantly produced from Earth. It's a dynamic pressure system. Contained dynamic pressure system. All of the gases originate from Earth. Just the way I see it. If you have a different opinion, go ahead and say it.
Okay, it looks like there are 51.7 torr per pound per square inch.
Which gas? So, I mean, there's several different conversion calculators, like I was saying, and that's not my favorite one. I found another one that's better. I just couldn't find it right now. It's been a while since I've actually taken a look at it. Yeah, exponent is not necessarily included in that.
So, let's just say we had a number, it was 1 times 10 to the minus 3.
Of what?
Well, just a number. It's just it's just a numeric expression. It could be applied to anything,
No,
you know.
it can't. No, it can't.
Well, I mean, any real number, like a weight.
There's no real number unless it has a physical attribute.
Okay, it could be applied to a volt. You could have 1 volt, or you could have a voltage which was 1 times 10 to the minus 3, right?
And be able to plug it into this calculator, no.
Oh, I see. I just meant in general in numbers. But isn't times 10 to the minus 3, doesn't that mean basically...
That's exponential. Yeah, it's very, it's friggin' hardcore exponential.
So wouldn't 10 to the minus 3 be 10 divided by 10 divided by 10, or 1,000th?
Yeah, yeah. 10 to the minus 3, it would be, it'd be much more than 10 divided by 10 by 10. No, that's an exponential number. It's like 0.0003 would be, it wouldn't be just dividing 10 3 times. No, it's an exponential number. So that's why 10 to the negative 17 torr, what they claim about outer space, is multiple billions of, in the exponent. So that's why we have a problem with it.
Doesn't that mean, though, basically that it would be a 1.32 whatever followed or divided by 10 to the power of 17?
Yes, sort of. I'm not a huge mathematician or anything, but yes, it's every time you add a zero, that's 10 times the previous zero.
So I feel like maybe we could figure out what this means. So what would let's look at
Flat Earth Buddha or no, Watwazzle just posted you right there. What? 133 millibars, or this is something. This is what they're claiming. It's something similar to the pressure differential. They're saying, from atmosphere to outer space. It doesn't say 10 to the negative 17 torr, but I'm sure that's. It might as well be. God, you talk about a differential. It's almost incalculable. So this is pretty much what you're getting, man. Oh, it's millibars. Yeah. But if you go into that calculator, you can calculate torr to millibars and PSI and all that kind of shit. You can just look at all the differentials, and you can find other calculators on the internet. Hey, but when it comes to no barrier in between gas and supposed vacuum, it's instantaneous. Hey, this is our argument. If you don't understand it, then you don't. But for the most part, the entire argument is gravity knows what to do. So gravity makes up for all that shit. We're a ball, third rock from the sun.
Right, but I think by understanding what times 10 to the minus 17 means, we'll be able to better counter what people say about it. You know what I mean?
No, I agree with you. That's why I share those calculators, and you can either describe it in millibars or torr, because it's freaking huge number, right? It's almost as big as 4.5 light years from Earth. Like Polaris, they say is and 4.5 light years from Earth. But how far is 4.5 light years? Unimaginable.
26 trillion miles.
Yeah,
but it's not Polaris. It's Alpha Centauri.
Alpha Centauri. Polaris is
that's the closest star.
Yeah.
It's not the closest star.
Which one is it that's closest? They claim. Yeah,
Alpha Centauri.
4.5.
That just these things are not real. So, but yeah, Alpha Centauri, 26 trillion.
26 trillion miles away to the closest star. Besides the sun, what they say is a star.
So it looks like the difference between the claimed space pressure and the 0.09 psi that Dwayne Kellum got is about 0.09 psi, which means his barometer was reading 99.4% of the claimed absolute pressure in space. Because, if you convert that...
What altitude was he reading that? 120,000 feet?
Somewhere between 100 and 120,000 feet.
I've watched a lot of Dwayne Kellum's videos. He had some awesome videos.
He's a really cool guy. I like him. Yeah. Never met him, but I'd love to.
Yeah. So he the barometric pressure was, you say, 0.9?
Yeah, in Balloon 15, in his Balloon 15 video, it reached down to 0.09 at certain points.
I don't know. What instrument was he using? 0.09 psi? You talking about psi?
That's what his little heads-up reader in the video said. And it read, 14 something when it was on the ground.
But even if it was that much, and it's likely that it could be. It's less than 1 when it was 14 at the ground. Going to 10 to the negative 17 torr, which then you can use the conversion calculator, which is, I think I actually put that number in, which is what they calculate to be like low Earth orbit, or maybe a little bit higher, which is like 250 miles. It's pretty exaggerated, but still doesn't have anything to do with where the gases come from. Yeah, sure.
Still doesn't have anything to do with the vacuum of space, with the way they claim it to be.
Yeah.
Well, I think they're actually claiming it to be just basically almost zero, but not a huge negative number.
Well, so
but that's not the way it works. That's not the way it works, though.
So this 0.9, I'm not refuting this, 0.9 pressure, pounds per square inch pressure, which is technically a vacuum, barely technically a vacuum.
I wouldn't.
Do you know what torr value that would be?
I can put it into a calculator, easy enough.
0.09 equals how much torr?
4.65.
All right, 4.65 torr. Outer space, 10 to the negative 17 torr. That's quite an exponential difference. Right? Well, the balloon wasn't in outer space. It was above, where most of the natural gases that are utilized here on Earth, oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide, everything used here. Helium, I mean, we need it. Hydrogen, we need it. But for the most part, they kind of like hang out up higher because they're needed, but they're not part of it. This is kind of the way I look at it. Man, I'm not a scientist, but I know that gases come from Earth. They don't come from outer space. They're not just like anyway. I mean, that's my opinion.
Hey, I just wanted to point out something. I'm not saying that you're saying this is evidence for the vacuum of space being a real place, but I have heard someone in Gem Panda server present exactly the information you just presented with the 0.9 reading and say that that's evidence of 10 to the negative 17 torr above it. And I just want to point out that anyone that would make that argument, it's the intellectual equivalent of pointing at a drawing of a unicorn and saying that's evidence of unicorns really existing. Because the drawing existed, unicorns must exist because the drawing of a unicorn existed. Just crazy.
Yeah, it would be extrapolation, obviously.
Did you hear someone else do that and then you just came here and tried to pull that shit on us?
Me?
Yeah, or did you just...
No.
Okay, cool. Because, I just don't like this. Like, hey, I've been talking to you guys for a couple hours, I'm getting to know you, and then I'm just gonna come in with some other shit that I heard from another, which is fine. I mean, dude, we come across all kinds of people, but bro, I mean, we're just trying to point out a certain example. Maybe you have or haven't heard it before. Hey, hit me with your best shot. Hit me with your best shot. Who did that song? It was
the Illuminati.
Yeah, the Illuminati did that. I'm like, man, I'm gonna hit you with my best shot. You better come back at me. Oh, it's all good.
So we could convert this 0.00001 33 millibars to psi, right?
You could, but where is the pressure coming from? Doesn't matter. Are you talking about a specific gas? Are you talking about the atmosphere? Which layer of atmosphere? Where you are? Are you talking about altitude? Are you talking about, because anytime you have gas pressure, you're going to have something for the gas to be pressing on, because gas is not pulled down toward Earth by gravity. I'm not sure if someone's made you aware of that. I mean, I think that's kind of what you're getting at, but maybe you're not. Maybe you're not. But a lot of people try to tell us that.
No, I'm aware of that, but I'm just trying to understand the gradient.
Well, I already explained that. The gases come from Earth. Most of the gases utilized that do come from Earth, it's oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide, and those are utilized and used on Earth, like in the, where people live, under 10,000 feet, right? That's used up, put back into the ground, boom, it comes back up. I mean, that's how Earth works. Where do you think oxygen comes from?
That's a pretty good question. I mean,
yeah, it is a good question. It doesn't come from outer space.
Not that I know of.
No, it doesn't. So where do you fucking think it comes from? Pardon my French.
I think the cycle, I'm not saying I know where it originally came from.
Well, but it's completely, I mean, if it wasn't recycled or, come from Earth or man and everything, no. Do you think it's magically created, or is it just like Earth
from the water and the plants?
It comes from the oxygen lottery.
And to be honest, there's so many unknowns.
Hey,
Jesse, are you asking what the cause of the gradient is?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think the answer is unknown. At least it is for me at this moment. And unless anyone would ever have, if anyone would present some kind of scientific experiment or some kind of evidence, or like real evidence of what the cause of it is, that would be great. But to the best of my knowledge, it's just unknown. So it's just we observe gas pressure existing only in containers, and we observe gradients inside these containers. So this is what we observe, and we observe rocks falling down in the medium of air and helium balloons going up in the medium of air. We observe this too, but what causes things to do certain things in mediums and what causes certain mediums to behave in certain ways, it's just we can observe that they do happen, but as far as determining the cause, I'm not sure if we, well, I don't know of any way of doing that now, and maybe we can in the future, maybe we can't.
Fair enough. I did think of another example of an air gradient in a container that didn't have a top. Are you familiar with a ram intake, like on a race car?
No.
Well, basically, you've heard of a turbocharger or a supercharger, right?
I don't know automotive that well.
Oh, okay. Well, basically, you can get more horsepower out of an engine if you put more air and more fuel into it, right? And so they make turbochargers or superchargers that go on and pump air into the carburetor or into the intake faster than it normally would, and so instead of running 14 psi, you're running 30 psi or something, and then they can also put more fuel in, and then they're running more power, and so they can make the car go faster. But one thing that sometimes they do instead of that is called a ram air intake, and it's just a scoop that points forward, and when the car is moving into the air, the air hits the scoop, and in the act of getting accelerated, it creates pressure inside the scoop that's greater than outside the scoop. Like if you held a cup up and pointed an empty cup and pointed it to the wind, kind of. And in that case, the acceleration of the air, or the deacceleration of the air, relative acceleration, is actually what's creating a pressure difference, even though there's no, like, physically hard material top on the container, just the sides and the bottom. Does that make sense?
The air that's in a container, the air that we're breathing, that's contained?
Yes.
Right. So it's not a demonstration of a gas pressure gradient without a container.
Correct.
Unless you're begging the question.
Well, no, but there's a difference between the gas pressure inside and outside a small container, even though that small container doesn't have a top. It's missing one of its sides because
it's all part of a system within a system that's contained.
Yeah, so we're not saying that equilibrium means all gas pressure in all places the same at all times. It's just within what happens in real life. So, that's much of the weather itself is entropy. You have high pressure over here, 100 miles away, you have a low pressure system. The high pressure moves to the low pressure, causing wind to move from one place, to blow from, high pressure to move towards a place where there's no pressure, which causes wind to occur, I mean, that's what wind is. It's entropy.
Well, that was a lie.
Yes, sir. Okay, I think I calculated the difference between Dwayne Cullum's 0.09 psi and the alleged vacuum of space. I just put it in the chat. The live stream voice text. First I converted the millibars that was in that graphic earlier to psi, and it's like, well, it's point followed by like 18 zeros and then a 2 psi. And then I subtracted that from 0.09 psi. And the difference is like, oh no, I pasted wrong. Let me fix that. There, I fixed it. wouldn't that mean that Dwayne Kellum's pressure that he read was 99.4% of the vacuum of space?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Pretty quiet right now, huh?
Yeah, but it was going good conversation, and it was quiet for like 30 seconds, and then you showed up.
Hey, Jesse, I would actually want to know what the Tor values of these things are, but I don't understand what you typed there, like the wording you put it in. I don't understand which number you're assigning to which thing.
Okay, let me scroll back up so I can see it. So the first number, the 0.0000133 MBAR, is what I got from that graphic someone posted for the pressure of space. Oh, Flat Earth would have posted a little graphic that showed space in yellow print showing that number in millibar. I think I got the number of zeros correct. Are you with me so far?
I think so. Continue.
Okay, so then millibar and PSI are both pressure units, so they're completely interchangeable. You can always convert one to the other. You just go to Google and put that many millibar in PSI and it'll give you the number, except it gives it in exponential. So I converted it out of exponential so that it was easier to understand. And so the pressure of space is the claimed pressure of space is 0.00000, anyway, like 16 zeros, I don't remember, a bunch of zeros, and then 2. That's the claimed PSI of space. Are you with me so far?
Yes.
Okay, and then of course I just subtracted that from the 0.09 PSI that Dwayne Kellum reported. And that gave...
Oh, I understand you now. I was wondering, though, what the Tor value... Oh, wait, I guess you did say a little while ago or something like that. The Tor value of 0.9 PSI.
Oh, I can get that too, but I was just working off millibars, because millibars converts directly to torrs, because they're both pressure readings. They're totally interchangeable. I mean, they're a different unit, but they're for the same type, so you can convert one.
So what's the significance?
The significance.
But yeah, that's a good thing that you're pointing out, though. I mean, that's a truly drastic difference, isn't it?
Well, the difference is 0.0899999 psi, which is like a tenth of a psi of actual difference, which is not much compared to the 14.7 at sea level, right?
Wait, maybe I need to go look at this again.
The the PSI, the alleged PSI of space, is a very small positive number. The exponent just moves the decimal point, is all that does. It doesn't make it a negative number. The negative part simply means that the decimal point is moved to the left. Whereas if the exponent was a positive number, then it would move the decimal point to the right, which would make it a huge number, right?
Nobody's disputing that.
Well, yeah, that's absolutely correct, because there's no such thing as negative pressure. It's just high pressure and low pressure. But still, don't these numbers illustrate how it's such a drastic difference between one kind of low pressure and another kind of low pressure? I mean, we're talking about a pretty big difference there, I think.
We're talking about volume?
No, PSI. So, well, $14.70 in your wallet, and you spent all but 9 cents. You spent most of it, and then if you spent the last 9 cents, then you would have spent all of it, but maybe you shaved a little tiny piece off of that last penny and kept it. That's the 0.00002 PSI that you kept. So it looks like...
Wait a second. I think you're thinking that through. You're looking at that the wrong way. So first of all, I think you put it incorrectly. Isn't it supposed to be 0.9 psi, not 0.09? Because you put 0.09 there.
No, his thing read 0.09.
Oh, okay. So the 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, that's 0.00000000002, right? PSI?
Yeah, right. That's the alleged space vacuum. That's what they claim.
Yeah, so that doesn't fit the metaphor you just described of having 9 cents in your pocket and spending the last 9 cents. That's the intellectual equivalent of having 9 cents in your pocket and spending 9 cents and putting yourself millions of dollars into debt after you spent that last 9 cents. There's a big difference, not a small difference.
Yeah, money wasn't good because we don't have fractional pennies.
Yeah, I'm just saying those two vacuums are drastically different. And one you could replicate, that 0.09. You could replicate that here on Earth in a laboratory. That 0.0000002 or whatever. Do you think we could make that in a laboratory? Do you think we could do that? No, not even close.
But see,
well, hold on. The point is, you can't do that without a barrier between the two. Otherwise,
Bingo.
They would absolutely reach equilibrium instantly. So you can't compare. Your analogy was completely ridiculous, and that's our point, because 10 to the negative 17 torr, doesn't matter what calculation you use, or you convert it to PSI, you convert it to what is it, millitors, or whatever. All of it always comes out the same thing. It's the pressure differential without a barrier in between. It's instantly going to equalize without a barrier.
We will not have pressure in the first instance, exactly.
So if we had, if we can go back to our mason jar, our canning jar, and we were able to pump the vast majority of the air molecules out of it, but there is still a few bouncing around in there, there'd still be a slight absolute pressure, right? Because the molecules are bouncing off the walls, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Because
no one claims
a bar, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah, no one claims to have ever created. No one claims to have the ability to create a perfect vacuum, and no one claims that anyone exists anywhere.
Yeah.
Right. And I really appreciate you guys trying to help me understand this. And I'm not trying to be a pain. I really am trying to understand how this all works.
Cool. Yeah, and that's what we're here for. And it took us a long time as well to actually wrap our minds around this as well. So, yeah, it's cool.
So let's say we actually, and this is a mind experiment, but let's say we actually were able to get all of the molecules out of the canning jar, so there wasn't a single one bouncing around. Would that be 0 psi then? Because there was no molecule ever putting any pressure on any.
There's no such thing. So I don't know why you're even bringing it up.
Yeah, and you're kind of stretching it by just saying one molecule inside a container, because even that would technically not be a perfect vacuum, but we can't even get it to that level. So you're talking about another hypothetical that we can't even get to. So it's just kind of silly at that point, at the base level.
But we're trying to understand what they mean by psi. If there was 0 molecules,
who's they?
The whatever mainstream that claims that there's 0.0000.
They don't claim that. You're claiming it. Nobody claims that.
Oh, are you saying I didn't convert correctly from exponential to non-exponential?
We're talking about the natural world, what we experience. Nobody has ever experienced what you're trying to hypothetically create. And I don't even know why you would try to do it.
Because I want to understand. Because see,
I think you already understand it. You just are trying to create a hypothetical that could possibly mean that maybe somewhere there's this globe spinning around, even though there's no globe. It just or this idea about gases not being contained that could possibly be contained by gravity, and no, man, you're just making shit up at this point.
All right. Well, it is getting to be my bedtime.
Yeah, me too.
So, personally, I think these are good questions, and I think we would do good for everyone who's seeking the truth to understand this and have an answer for it.
Jesse, I recommend you try to find the curvature before you even go into these weird hypotheticals.
Oh, you've been a great sport. It's been great to have you. Get some rest and come back later with more questions.
Cool.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Yes, please come back, Jesse. You're great.
And I will apologize for our senior members that are kind of drunk.
Happens.
I'm not going to apologize for my behavior. I was just pointing out the obvious. Whatever.
Just kidding, bro. It's been I've been listening, and you guys been great. Even Helio. I love Helio.
I love you guys too. You guys are freaking awesome. Yeah, Jesse, man, you had some really good questions. And to be honest, we get a lot of people in here ask really dumb questions, but you've asked some really good questions, Jesse. That's good stuff.
Alrighty.
You got me thinking and searching for some stuff, so that's good, man. When you get me thinking and looking, that's good stuff.
Alrighty, well, y'all take it easy.
Yeah, you too, Jesse.
Later, man.
Who's GDC? You guys talk to GD Seeker?
Godseeker's been here for a while.
Oh, Godseeker. Yeah, cool. You got this,
Where's the curve?
This freaking echo chamber, man. What the hell is wrong with those? I'm just playing. There's people like, oh, echo chambers. Like, oh, how about the 15, 20 people that come in here every day asking about, the globe Earth, or at least 15 to 20, sometimes 30, 40 people jump in this room every day. Oh, this flat earthers, they're in an echo chamber. No, join us all the time and ask, decent questions. Like Jesse and other people like that. It's cool. This isn't an echo chamber.
I mean, it depends on the people who come in. I mean, Jesse was like, a normal, functional human being. At least so far, it seems that way. So we had a good conversation with him. But you get some of these dummies who come in. It's like, they just they don't even want to have a discussion. They just want to shut it down.
Hey, but at the same time, they're still part of it. It's something they'll probably never forget about. Especially if they spend enough time in here. Even if they ask dumb questions and they get ripped apart, they still never.
I mean, I don't get these zoomies. Like, they're not bold enough to come here on their own. They have to come in packs. Like, they have to get all their buddies or whatever.
Oh, but we love that. We love that part about it. It's just like, hey, did you guys come from another server? Because they always come from another server. And it's like, hey, let's go talk to the flat earthers, and they always have a leader.
Just imagine these kids in the real world, though. Like when they can't live in their parents' house, like they're going to get torn apart. I mean, this kind of behavior, it's like really pathetic. Like they can't defend themselves. They can't function on their own. They just have to function as a collective.
Well, but that's the best part about it, because they're.
It makes me. It makes me sad. It makes me sad for them. It's like
don't be upset about it, man. Just treat them. I have a different approach depending on what they say, but for the most part, I want them to talk. I just want to pick their brain,
Right.
You guys don't have to do it the way I do, but that's what I do. It's just like, oh wow, you're curious about flat Earth or flat Earthers. Even if you're not curious about flat Earth, you're curious about flat Earthers, right? All right. So what do you think? I mean, hey, I've been doing this for this long, and 5 years or whatever, and 6 years. I don't even remember how long I've been doing it. So what do you think so far? Have you really gotten deep into some of this conversation? What do you think so far? So you just kind of like get into their psyche and just kind of figure out what they really think, and not necessarily trying to prove right up front. You're not in a debate with them right up front. You just kind of want to get into why do you even want to talk to a flat earther? I just kind of, I'm dirty like that. You know what I'm saying? But it's not dirty. It's just like, actually, it's not dirty because I actually am curious. Like, wow, you, for some reason, you're on a gaming server and you brought all your friends and you want to come and talk to a bunch of flat earthers. All right, so let's figure out why you want to talk to us. And then you can get into some of the details. But a lot of people in here just want to go ahead and just roast them right up front. Oh, how about the curvature? Which, it's not the wrong thing to do, but at the same time, when they come in a group like that, I just kind of like to fill them out first, and then I get Gemsy muting me 5 times a night. That's all right. Fucking love you, Gemsy.
Hey, we had other members that wanted to participate and talk to the crazy ones, so I had to keep some control.
I get you. I get it. I mean, hey, no hard feelings, bro. At all. Love you, bro.
Hey, but we have Danny Falker here. You can speak to him, Helio.
Have spoken to him, and I actually undeafened him. I don't like. I don't know who deafened him. I don't like. I don't know why somebody would deafen someone. It's like if you're gonna deafen someone, just ban them. You know, don't ever do that to someone. Or they can actually join but can't listen. That's fucking retarded. So if you're gonna deafen someone, just go ahead and ban them. Yeah. Well, I don't want to. I mean, dude, I have to go to work in a few hours, so I don't want to talk much more. But yeah, I mean, don't deafen someone. That's stupid.
Helio. He was deafened because we were talking to him and about him. Gospel Bear disconnected him, and then he jumped back in. So he was there. We were trying to get a reaction. That's why Gospel Bear deafened him.
Okay, well, I just don't like that feature necessarily. I mean, I guess it's necessary, but I mean, if you're gonna deafen someone, but they can still be in the room, but they can't listen, I just think that's weird. Why would you deafen someone? I just think it's a weird thing. I mean, you can mute them, you know, where they can't talk, but I just don't understand the deafen feature. Especially when we're on live stream, they can capture the audio from the live stream. I just think it's total weird. Teach them a lesson. It's just weird to me. But anyway, I release the deafen for Dan if he wants to talk and get involved. And I do have to jump off. And I love all you guys. This is a cool platform and stuff. The main channel will be back up in 5 days. I think this is our second day into block for because apparently somebody said something about the 2020 elections, and that's what. But anyway, I'm live streaming on 2 channels right now, and Roger's live streaming on his channel. So we're still going strong.
Later, Helio. Get some rest, dude.
That's possible. I'll do what I can do. I'm trying to. I was just thinking. The reason I kind of paused there, I'm trying to think because I don't think YouTube is necessarily the best place for us on this, but we can do the best we can. But I know Rockfin has a thing, but that's a subscription. You have to actually pay to stream on there. I think it's like $15-20 a month or some shit like that. But I mean, I'm streaming on Twitter and DLive too, but I get like freaking 5-10 views a day on Twitter and about 5 views a day on DLive. So I don't know. YouTube is one of the most active things that we do, but if they're going to just like strike the channel when we're not even actually trying to actively. Well, we talk a lot of shit on here. I can't believe they would actually, strike the channel for that nonsense. When we rarely ever even talk about that. And there's a lot of other stuff that we talk about that I can't believe they still let us talk about this stuff. But anyway. God bless Texas with his own hand. Brought down angels from the promised land. Gave us a place. I like that song. God bless Texas. No, I like Arkansas too. I got some Arkansas songs. I like Texas.
So did the stream get striked or something? Is it not live anymore or what?
I have the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live channel. That one got a community guideline strike, and so I can't, I couldn't stream from there for 7 days. So I'm streaming on my Helio Skeptic channel and my other backup channel too. So I'm streaming from there. We still have people listening. It's just not. We're gonna have to wait till I think Monday of next week, and then I'll be able to start streaming again from there. Yeah, we're still live, and my Twitter channel's still up, and DLive, that's still up.
It was because of the election thing?
Yeah, I don't even know what happened. I wasn't even listening. Yeah, it's just like apparently somebody was talking about the 2020 elections, and they give me a community guideline strike. That was the second one. First one's a warning. Second one is a 7-day ban, and so that's what happened. But we'll be back. I mean, that's why we try to keep our talk focused here on Flat Earth, because we're live streaming and stuff, and that's why that's just kind of the way it goes. But bro, what's really trippy to me is like a lot of channels that I've subscribed to and watch YouTube videos of people saying way worse shit than we ever say on here about the elections and stuff, and they're just fine. I think they just don't like Flat Earth, man. I think YouTube wants to get rid of all the Flat Earth channels. But I mean, that's just my opinion. But whatever.
Oh yeah, that's obvious. They throttle everybody and shadow ban them, and in the Flat Earth community. So
there's like I'm subscribed to a lot of channels where they talk a lot of shit about the elections. They talk about all kinds of shit that we don't talk about on here because we know that they're just targeting them. And so, bro, I mean, it do what it do. But if they ever shut down all my channels, there's other places to that we can. We always have the Discord for now, and I think we have another backup Discord too. So if they ever try to take this one down, we got plenty places to go, but it would really suck if we just totally lost YouTube altogether. But we do have other places to share the information and stuff. So don't worry about that.
yeah, supposedly Odyssey, they fixed their buffer issue or something. I don't know. But
can you live stream on Odyssey?
Yeah, you can. I don't know if you can constantly do it though. Like 24-hour. But
like I'm 24 hours, just like I am on YouTube. I'm 24 on DLive and Twitter, and it's just not. I don't get near as many viewers on those channels as I do on YouTube. So, but if they shut the YouTube channel off, then maybe we'll just have to move that shit over on Twitter.
Some people are getting more views on Rumble than they are on YouTube.
Oh yeah, I think I was supposed to look at Rumble too.
It's a paid service. I
Yeah,
don't know how
so
much you have to pay though.
well, it's just like it. If I have to pay, I'm gonna have to get some support if I have to pay to stream somewhere, right? Because I'm already paying to do this. If I have to pay more to do on another service, then to get some support, not just I'm not going here be like, hey, you paid me money to freaking do this. Anyway, worry about that later. It's like Rockfin. That's a pretty good service, but you have to pay to stream there too. But it's not. It's not a lot, It's like $15 a month or something. Not really a lot of money. Green Scooby Doo, he got too stoned.
Earth.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on Node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected. And also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No. You can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open. Yeah.
On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So, I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Earth is flat.